Herman Miller, the official chair of the Apex Legends Global Series. The Apex Legends Global Series Championship takes over Birmingham, and we are here live at the Resorts World Arena to do what we came here to do, find ourselves a champion of Year 3. There are 20 teams playing today in 8 games, but they've got just one job: survive. 10 teams will not be staying with us. 10 will go on to tomorrow for a chance at glory, but who will get there? We're about to find out. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen in the crowd and those watching at home as well. My name is Rain Day, and we are going to get this day underway, which you have been waiting for all week. That is when the stakes get even higher in a battle royale, the best battle royale in esports. Of course, I am joined by none other than some of the best desk talent in esports as well: Glitter Explosion, Genome, and Zephyr. They'll be talking all about today and the stakes at hand and the teams participating, and I can't wait to kick it off. First of all, Lauren, what an environment. It feels like the crowd has shown up today, finally.
I am vibing to all of the chants that we have going on in the crowd right now. People showed up ready to watch all of these matches play. I think a lot of that, we got some E6 crowds going crazy right now. Obviously, we always have Dreamfire, saw some Riddle Order in there. I mean, it's electric right now, and it's just the elimination bracket. I can't wait to see how this continues throughout the rest of the weekend.
It feels like the journey's finally picking up speed, Genome, and you've been here before on many of these days. It doesn't slow down from here.
No, not at all. It gets so exciting. Maybe those Apex South fans that we just looked at are really excited because their teams got through to the winners bracket.
Oh, okay. Okay,
But
yeah.
I'm sure everyone's here for a good show, and you know, as you said, things get real today.
Zephyr, what an experience. Your first day at championships on the desk as well. What an environment, right?
Yeah, it's something I haven't personally experienced before, and especially with energy like this, especially with fans from Element 6, couldn't make me more happy.
I'm telling you, you know, when you talk about all you need is like 30 committed people to make something happen in the world, you're seeing it right there. This is loud, loud, loud behind us. But of course, they were loud yesterday as well, as I want to make sure as we pan over the fans, we get back to what led us here. We've had 2 days of group play, but now we see yesterday had the most impact, sending teams either to the winners finals or to the elimination group. And let's start with BNC, Lauren. What happened there?
Started off with a very exciting series, and honestly, BNC was mostly the story of Ascent. They had an insane performance on World's Edge, 2 wins and a 4th place to kick that off. Then even moving into Store Point, still had a 3rd place finish. Very, very strong. Overall, completely dominated that series. But to be fair, we also saw a revitalized LG that ended up with such a strong performance. They matched Ascend in those points, and both of them were followed very, very closely by a DZ that was so successfully aggressive they didn't need a 1st or even a 2nd place to end up 3rd overall in this series, you know.
Yeah, and then we had a look at BBD next, and as you can see, Black Hand with a standout team for that series. I mean, it was honestly pretty insane, the effort from these lads. They got 2 firsts, 2 seconds. We saw one of the sickest highlights we have ever seen in ALGS with MT. I mean, he was spinning the whole way around and finally landed the shot that the fans have been waiting for the whole time. Yeah, I mean, look, apart from that, Riddle even picked up 56 points. It wasn't enough to get them into the winners bracket, but maybe that will give them a little more confidence knowing they can show up.
That's right.
And then, of course, kind of looking over here at A and C, it was the race between the uncrowned kings of North America. Optic leading the pack for the majority of our series here, but the true story, Oxygen from the depths below. 2 wins to end the very day and making plenty of fans and family happy as a result. Not just them, but a big note towards Pulverex, picking up duo the wins, even though they miss out and land here in our elimination round.
Just one thing I noticed before we show you how it ended up, Oxygen and Optic, they tied with 61 and had a tiebreaker. Ascend and LG Chivas also tied with 68. I don't think that's ever happened before in back-to-back essentially sets. Pretty interesting stat there, of course. Things are tight as always. Here's the overall standings as it went. After 2 days of group play, they have all mixed and matched groups, and this is how it's settled with the top 20 teams awaiting in winners. They will not play today. That's something that we've changed with this 5-day format. They will wait in the wings and watch to see what happens. But the teams in the bottom 20, of course, will be on display. There is no bigger moment for them. Everything that they have done has gotten them to this point, but it is time to see if it is enough, Lauren, and I think that's the question that you may be afraid to answer right now because you've been put in this position already, but ultimately when you look at these teams, anyone really can have a great day.
Absolutely, and when we're looking at these teams, there's some surprises down here for me, and notably looking at 100 Thieves and KCP. But when we're talking about the teams that did make it through, we even heard Genome and Zephyr kind of allude to it. Lots of success found in APAC South and some of the other regions making their way through. Looking down here, though, for me, it's the story of APAC North, and I'm looking at Fnatic and Riddle.
Genome, what stands out to you? I mean, obviously, big personalities like KCP with Nasky there, Lassite de France, they've been a consistent performer, great team fighting squad, but haven't been able to put the macro together. What stands out to you in terms of squads?
Yeah, I mean, seeing 100 Thieves in the elimination bracket, that's a big surprise for me. Also, Gambare Otosan, those guys are, you know, fantastic, especially in the rounds in the lead up to the finals, the split 2 playoffs. So not seeing them roll through when we've got some of the teams that they definitely should be beating in team fights, racking up the KP, a little bit is surprising.
Zephyr?
I would say at the end of the day, APAC North, kind of a big question still on the headway here. What can this region find out? I mean, we're looking at 8 out of the 9 teams here in the first elimination round. That's a question that they all have to be asking themselves. Why?
Well, when you look at why, sometimes you have moments that are outside of the game that make you think, why? And I had one with a couple of yellow jerseys a few weeks ago when I was in London, and they were just screaming at me with such enthusiasm. I thought, who are these guys? Well, of course, it was Riddle Order, and of course they come in with one of the biggest names in APAC North, Yukio representing one of the biggest streaming personalities in that region, but also there's something behind the scenes that makes these guys tick to be the success that they are. Will they be able to get it done? We're about to find out, but here's a little behind the scenes look at a chat with Riddle Order.
What's up, everybody? I am Nicewing.
And I'm Greek.
And we are here with no one other than the man himself, Yukio. How would you describe yourself, and how do you think your teammates would describe yourself too?
自分自身で説明するんなら何なんだろうな。ふざけたやつ。チームメイトから見ても多分ふざけたやつだと思います。
Okay. Your 2 teammates, Miyake and one Tappy. How would you describe them? And if you had to be on a desert island with one of them, which teammate are you choosing?
ずっと2人は喧嘩してて、三宅がもうなんか日本語が通じないんですよ。だからワンタッピーと三宅がずっと喧嘩してて、俺はそれをなんか傍観している、もうなんか無視しているみたいな。で、俺ももう三宅に意味わかんないことを言われるの嫌だから、俺は無人島行くならワンタッピー。
That makes sense, honestly. We can tell that Miyake would probably not be the best to bring, for sure.
We did a deep dive through your Instagram, and there was one picture in particular that we wanted to ask you about. It was a picture regarding some watermelon. We wanted to know if we could get some insight on what was going on in that picture.
This beautiful one.
他の e スポーツチームのマネージャーと他のゲームのプロの選手とグランピングみたいなバーベキューみたいな、で夏の風物詩としてスイカを食べました。
We know that Season 2 playoffs was your first time playing at a LAN. What did you want to improve on going into the next one?
決勝でいい順位取っていいパフォーマンスしたい。なんか変なパフォーマンスしたいですね。
Do you get nervous at all, being in front of a crowd or being in front of a huge audience at all?
いや、あんまない。なんか日本でもそのランの大会出てるからあんまりないですね。慣れてます。
We know that there are a lot of great teams in this tournament, obviously your team being one of them. What other teams do you think are your biggest competition going into champs?
We Riddle always lose Fnatic. 一回も勝てなかっ ったんで、まあ、ちょっとフナティックにはちょっと本番では勝ちたい。
Oh, okay.
I like
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
How important is it for you to be a part of ALGS championships this year?
こういうでかい大会で勝てたらすげえおもろいんだろうなって思います。
At Split 2 playoffs, your team was one of the most entertaining teams when you won. Specifically, though, you kept doing a very interesting dance that we want you to teach us. Will you teach us the dance?
Of course.
Yes?
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
This is now hero dance.
Oh my God.
Now hero dance.
I like that.
So fast.
Fast?
Yeah.
I'm doing better than you. That's
No, you're
really-
not.
that's not- I'm
Not even
clean with it.
close, bro. You see these shoulders?
That's actually nuts.
Hey.
Nice.
I love you, man.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody, so much for watching. My name is Nice Week.
And I'm Greek.
But there's one thing we got to do before we leave that we always do. So I think we should do it in 3, 2, 1.
Let's f***ing go.
You can see why the energy was infectious, and you take note of them whenever they're around. Riddle Order, one of our favorites, fan favorites for sure if you're in the building and those watching at home. Great personalities. But Lauren, what's your assessment of how Riddle Order have shown up to championship?
I mean, obviously a very likable trio, already have the hype ready to go before we've even started the playing. But they just really struggled in that group portion of this competition. Now, to be fair, they were dealing with a few contests in the first day of groups, and then when they kind of got away from that, they were able to bounce back a bit. But we heard Genome talk about it in their very last series of the day. That's when they did the absolute best, coming in second overall with those 56 points, and that was in a series where Ascend had actually switched their drop to Ghost purposefully after Riddle, and they found some footing and still came out on top in that situation. So for me, it's more a question of, obviously that was a little bit too late to get into winners, but did that shift their mental to where it needs to be now heading into this elimination bracket, giving them a little bit of momentum?
I think that's a massive point. The fact that they're coming in with momentum, but also just that they figured out some of the things that might have gone wrong, and obviously we'll see if they can test. Great points, though, and I want to lead it to you, Genome, because now we got to talk about who you have your eye on heading into this elimination bracket.
Yeah, look, I'm going to talk about Fnatic. They have been at the top of APAC North for a very long time. There's some amazing players on this team. Elstera, Yuka F is an electric Apex Legends athlete here. And then we've got Umi-chan as well. As you can see, Yuka, he's one of the best M&K movement players. He's just so fun to watch. And with how they've been going so far, it's been obviously a little bit underwhelming. They are in the elimination bracket. They didn't miss the cutoff by too much, but I think one of the interesting things for them is just that they've been switching their comps around a lot, right? And interestingly enough, the only match they won so far with 11 kills, and I'm glad to see that, they're putting in the work. They're going to be ready for today. Yeah?
This is perfect.
The only time they won was on Bloodhound, Bang, and Mad Maggie. So it was this really aggressive comp. They got 11 kills and actually took the dub. That is the kind of play I think that will serve them well here in the elimination bracket. Will they go back to some other picks they've gone around? Catalyst, they've even been switching who's playing Bangalore, who's playing Mad Maggie. So it's been a little bit all over the shop. So I think if they can settle on something that works for this team, we can see Fnatic go all the way to Sunday.
They're a team that we would expect to be in that position because they've top 10 almost every single international land they've been a part of. It's in many ways been a slow performance from Fnatic over the course of it, while APAC as a region has picked up the pace. Zephyr, do you have the same ideas on who you're focusing on today, or are you giving us something different?
I can't quite sit on Fnatic the same way. Instead, I'm looking towards J-Lings, and it's not just because they finished 21st here. This is a roster that has shown up in EMEA in many times before, and even within this tournament alone, they found their success across our groups with one 5th and 8th place performance. Now, notably, it was one dark in the depths dungeon of a 19th place performance in groups A versus D, but you gotta take note, MDY White was a big contest in that lobby for them, and it really stunted what they were able to do. And even against that, they were still able to work their way into a top 5 second place finish in that lobby. They're rocking one of the most unique comps currently in some of our series on a Crypto Valkyrie Watson, something we saw highlighted by their friends in EMEA Ascend just yesterday, who are equally finding their own success here. They've come through splits 1 and 2, I would believe 22nd 2 times in a row, so just off the cusp of making it towards that championship Sunday. If there's anybody whose chances now, it's them.
One of the things I love when you look at this roster is that although I did see noises at coffee today, and he looked like he was in great spirits as well, I think JMW, people forget he's a land winner. Like, he did it with Dark Zero, but he's a land winner. He knows what it's like to win. And here are our talent predictions as far as who we think is going to come out on top today. You never know, but a lot of us, I see a few DSGs, Vicky and I representing that. KCP for you, Lauren. That's a great choice as well. Tiff, Dia, I'll let you talk about yours in just a moment, but Fnatic, as Genome has so shown in his earlier tape displaying their effectiveness and what he expects. On the other side, our talent have some more. And I think we've also got a pick from Jayhawk as well. And he's done a great job on the desk giving us his information. He's also going KCP. Lauren, feeling good about that?
I felt good about it until I saw Onset also with
That's what I was
KCP.
saying.
Yeah, I got a little. Now I'm a little worried.
Yeah, I would be worried too if Mark picked it. Dan, though, notably a great pick. Predictor, he's going 100 Thieves, so representing North America, and Graceful, of course, grabbing J-Link. Zephyr, you got to feel good about that.
I feel good because Graceful's backing me, but at the same time, there's a little bit of bias there. Those are his former teammates.
That is true.
I can definitely see the KCP picks as well. Those guys got access to Mill now they're in the elimination bracket. DZ not hitting them out of that, and that's an incredibly good POI right now. The amount of armors that you get considering that loot was reduced across the board is so good for the KCP boys.
Well, for those who are watching, we not only want to make sure that you know exactly what is going on today in terms of schedule, the players, the teams, but in your own Twitch chats, because we've got Twitch drops available. If you're in the arena, I know it feels like that's dual wielding, double tasking here, watching, having your phone open. If you don't have a good, Verizon plan or something, I'm sorry, but at the end of the day, have someone go to your house and turn your computer on, because you get these exclusive ALGS Championship stickers, holo sprays, gun charms, all for just watching 60 minutes. So make sure if you are at home, comfortable, you can go ahead and keep your stream running as well. Another thing we want to mention is that the Electronic Arts Positive Player Award votes are in. This is for a player who represents someone who is honorable in their play and obviously predicts and gives excellent teamwork and an environment that cultivates positivity. We have these results ready. We are going to announce who has won. I saw the VOD yesterday and you guys are already predicting some people. I don't know, I can't say, but guess what? September 10th, we will be announcing the winner. One of the greatest things, too, I think about Apex is the community. We talk about positive play. It's super positive. But when we talk about what it represents to be a part of Apex, it's a multifaceted aspect. The personalities sometimes are bigger than the game. And what we like to do in the ALGS is support those personalities and showcase parts of them that maybe you don't see in the middle of a final zone. Well, Championship is no different. We decided to highlight one of the most likable and personable personalities that Apex has to offer. He's done a little something special for us to tell the story of how we all got here and what is at stake.
You've been running your mouth all up in my head. I've been trying to think of ways to keep you out today. You've been running your mouth all up in my head. I've been trying to think of ways to keep you out today. You've been running your mouth all up in my head. I've been trying to think of ways to keep you out today. much your words hurt me.
Welcome to the Apex Legends Global Series. That's Monsoon right there. Can we get some hype for him? I almost want to see you guys all stand up. Let's go. Give him a round of applause. If that isn't the biggest hype moment to debut that right here, Dia, I don't know what is.
I am amazed by the amount of talent, and I normally am on this stage, but seeing the way that was put together, his voice is wonderful, the composition of the music is great, and I mean, I'm nerding out a little bit, but that was really amazing, and it's almost scary that we see the possibility of Complexity being eliminated in this series, because I want to keep Monsoon around, I want to keep him happy, I want to keep him singing.
You can't even say that. Look, he's got the little crocheted Nessie, and that's just the good luck charm. Everything about that, the energy, like my heart, I had no idea. But now we start the elimination round one. You're right, Complexity at stake here, potentially even contesting in the first few maps, but man, they're ready.
I can only hope that they are, because Complexity have had a very rough go, as have many of the teams that actually find themselves in the elimination bracket. Even teams that have picked up a win along the way are struggling with consistency more than anything. We've not seen very many squads that are participating in this first round of 8 that have, I'll say, consistently been bottom. Oftentimes, they're able to play out endgames.
Yeah, you talk about consistency, which is exactly what you're going to need here. Let's bring up, we have the map rotation. We will be kicking it off. That's right, 8 games. The first 4 maps will be Storm Point before we jump on over to the ever-familiar World's Edge. And that's right, we will likely have some contests happening as we start through that character selection, which they touched on it at the desk, Dia. We were talking about what is it going to take? Do you need to break out that aggressive legend composition that you found success on earlier, or do you just need to play your comfort pick here?
At this point, it's a really difficult decision because so much of Apex Legends can feel like it's out of your control when you're playing a composition that is perhaps not in your comfort zone. For me, personally, these teams can play whatever they want. If we want to play Crypto Valkyrie, as Aurora seems to be doing, that's going to be absolutely fine. The ultimate goal for any team today has to be their comfort, not with their legends, but with each other. It's very difficult when you're having an inconsistent tournament to keep the faith in your teammates and, most importantly, in yourself. But now that we're dropping on the first map, this is where you've all got to get it together, get your ducks in a row, and get ready to take that first game on Storm Point.
It is time. I hear the crowd, and will the contest happen? I know we were talking about Riddle Order and Complexity over at Fish Farms, but things have changed up, and it looks like Complexity will actually be claiming Cenote Cave, where Aurora had originally intended to land.
And the biggest part of this has to be that Aurora has elected to play out today's games as a duo. You can see them landing just north of Jurassic. This is not a proper POI, but remember, with things like Crypto Valkyrie, they will have a little bit more mobility, a little bit more information. Complexity, they've got their POI, which is the biggest buff that's happened to them in this entire tournament. That, and of course, the energy that Monsoon brought earlier. We are going to hit a very quick pause towards the beginning of the game, but this is going to be just the setup portion of it, where ultimately teams like Complexity are planning in their rotation for. They, unfortunately, did not land with a ring console and will have to hit up a POI alongside them, perhaps Mill, where Pioneers have landed.
I mean, to be honest, the fact that they already split landed Cenote and Monsoon grabbing the Trident, I guess, you know, you were talking, that's a huge buff to them, so maybe we just had to take a quick pause. I don't know if anyone saw it. They released a statement that kind of talked about the game pause feature that we brought into Apex Legends. In a sense, basically, so long as there is not 2 seconds in between any kind of damage that is done to another player, the pause shall go.
Just to ensure that players don't suffer, I guess, unduly at their hands. This particular pause was caused by an audio issue that's currently being resolved, making sure that our players can play at their best and with the most information, especially in Apex Legends. You need to be able to hear footsteps, those creeping up on you, because in lobbies like this, there's a lot of people right next door. Now, as we consider the way that these teams are going to approach the game, we got to talk about Go Next. They're on your screens right now. They've also had a bit of a difficult tournament, which is surprising to me because they came out the gate swinging in Split 2 playoffs, being one of the first teams globally to run Fuse and succeed with it.
That's crazy now that you think about it. There's Aurora now duoing it out. We have Oirein and Impulse, and honestly, I'm really excited because sometimes, even as a duo, the synergy between them, you just have to run on that and just play your heart. Because now that we think about it, this is the first time we will be seeing teams leaving out of the tournament, and my heart always hurts anytime we have to send someone home, but someone's got to go, someone's got to win, but may the dream be on.
It is a double-edged sword in many ways. We both send 10 teams home, and importantly, we get one step closer to figuring out who the best team in the world is, and that is a very exciting prospect. Some of our squads in the running, Pulverex absolutely won. After pulling out 2 wins in the course of yesterday's games, we're still unable to make it up to the upper bracket, and now have to play it out here where things are a whole lot riskier.
And then J-Lings on your screen right there, JMW, Noises, and Nags. Now let me tell you, something about them. So many players and people that I met this morning were so hyped for J-Lings, said they were going to win, and as we're getting ready to shape back into map number 1, continue the looting, continue the chaos, back on board with Complexity.
Now that they've got a little bit of opportunity to finally finish their loot path, they should be able to make good use of especially the Bangalore pick here, since they've got another bin right next to them that'll provide them a few additional attachments. What they won't get is the IMC Armory just off to the north, where Area 310 have chosen to land and thus prioritize. They'll come out with a decent bit of Evo shield as well as some attachments.
And originally Area 310 was supposed to contest 100 Thieves over at Antenna, and so electing to land over there up towards the bean area. Look, sometimes I question why we call it a bean. Apparently it's the little mountain there, but it's the IMC Armory that really exudes a lot of, you know, decent weapons. But Pioneers, I know we've got a lot of KCP fans in the house because they came this morning and were telling me KCP is going to win it all. Zane, Serdell, and Nasky. It was actually Serdell's girlfriend that gave me the crocheted Nessie. A lot of you are asking on the desk where that was. Just her.
Yeah.
Her.
Talented player, talented crocheter. Are the
Hand
things
in
related?
hand.
Who's to say? We do have a bit of action just over by Stormcatcher. North Eption on their way down from Thunderwatch have passed by MDY White. North Eption are another one of the teams that landing at Thunderwatch had access to extra information, getting a ring console scan and ultimately revealing that we'll be going a little bit further towards the south this time around, heading over by Antenna and ultimately Lagoon that is just off to the north of both Antenna and Launchpad.
North Eption, right? Throughout their LAN journeys, they've just really had a tough time. And coming off the back of Split 2 playoffs, facing a lot of roster changes just ahead of that last chance qualifier over in APAC North, you only have just a little bit of time to lock in that roster. So now playing together here at Champs, facing all that early contest against Pulverex and Thunderwatch, now having it to themselves, they may be okay here. But speaking of being okay, 100 Thieves, who did get Antenna and do get a next zone pull, are already facing the pressure of the teams rotating in.
It's a good Gibby bubble from Skur. We will save a few meds, possibly, and that's the power of Gibraltar, even for later on in the game, is your ability to make rotates safe, be they micro or perhaps a little bit longer. I think I'd still call it a micro rotate. Gibraltar is going to be extraordinarily powerful and should have been for 100 Thieves already. It's a big surprise to many of their fans that they even find themselves in this position. Unfortunately, Onyx aren't able to complete the evac tower they were planning for to actually get into Antenna, where it appears many teams are planning for this zone to end.
And that's going to be a really hard gamble. Antenna in general is so tough because it can always try to pull through that chokehold to the right, and you have to make a gamble of, do we get there too early? Will that be risky? And how do we kind of clear our back? So even if Onyx wasn't able to get into Antenna itself, it may benefit them later. But you can see this is the favored building of our teams thus far. FC Destroy on the left, North Eption and KCP looking to chow North Eption or maybe try to coexist with them, but there's going to be no coexisting here. I'd imagine elimination round 1, people have to go home. We want to be chaotic. And actually, where Pioneers are electing to play, I've seen this zone play out before with another team in the lobby, and it was DZ that elected to play the fence line for this type of zone.
I'm glad that Pioneers are chilling there, and I know they're chilling because Nasky took his hands off the keyboard. He knows that they're going to be staying here for a while because the fence line very much is safe, as you illustrate. FC Destroy, though, they're looking at taking a little bit more space, seeing how much of the ridge they can control. Ultimately, this is going to be a play for a little later on in the game where even where you're currently sat as FC Destroy, you can play roof, but it's a matter of letting the circle close in first so that other sight lines are not as prevalent on you. Now, this isn't the only possibility for where zone can close, and J-Lings are taking an interesting approach. Moving a little bit slower towards the north side, they're going to be contesting teams that are moving towards the Lagoon, which is the secondary spot that a lot of teams will have expected that we could pivot.
And that's actually really impressive for them because typically J-Lings has already positioned themselves in what would be assumed that technical god spot. But you can see they were able to hit a ring console. They'll get that next zone information and will make their placement based off of that. But as we pull out to the free cam, you can see where Onyx has elected to position themselves in that building as well. But for our early arrivers, it's going to be really tough to try and evict any of them out.
I wouldn't expect to. With so much congestion already, a fight is just a promise of a third party. What I do really enjoy is Onyx's position because it's a really active one. This is not an end game god spot in 99% of zones, but what it does do is allow you a little bit more safety and comfort when trying to poke out at other teams that are rotating into zone late. Especially if this starts moving over towards Antenna, it's Onyx that will get the better end of that deal, being able to pick up KP as teams struggle to adapt.
See J-Lings on the move here. MDY White just ahead of them, as you would have seen on your screen. A Gibby bubble had actually already been expended. So the poke damage through and through, especially through the utilization of the 30-30, that has been so vital to our teams. And we've already got a Bangalore ultimate at hand. You saw the interview with Riddle Order earlier. They wanted to do their best, make it to finals, and outplay some other teams within the APAC North region. But it starts here, and it starts with the fight just ahead of them. Japanese CEO Yukio, I saw the stickers. Let's see what they can do.
Unseating this squad would be big. Onyx do currently hold a lot of space, but do they have a lot of firepower? Riddle looks like they want to test that. It's difficult to break through Catalyst doors. So first of all, they are going to have to find an entryway into the building. There's not a whole lot of damage for them. And Onyx, controlling height, really have the better end of this deal. It will take one massive grenade to unseat Onyx. So it may actually be better for Riddle to share space with them, even if it does expose them to a little bit more fire from teams afar.
That is true, because it will attract the attention. As you can see, disguised there on the left, ready and waiting to make a move should that happen. But Riddle, almost just as early as they arrived, have maybe elected to push away from this. It might not be smart, and as they go back up the hill, Duke catches way of that, but Yukio with the Bangalore smokes is able to cover their tracks, and now Disguised moving in. They're like, hey, I think we're pretty safe here. They can hold the side of this finger and not necessarily make a push for Onyx building.
I really appreciate the decision that Riddle just took, not choosing to gamble their first game on Storm Point. Instead, they're going to be taking a slower rotate, where Kick are forced to take a direct one. There's only about a minute left until zone, and they want to try and make it through Jurassic and gatekeep teams that would otherwise follow them. You got to make sure that your back is clear if you're playing on Edge, and Kick have been trying to play Edge. In my conversations with them before the tournament even started, it was Vanglorioso talking about how he felt more comfortable in slower paced lobbies. Groups have been anything but slow paced. And now that elimination is on the line, maybe this is where Vanglorioso and the rest of Kick can really step it up a notch.
They also did get the wall uncontested. So, I mean, it's already starting out really well for them to see them thus far, maybe that close into zone. But making their way through Jurassic can be pretty tough. We know Pulverex lands there as well, and focus on that quick rotation. But the fact that they've barely made it into Antenna means they really didn't get the opportunity to loot up as strongly as some of our teams like Go Next, Complexity, who would have, benefited from going through crafting and getting all the utility they could get.
Pulverex may be able to take out Fnatic. It's going to be a bit of a 50-50 here, but the pressure's on Fnatic as they have their backs exposed to all of Jurassic. This rotation going to be difficult for both squads, but Pulverex have plenty of defensive capability. Riddle Order, however, having made their way all the way through the zone, now have another difficult question to answer. We do have Mia K on Valkyrie, which will allow them the opportunity to pull a quick rotate, but it looks like they're running into Complexity first.
Well, this is going to be a big 3v3. I don't necessarily know if it'll necessarily be isolated, but Monsoon already going off, throwing down. He's got to be at least 36 HP on the other side, but the reload coming in, and the down on Yukio, the down on Mia K, and Riddle Order is looking to be in trouble, and maybe the first team out.
One more shot will do it, but Monsoon goes down. It's up to Cody to clutch. It's up to Cody to keep the momentum going. Tappy's gonna get Spot for shield back, but just in the nick of time, we shoot through that knockdown shield, and Complexity live to fight another day.
He had 2 seconds left on the bat, and that would have changed some things up. You could see the relief. The moment you're waiting, knowing it's a 1v1 and your teammates are duking it out, your heart rate is skyrocketing. You're like, please, Cody, just hit the shots. So a reset coming in from them. 100 Thieves was that team just ahead of the ridgeline in Antenna, not electing to push on that, because why would you leave the next zone? You have to focus on your rotate. So luckily for Complexity, they will be able to reset.
And it's so unlucky on the other side for Riddle, who went, oh, we don't want to risk the early 50-50 fight. We don't want to risk getting third-partied. Let's just go the other way, and all of a sudden you run into Complexity, and that's it for you. Now, Complexity have inherited the situation. They still have to make their way through the entire POI of Antenna to where this zone will ultimately be ending. Out again over by Lagoon and the eastern side of Antenna. They're going to start it off by landing just on what is essentially an unoccupied building. And for a jump into the air, let's just say that this didn't get them very far. I don't expect that it'll get them much further. If you want to make it through Antenna, you have to fight. You can't fly.
That is true. I did hear the longbow shots coming through. Their health was looking a little low and forced to land. And we know 100 Thieves will be nearby in the distance. Shots coming out once again, trying to smoke out the team in front of them. You can see the hit marker, so it did connect. And now they will prioritize on that. But anytime you try to hit the low ground, you've got to smoke and slide. And oh, wait a second, Monsoon, you little cheeky.
I always fall off this, but Monsoon, he knows the secrets. Unfortunately, he also knows that he's lost a teammate trying to climb up 100 Thieves, giving them some trouble on the way in. J-Lings, I think nicely done, have chosen to play a spot that really only becomes playable with Watson fences. This is something we saw Ascend do really well in the group stages. And now that J-Lings have taken a page out of their book, they're putting themselves in a much stronger position because nobody pushes this. Nobody without a Watson can actually hold it.
As we check out, we're looking at the Antenna layout. Complexity, though, they are able to make it through. They get the res. Let's jump into a listen-in with Complexity, presented by WD Black.
105? He's going this way. We need to go to mid now. Can we go to mid now?
Yeah, I'm burning a nade for that door.
There's one in mid. Yeah, that's fine. Do it, do it, do it.
Nothing else. I have no scan. Dude, I am just getting all my damage. I got farm too.
Nading that.
Popping a bat.
Popping a bat too. I needed the door.
Actually, I'm smoking it. He's running back.
Take this mid.
Yep. I'm gonna pop a Phoenix scan
still,
I'm popping a Phoenix scan this corner here.
Yep.
Can we get to this build?
That's what I want to. But we gotta wait for scans.
Yeah. I think there's a team here, I think. Yeah, there is a team there. There's a team there.
We're just waiting anyways. It's a duo below, right?
Yeah, it's probably Aurora.
Is this a full team? Can we scan this?
Which team? Yeah, I'll scan 1 second now.
Yeah, it is.
Catalyst.
Nade off that door.
This is going to be very hard to get out of.
Yeah, it is going to be really hard to get out of.
We're probably going to have to drop on the team under.
Yeah, I don't think we have a choice, but let's just see how it goes right now.
Yeah.
We can drop all presents, to be honest. We can't Valkyrie from this, we die too.
No, we're not a chance. I don't even think we can.
All right, well, Complexity realized the situation that they're in. They've identified Aurora, but now it is breaking out on the northern side of this towards Lagoon. Gombareo Tosan have elected to go. They have a Valkyrie available. They're electing to utilize that Watson Newcastle composition that they use so prevalently throughout the Split 2 playoffs, but Aurora are going to be going in Area 310, Fall and GO. They are dropping in.
Gunbareo Tosan on the ropes now. Unfortunately for them, just took a little bit too much damage in the trade, and Jung-hee is essentially hiding right now. It's a nice check by Vanglorioso, and Kick are taking no prisoners as they make their way towards the zone. A minute left on their rotate, plenty of time to clean up the rest of Ganbare Otosan.
Let that PK sing, and he jumps across the wall.
Glorioso?
They're
No!
so weak,
One
you
shot!
just need to hit it, and he does. G.O. will be eliminated. Meanwhile, Enerforce 36 will fall as well.
Woo.
Maybe 5 HP, and the reset coming in, dropping the shields and everything for them. Beautifully done. I'm sweating a little bit, but the fact that Kick is in it to win it right now, that is what we needed from them.
It's a little close. It was just a little too close. But as you say, Kick finally uncontested. Need these wins. Need to represent South America the way that they had hoped to, and the way that Singularity and Start a Fight have represented before them. As we jump back into Antenna, Complexity have not chosen to drop down. Instead, it's to run forward, and they lose Monsoon in the process. No Bangalore, no smokes, and they're being shot in the back. Well, this res doesn't look safe. Cody has got to be covered by Luda with these arc stars, but it'll only buy them a few seconds, and there are still angles from behind.
Oh, they are getting pushed and prodded. Meanwhile, E6 was able to take out Kick, who you just witnessed on screen, starting to pull some things together. But 100 Thieves, who had been in Antenna uncontested, are forced to expel. The Gibraltar bubble and Complexity will fall thanks to Scurry's frags.
It's a nice position for 100 Thieves to hold as well. From here, they can play the outside of the fence line, but looking at the power position in this ring, it's Le Site de France. And while they've got a fantastic place to play, they've got no shields to do it. In Disguise, they on the low ground don't even have Senox.
And now, Element 6, MDY White, they are forced to get into that next zone. There's not a lot of space, and Element 6, they're just hugging the ridgeline, able to grab a knock onto Feiju. Oh my gosh, they're going in. Tyler, 1 HP, trying to hang on. Slayers goes down. K Swinney, the IGL on Fuse, trying to connect, find the last members, but they're not going to be enough because they're getting third-partied.
Last Knuckle Cluster does a little bit of damage, but it doesn't save the team. Nothing could at this point. And now Le Site de France, who held the power position, have inherited so much loot to go along with it. They had high ground, and they've turned it into a definitive advantage as well as KP. But importantly, they have lost out on the little bit of height they held previously, and now they're being pushed by Onyx.
Onyx, they were waiting so patiently inside the building. They've been here since the beginning of the game, and they will do the best to gatekeep.
Oh, no.
Shady, what are you doing? Falling.
There's no trade.
Crusader, it's the Shades are not coming through. Rocky last alive will have to clutch up in a 1v3 situation.
There's literally nothing that Onyx have done so far. They've not taken down a single member of Le Site de France, and that's after they opened up with the Horizon Ultimate. It's a terrible place to be, but Le Site de France's focus is no longer taking out the aggressing squad. It's cementing their position in the high ground that they had previously lost, because this is a game-winning position for Le Site de France if they play it right.
Raki over there just trying to hide from the teams in front of him. But Kizaran behind him, and he's trying to manipulate himself, but FC Destroy is inside that building. But Kizaran doesn't want to overextend for that elimination, because at the end of the game, we want to prioritize that game-winning position.
And the way that this is being played right now, we finally do have roofs available. Pioneers have taken that, and they'll take a little bit of damage if they stay up. It'll be all right, because for now, taking damage is a lot better than losing your position, a position that lets you do things like that to Aurora.
Aurora eliminated, and Surdell, this new castle that he's been playing as opposed to Watson, makes this rooftop that more awesome for them. Yes, other teams will elect to smoke them out. Maybe they're going to be pushed on by Horizons. You see the black hole coming in, but Surdell has the wall, just needs a turnaround, and he gets it! He gets the knock onto Ling. North Eption may be in trouble here. Zane just needs to stay up, hip fire that 30-30, let it connect, but they are trying to maintain the rooftop.
No. Surdell couldn't save the team in the end. Satsuki has jumped down onto the low ground, leaving just one member left of North Eption. On the other side of this, remember, there's a team looking at everyone from height, and Satsuki only has so much he can do. Pioneers need their Newcastle back in the game. Surdell would provide such an incredible reset for them, and up on the high ground, Le Site de France wait for their chance to pick up a victory.
Fnatic in it as well, still relatively more quiet on the right side, but full health Pulverex. the lone member of North Eption, FC Destroy, who had taken that building initially, predicting where it was exactly coming, but Pioneers trying to reset on the side of the building, not pushing the issue. I can only imagine that FC Destroy is trying to kind of push out, clean up the end of that fight, because could you imagine if they were able to reset?
Aimbot scan has revealed one big threat to Lecite de France, one big threat to their chances to win this game. Fnatic on the low ground, have a generator, have plenty of space, and now Lecite de France have to focus their attention on two fronts while getting Gibby ulted. They've given up too much space, and up onto the high ground, we've got another entrant, FC Destroy, now on the ridgeline with a Gibby bubble. They cannot be unseated.
But Fnatic, as they creep ever so closely towards Pulverex, it is now FC Destroy that we turn our attention to. 6 eliminations, they've got a Prowler, they've expended the bubble, they're barreling forward, and Pulverex seek to try and play the building as much as they can, because that's where FC Destroy had originally been.
Can they even survive at this point? Lecite de France had to send it down onto Fnatic, and they got instantly wiped up. FC Destroy's play has cost them big in momentum towards Antenna, but they could turn it into a kill on Fnatic. Being beamed, Hammer Drill has to back away for a moment, but they get enough knocks that you've essentially secured that Fnatic can no longer participate. FC Destroy have to play for control that they have so well earned.
Meltzera is currently the only one up from Fnatic. Yuka has been fooled, so maybe we can see the res, but Suzuki went to the rooftop and is just trying to keep out of sight right now. We have 8 points. They've already packed up some eliminations. We have 4 squads remaining. Not a lot of teams have their full power except for FC Destroy, so utilizing the Bangalore ultimate is the perfect time. And now let's see, the grab flip play from Suzuki, keeping alive as much as possible as Fnatic is eliminated.
Gibby Bubble crucially coming back up in the nick of time, giving a little bit of moments to FC Destroy to heal up. It's North Eption to take out Pulverex, and with just 1 member left, we all know who's winning this game. It is a well-deserved pickup by FC Destroy.
Congratulations to FC Destroy, laying it down when they need it. They took the building in endgame, and they played it perfectly. Bangalore, Catalyst, Gibby. What a legend composition. That bubble coming in so clutch from that Suzuki, using the Bangalore ultimate towards that end. I mean, look.
And the zone control that they're able to exert with this composition is the crucial thing. Catalyst, we've all seen play out so often. And Gibraltar, if you've been watching Apex for a while, you know the strengths of. It all comes to a head when finally they decide that Lecite de France cannot deal with 2 threats at once. If LCDF had instead committed to trying to keep FC Destroy off the high ground, they would have just died to a Fnatic push. You had to go one direction, and there was no right answer. Great identification of a play by FC Destroy, and a perfect Gibby ult to lay the pressure on just a little bit thicker.
That was quite impressive, the Dark Veil to push on to them. Everything was timed so perfectly, but it did allow for those teams who were kind of scrambling inside of Antenna to push forward and try to play their life. You know, North Eption wouldn't have been able to take that roof had FC Destroy necessarily left.
Absolutely. And the really difficult thing about this is that you're playing with a lot of unknowns, a lot of other moving pieces around you. The biggest savior for this game for FC Destroy and for many of the teams that were even left in that end zone was how little firepower most of them had. Pulverex wouldn't have been able to survive so long if there weren't many other solos nearby. But it's good placement for really everyone who made it into those top 5 squads, and most importantly, active positions as well. I want to take a look back at the way that the end game played out, because once FC Destroy managed to grab high ground away from LCDF, it's up to them to play it in the right way. They still have their vision cut off by the Catalyst wall, but they choose to come in onto the low ground, knowing that they're going to have Gibby Bubble for a little bit of safety should more Bangalore ults come in.
And Fnatic was kind of jumping across this fence line, engaging with Pulverex, and they essentially are third party to the chaos, only having to put a couple bullets into those players just to rack up that elimination. And you can see almost on double digits thus far, knowing that there are 3 other squads in the lobby.
Making sure that they're covering angles as well. It was a really nice position. Nice aggression from Hammer Drill on the initial moves. He's always covering an off angle for FC Destroy, and it's what's made Hammer Drill so valuable throughout the course of the group stage. They group up just in time, and from this point, once you've taken no damage out of Bangalore ultimate, once there's only 1 squad left, the route forward for FC Destroy, the route to victory, lays pretty darn clear.
I mean, it was just a masterclass. They knew their macro. They had the micro on point. Every bit of that was perfection. As you see the results on your screen, a 23-point game to kick things off in elimination round 1. Yes, 8 matches will be played in this series, and we talked about the consistency that are required, but starting off that strong is beautiful.
And can I just say, APAC North on top, baby.
FC Destroy, Northeption, Pulverax, Fnatic, that is what we needed to see, but the majority of that region are starting here in the elimination round 1, and only the top 10 will advance.
This is the dream for so many of those squads, especially teams like Northeption, who honestly had a really difficult time figuring out what their playstyle was even going to be. For those teams that did land themselves in the bottom 10, though, hope is far from lost. We've still got plenty of games left to go. For teams like Ganbare Otosan, Riddle, who went out first, bit unlucky there. Kick, Complexity, go next. They will have still 3 more opportunities on Storm Point, which is why I like 8-game series, Tiff. It gives teams so much more space to figure out exactly what they want to do and to get the consistency under their belt.
Exactly. If game 1 didn't go your way, well, we've got game 2 coming up soon. We're going to cut to a quick break, and when we come back, more action.
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome everyone to the Apex Legends Global Series Year 3 Championships. We are live from the Resorts World Arena in Birmingham, UK, and we just wrapped up match number 1 of our elimination round 1. 8-map series, and so far, FC Destroy have come out on top, and I couldn't be more excited to see where this goes.
It was such a unique game to have, even on Storm Point, because antenna zones are actually quite rare. When they do occur, often they'll pivot out, they'll move a little bit further south towards Shipfall, maybe a little further north into Lagoon, but seeing the way that that was played out, actually a lot of our teams called it pretty early. Northeption very much included in that, as they were one of the first teams to make it into the specific buildings that ended up ultimately getting a lot of teams quite far.
You know, I had seen that zone recently. I mentioned it briefly during that game, especially where KCP had originally set themselves up, is akin to where DZ had originally played that. I believe it was international scrims leading up to this, and they were able to grab so many eliminations from that position. But where Onyx, where LCDF had originally positioned themselves on the high ground, it almost made it kind of unplayable.
It really did, and credit where it's due. Onyx may not have had a great game. They did have a great position.
Yes.
That's where we have to factor in the fact that fights are risks. Every time you take an engagement, there is negotiable odds, of course, but always a chance that you don't come out on top. Even if you're taking it against a duo or a solo, there's opportunity for plenty to go wrong. And so the fact that they didn't do well, I am counting up to a bit of a fluke here. They positioned well. They, much like LCDF, took an active spot, and while it didn't work out, that's why we got round 2 coming up.
That's true, that's right. It's a longer series. Group stages were 6-game series. This one is 8, and match number 2, character select, is underway. So let's get into that drop ship. Things are gonna look a little more differently. Checkpoint will have that hot zone as our plane line favors the teams that land lightning rod and high point. They'll get their boots on the ground first and be able to get up with the loop.
And I can't help but notice that for a dropship that's taking us from north directly into the southwest, that this is going to really favor teams that land over by Lightning Rod, High Point, and Thunder Watch. Notably, with J-Lings and Northeption both having ring consoles at their POIs, this should be really, really good for them because both are early rotate teams, as was demonstrated just last map.
Aurora hitting towards that bean, kind of getting the benefit of not necessarily getting Cenote Cave or contested, right? You are going to start off in a little less loot, but it didn't stop them from making it towards that end game with relative ease, considering how that antenna got so congested. They were able to kind of nestle themselves in there and play through the low ground.
And a big part of that is because of their early rotation, they got to sit in a spot just below antenna that is a death sentence for most teams. They go, all right, you want to come down here and kill a duo? You're going to get 2 points, and then you'll be out. This time, they've got a much more difficult situation because there aren't that many untenable spots in this specific ring as we pull over towards Millage, or as you say, some like to call it Bean. This is where there is so much playable area that Aurora cannot find an effective place to disengage. Instead, it'll be a lot of teams converging on them. Some choose to go through Spider Cave, some hold Jurassic. Many will try and prioritize the gravity cannon or even the buildings near it. And teams like Northeption have already started to make their move, even with the little amount of resources they have.
Well, think of the teams that land nearby where Millage would be per se. Cascade Falls belongs to Element 6 in the elimination round 1. It did benefit with a ring console, so they'll likely get that information and try to push on to where Aurora is. MDY White already electing to hit that quick rotation, knowing that it's relatively open. There's minimal buildings to allow for a safer mid-game play.
Now, this might not be a command center evac tower, but it's pretty darn close. MDY White got to rotate over from Stormcatcher, and from Stormcatcher to here is just one journey. Pretty impressive they were able to cover that amount of ground and catch up to a lot of other teams that may have started early rotates themselves. But you know who's already here? It's Onyx. How are Onyx so good at finding great spots to play? Unfortunately, they don't have a whole lot to back them up, not a whole lot of resources. Their shields are pretty meager, if you don't mind me saying so. But at least they have another active position to play from, and that you've got to respect.
Ooh, a little Trident rotation here, and the wingman shots necessarily getting just 9s because they're on the Trident, so it won't do too much damage there to level up those Evo shields. You need 200 to go from a white to a blue, and I did see Raki electing to utilize the charge rifle even after the rework. It's been a little bit more fickle, but if you're going to anchor down, it will allow for that poke damage.
Fickle is right, but yeah, I mean, more than poke. If you land a couple headshots with the charge rifle, like, the charge rifle's skill cap was effectively raised by so much because you can do incredible amounts of damage. It's just a little bit harder to hit. And now that you are perhaps gambling with that, especially when you got a 1x in that building, yeah, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. Risk-reward is pretty heavily centered on reward. What's unfortunate is that with relatively few squads in the area, there's not a whole lot of opportunity for poking, especially because the teams that do rotate in, like the Seat de France, will choose to take buildings.
This is
Disguised,
gonna be a
however,
big
have chosen to take a fight.
Here we go. Gibby Bubble already out from area 310, but Xenox doesn't care. He's going to dive right in, using the passive to take to the skies. Lou Xenox down. Dupe is the last one that's going to need to stay up for the team. This is a 1v1 PK in hand for MDY White. Closing the distance, and just like that, Disguised will be eliminated, but not before the duo of Aurora recognize the opportunity to push in and take out another.
Both teams played that so well. And the fact that Dupe dies there after dipping and diving through the Catalyst wall, it's a darn shame. But Aurora haven't been able to come in and collect their KP yet. Oh, I spoke too soon. Bye-bye, Ming.
Rain, they recognized that opportunity and they capitalized on it, as one would say. Remember, Peeps in his opening moment, it's only one opportunity, one chance. And I'm just kidding, I'm not gonna go there yet.
I mean, picking up a single bit of KP as Aurora, if they can use placements like they did last game, and get the occasional free KP like this, we could see them making it through the entire round. The difficulty for them will, I think, more notably be on World's Edge, where things do get a lot tighter, where teams are more likely to push you if it's unclear exactly how much of a fight you can put up. But for Stormpoint, they're doing quite well for themselves, and they've regained a really powerful position in the center of Prowler Island where they can exert pressure on those who choose to pass through.
That's true, because everything is quite open around them in the waters, and they'll have a good line of sight on those teams that are approaching. And should things go a little bit south for them, they do have Valkyrie and they have a Catalyst, so Dark Veil, and they'll be able to utilize the Skyward Dive to get out if they need to. Now, granted, for that endgame situation, taking the skies isn't always beneficial to them. And Kick, you know, here we go again, hitting that rotation, looking for an opportunity, maybe utilizing to get spiders to get that. But I mean, the Skull Piercer,
That's
the
gonna be nice.
The Digi Threat. Tomorrow, Crafter, Digi Threat, are you
Yeah,
ready?
it's coming, guys. Get ready, because Bangalore, as powerful as she's already been, is about to get a big buff with the way that crafting rotation is changing. Now, Fnatic still did manage to, even with that juiced up wingman on the other side, push Kick away. And Kick's rotation out of wall, not actually that bad as they made their way over to checkpoint, but Fnatic's loot is so good, and importantly, their position was so good that Kick wasn't able to finish the job.
Enter Force 36 on your screen. Last time on land was Split 1 playoffs. They performed quite well and are looking to double down here at Champs, but they have to get through the elimination round 1 first, coming in with 0, which isn't too bad. There were some teams in that early game that we just witnessed soaking up some of those eliminations. So starting out here, but as we pull up the map, you can see Millage Zone. Dia, by the end of this week, do we need to convert all the people who call this bean to Millage?
Absolutely, it's just the better name, and that's not personal opinion, guys. It's fact. In fact, Area 310, who positioned themselves just outside of Millage, really acknowledging how powerful the IMC Armory is in this situation, will be doing quite well, where Aurora are definitely starting to suffer from what we talked about earlier, the fact that there aren't a whole lot of places to play where you can be inactive and get away with it. Impulse has found, I hesitate to even call it one. This is just a band-aid, a temporary solution for what is ultimately going to be the cause of Aurora's death.
Yeah, this is really tough, because Element 6, earlier on that rotation, starting in Cascade Falls, had already rotated past Aurora when they were split. So Aurora trying to get towards that next zone will effectively be gate-kept by them, and Jaylings will likely run into a similar situation. Fnatic will be hot on their tails from that rotation from North Pad throughout checkpoint. There will be a little bit of congestion here, because think of the teams that potentially could be in front of them. We know Aurora's Prowler Island, we knew North Eption and Element 6 are in the way, but how many others would have rotated down from Down Beast, per se?
Yeah, and that's really difficult. Just not a whole lot of teams actually land up in that area. The timing for Fnatic as well is perfect. With the first round having just closed, they were able to hit the beacon scan and actually make sure that they have data on the next ring close. So their movement forward and into the ring that you and I have already seen is going to be that much more informed. What unfortunately they didn't have is a survey beacon that would have let them know where other teams are, that would have solved the problem that you're talking about. But if you're Fnatic, maybe the right answer is just to take them out before they get a chance.
Take them out before you get a chance, or just take the ultimate high ground on God Rock. You've got your Trident up here, you've got the Newcastle wall. They are poised and ready to overlook any bit of issues that may arise in Millage. Maybe snipe some kills away with the 30-30, but FC Destroy, your match 1 winners, still trying to find a space towards that zone. Now, something that they were really good at was clearing out the entire back and being aggressive when it came to taking that game-winning spot. And you can see they're going to barrel forward through this, knowing that Fnatic was just behind them.
It's just so problematic. Fnatic having high ground already. North Eption having no shields to work with, no body to work with, into the center of a mother load as well. One member left, and that's looking like a team that's going out. Well, Fnatic look like a team that's in control. Umichan does go low, but now takes the wide swing and defends his teammate. Will Aurora go down? Melstera fights for his life. He gets another trade, and it's 2v1 in favor of Fnatic.
They got to prioritize healing there. They've both fallen incredibly low. It takes 5 seconds to get that shield bat off. Will they have enough time? Umichan's able to get it out, but Go Next still coming in with the pressure, able to grab the knock. Where was Yuka able to sneak off to? Because Go Next is quite hungry.
Nice sniff out. Didn't even need the scan for that one. Knowing that FC Destroy had very limited options. We've still technically got Fnatic in this lobby, but the fight, the third party, was just a little too quick for that to be truly the play they needed. Where Go Next? This could very much turn into the game that they need.
Kick in the most southern building from Checkpoint, looking to get into this fight, but trying to stay relatively safe throughout it. They are not going to push the issue. The issue is 16 squads still remaining. You need those placement points. Yes, you need eliminations, but it's not going to be worth it to go out this early on. It's similar to how you were talking about Aurora. We can't drop down, get 2 KP, and then falter.
I'm pretty concerned about the position of the kicker, and to be completely honest, this, while it is safe in the next zone, well, they don't have to fight now. If they stay here, they are signing their own death warrant. There's no way to play this area. Kick, they're forced to Horizon ult themselves. It almost turns into a pick. Will they finish the job? Yes, Micey goes down, Bambino is out, but with Stall down and Clone at 50 HP, Kick cannot survive. Complexity come in for the third party, and they get to roll up on Go Next, pushing the last member into zone. But with Monsoon down, things have become really difficult for Complexity. Gotta finish off the kill. They lose one, and will Go Next do falter. It's Monsoon that is taken out in a massive way.
And Enter Force 36, hearing all the chaos, decide to forego taking a position in zone, and they want to take them out, and they push knowing they have a numbers advantage, 3v2, and Complexity is essentially stuck inside the building. Stun's coming in the double time. Yes, it activates, but you can't move enough. But look at the Dark Veil splitting through, and Luda will fall. Cody, where are you at? You're getting pushed into a corner, and Complexity will fall.
Yeah, 2v3, difficult to manage. 1v3, let's just run at him. Complexity go down, and 11 squads left, with Enter Force being the last team to third, fourth, fifth party in Checkpoint. Now get to move over to where the game is really going to happen, over where Element 6 are positioned in Millage.
Tyler FPS, new to the team here for Champs, trying to make something happen. We saw Element 6 take out one member of Aurora early on and have played it forward, leaving that building and trying to take on Onyx Esports. On your screen right now, Bloodhound scans coming in, they're getting information, but all the smoke, it doesn't matter. You can try to barrel up the stairs, but you're gonna get immediately punished by Shady.
Element 6 getting a little bit too antsy there, and it's a nice response for a moment. However, sat in this hallway, there's not a whole lot of space they can play, and having just lost Tyler, we talked about the 2v3s earlier. Swinny seems to be clutching it up. A few more shots could keep Element 6 in this, and Onyx go down.
But not before the other teams want a piece of this. We knew this was gonna be a bloodbath. Slayers able to reinforce the door. Skinny bringing in the Motherload, the Knuckle Clusters, using every bit of ability to keep all the pressure off Element 6 so they could try to reset.
It's gonna be slow playing it for now. The 2v3, you have to pick your moments. And speaking of picking your moments, it looks like KCP have picked theirs. We talked about how they wanted to throw Zane at problems. That they certainly have done. Knowing that Pulverex were pushing up onto their high ground, Zane has dealt with it. And a quick Horizon ult just puts Pulverex in an even worse position. In fact, Area 310 could very well be in trouble off this push as well. Zane has pulled everyone down. With J-Links going out, the Seat de France low. We're gonna drop a few squads soon.
Seat de France able to take out J-Links just similarly to where Element 6 is, so we need to keep an eye on that now duo. But the fact what KCP is doing, they have one member of the team anchoring up in the zone on the rock, overlooking them, with Nasuke and Zane going back to regroup with the team.
like that Surdell is set up here, although I will say, Iron Sights on the 30-30, not something that I can play with. Surdell, a more talented man, finally manages to pick up a much-needed Shuek that should help them as they put pressure on Enter Force 36, who are up to the north. And as it appears, Enter Force 36 are actually fighting another team.
Oh, I'd love to tune in with that, but who knows? They're going to have to clear out that side, especially if you want to take the northern side of where that zone is pulling. As we get an overlooking, it's actually going to be Enter Force 36 going up against Riddle Order. Yukio on your right, trying to maintain some kind of off angle with the mountains. The Dark Veil has already been expecting, and Yukio with the Bangalore smoke, knowing he has a digi threat, it's almost like luring them into a trap.
At this point, Riddle Order playing off the low ground are running out of time, with Yukio falling to half HP. Tappy struggles for a grip on the fight and goes down instead. Up on the high ground, BK has got to clutch it up for the team. With an R99 in hand, anything is possible, but now he's being shot in the back. And now Riddle Order, even after a small victory, will ultimately go down. Enter Force 36 own the north side of the zone, and they've got plenty of time for a reset.
And while they reset, can we please talk about the 30-30, because it has been so detrimental in some of those up-close fights in 100 Thieves. Speaking of up-close, Gibby bubble the Trident and run straight into the hands of GO and KCP. Now Scurry, last alive, electing to choose to throw the defensive bombardment while he goes for the res.
I think they're actually going to get this as well. Nobody else seems to be pushing them, and as you say, defensive bombardment provides a really nice zoning tool. Unfortunately, as soon as it expires, Scurry loses his teammate once again. 100 Thieves are back to just a solo, and LCDF sitting still in the last remaining bits of millage, have to plan out a rotation of their own. Ult excels onto Kizaron will help them a lot in terms of being able to use a Catalyst Wall and block out a lot of other squads that could contest them.
Well, if there's one thing I've learned about 100 Thieves right now, it's like I get knocked down, I get back up again, and Pioneers, they barrel forward, knowing this is a power position against Enter Force 36. Naski will fall, but they've already got a knock on to aimbot. The trades are coming in, and they just need to find the last member. Enter Force 36 will fall, and a gold knockdown in the hands of a Newcastle is a blessing.
And Pioneers from Mail could not have wished for a better zone, but the execution on that was all Naski all the time. So much damage was dealt in his initial swing that the trust that the rest of the team had in their IGL was the only thing that Pioneers needed to put themselves in, I will repeat, a game-winning position.
I mean, they are the only ones poised and ready. You can see in the mini-map on your upper left-hand side of the screen, they've already identified where KCP has positioned themselves. In LCDF, they have a world of a mountain ahead of them. Look at all the space that KCP is working on taking, and yes, an evac tower in the distance are about gold, actually, but it doesn't matter. Zane's gonna shoot him, and we're looking at Duck Hunter right now.
Unfortunately for Pioneers, this flank, even if it's by a squad that will ultimately die, is splitting their attention, letting teams like LCDF start to move up on them. In fact, Zane is giving so much attention over here that it could go very poorly for them. Element 6 have just gone down. We're into the top 5 squads, but Pioneers have to regroup and find a way to dissect this engagement.
They are just sitting back, looking to find any amount of KB. Nice. And Zane from a mile away with the R9 black hole going out, trying to capitalize on this. LCDF has fallen, and Gonberet might be next. They are. Yeah. Now we turn our attention to the final squad, Area 310, but this is all Zane, baby.
Let's go, Zane! Absolutely incredible finish. What was that out of Zane? Being able to, we were on his perspective the whole time, essentially 1v6 in the final zone. I had doubts when Naski told me that their plan really was just to use Zane as a bludgeon against other teams. But looking at the way that worked out, do it again. Please do it again.
Zane used confusion, and it was super effective. Just capitalizing on it, Zane the Pokemon. Well, congratulations to the Kansas City Pioneers for your match 2 winners. That has to feel good. Unfortunately, anytime you almost make it through to the winners bracket and you're forced to play here in the elimination round 1, going home is at stake. Getting a match win early on in the series, that's what you need.
And this is a crucial moment of execution for KCP because they've had Mill before in group stage and were unable to execute to this level. A lot of things went right for them in this game. They got Mill, they got Ring Scan, they got Godrock, but their transition up against Enter Force 36 was where things could have gone wrong. And all along the way, when you've got a zone pulling to you, in the back of your mind, many IGLs know that we could mess this up, a zone that we should very much win. To watch them be able to execute to that level has got to restore a lot of confidence that they may very well have lost during the group stage.
It's all about restoring that confidence, and he looks like he is vibing. Honestly,
he's so happy.
Those jerseys are super sick. I like the reflective, but you can see 9 eliminations from Godrock, and even splitting up as a squad, electing to leave your new castle, your anchor from Meat Mountain between... Running back final circle, we've got to take a look at how this operated. The moment they pushed on to clear out the high ground, everything was up in arms for them.
I mean, we could just take this final circle and rename it the Zane highlight reel, because he does so much. And granted, we're on his perspective, but while Surdell and Nasky are making sure that LCDF cannot push up into them, Zane keeps an entire squad occupied, disengages to come back with the rest of the team, recognizing that a split team is often a dead one. But once they make sure that LCDF is pushed on over into GO, it's a matter of cleanup, and that's what Zane is picked up for. Even after a quick ultimate comes in from an opposing Bangalore, his ability to zone out and quickly destroy another opportunity. As Ganbare Otosan go down, he knows there's one squad left. He knows there are knocks, and he knows that it's his time to shine. This is not a highlight reel of a team so much as it is a player recognizing what they need to do at each and every instant of the final circle.
Just taking advantage of that moment so impeccably well. You have the match 2 results on your screen. Pioneers with a 21-point game. Area 310, however, 15 points, and GO 11 points. But let's not forget there, Element 6 was able to acquire 11 points as well. Specifically after losing one member in an earlier engagement, Slayers tried very hard to play his life to a top 5.
Yeah, it was not a bad game by Element 6. The fact that they got into Millage late and then actually did quite well is great. Who it's a problem for, however, is Onyx, who have sat at 11th. It's another good rotate from them, and another time that this squad gets cut short. Their positioning is solid, their economy is not. And even in situations where arguably they should be coming out on top, or at least getting a few points on the board, coming out with just one is not going to be enough to get them into the winner's bracket.
And it's really tough. You look at Complexity, you look at North Epshing, Kick, all of these teams, including Onyx, and then Interforce 36, who got caught up into that exodus from the south point of Checkpoint. It's quite tough.
At this point, Pioneers, I think we could all have expected where they sit. The important thing to note about these leaderboards is that a single game win is not necessarily enough. In series of 8 games, it may not feel like much, but 2 extra games for other teams to accumulate points leaves a lot more room for error. So you want at least one more top 5 with a little bit of KP for both Pioneers and FC Destroy before they can really call themselves safe in this lobby. On the other side, Interforce 36, who are just sitting at the 10th place cutoff, have plenty more that they can do to secure their spot.
For this series, I would like to see someone going between 8 to 11 points per game at the lowest. If you're not getting at least one game win, you need to be consistent. And you can see, man, that bear suit is pretty epic.
Pretty awesome.
I am not going to lie. All of the fans in the crowd, honestly, Peeps should be out there somewhere. Let's go ahead and throw to him and see what he's up to.
Tiffany, thank you so much. We are here with some fans in the crowd. Let's go! Love that. Go! My man, what is your name? Where are you from? And who's your favorite legend?
My name's Rory. I go as Halo on the game. My favorite legend's got to be Loba. It's the best character for sure. And then, what's the other one?
Where are you from?
Canada. Go Canada!
Love that. And who do you think is going to win this week?
NRG, easy.
Look at that. You got to love it. My man, what's your name, where are you from, and who's your favorite legend?
My name's Brandon. I'm from the U.S. I'm still on that AUK train. I know he's not necessarily viable and competitive, but I play him in ranked, so.
All right, I love that. And who do you have winning the championship this week?
I'd love to see Dojo come out and win it, you know, coming out of LCQ. and big Timmy fan. So love to see them winning.
I love that. Let me hear it in the crowd for Timmy in the dojo. And my man, what's your name? Where you from? Favorite legend?
Dennis from the U.S. and I've been playing Fuse since launch. So.
Hey, Fusey, mate. That accent's awful, I know. Who do you have winning the championship this week right here in the UK?
Big fan of Sweet. Got to go NRG.
NRG! All right. Well, that is it from the crowd here. We got some crazy fans. Tiff and Dia, back to you guys.
Thank you so much, peeps. We're not going to talk about those shirts. Did you catch those, Dia?
I was like, surely that's coming, right? But I guess, in a way, the shirts are self-explanatory. If you didn't get the chance to read them, go back. They're pretty good.
There it is.
Hey.
Flight to London, $1,400. Bus to Birmingham, $100. The hotel, the tickets, watching it live equals one annoyed wife.
I will say, there was price list before that, so I got to include it in there somewhere. And we really appreciate you guys coming out and supporting your favorite teams, and importantly, since NRG aren't playing today, supporting all of the other teams that are out here to take the title.
I mean, it's super cool, right? Our teams are out there playing in some luxurious chairs. Herman Miller Gaming Embody chairs are being used at today's event. Check out the new colorways on Embody Gaming online. The new colors, they've got a white base with Galaxy and Amethyst upholstery, which is way nicer than the one I have at home, let me just say so myself. So be sure to check out the custom Herman Miller Gaming Embody chairs created for this year's ALGS Champs winning team. They're out there somewhere. I saw the setup, and they have the gold accents. They're so cool.
I know, I went out to look at the giant inflatable Nessies that we have.
Okay, yeah, makes sense.
And then I stared at the chair for a while, and I was like, oh, that looks comfortable. It looks nice. We're standing up here. It's all right. I mean, fortunately, Apex has given me a lot of energy, so I can keep it up for a while. Now, the thing is that as we jump into this next game, teams are going to have to, albeit in their comfortable chairs, start to sit upright. You can't afford to relax no matter how comfortable the situation is.
You're never going to be safe. And Aurora out there going out mid-pack, they are like feeling it. I saw the in-lobby chat as well. Some people were popping off at each other. And so it's getting a little tense. I'm excited. And all of our players, they're electing to get those Legend Select, which honestly is one of the coolest things that I've seen on the stage thus far. I'm really hyped about this. Impulse. It looks like Crypto Valve. That's interesting. Is he electing to shy away from the Catalyst?
They've just been jumping on this composition. I expect because there is a duo.
Yeah.
Get a little bit of relocation, a little bit more data. It's been tough, but Aurora haven't been jumping into contests, and so at this point, survivability, looting is really nice for them. And they got unlucky last time around because the zone was pulling over them. They didn't get that chance to move on out and claim a different area. This time around, as we drop onto Storm Point for the third time today, we're gonna get a drop chip that's taking us from the northwest side all the way diagonal across the map. It's given Fnatic first move, as well as Kick, who landing over by wall, rolled themselves a ring console.
I like that they have one member of Fnatic kind of landing at the nut buildings over towards the wall, and they can really capitalize on some of those extra supply bins in that area, and then double down and have time for the IMC armory that is completely all of theirs. But speaking of the wall, we got Kick, who have it relatively free, so they're going for the high ground, getting the supply bins around in the area, and that's the big difference here, right? With all these players not having to contest, they're able to spread out and maximize that looting pool prior to hitting a rotation.
Credit to Kick where it's due. They've had a much better time now that they're not contesting. I wouldn't mind seeing them pick up a few more top positions, top finishes with a little bit of KP. It doesn't feel like they've quite clinched the winning capability yet. Their end games have been quite lacking, and their mid games just haven't let them get there. But being one of our squads to come out of South America, you know that I got to support them, and they've certainly got a lot of heart showing up here and fighting with some of the best teams in the world. Their POIs are Lava, Siphon, and Mill. And they jumped into this tournament going, you know what? I know we're Kick. I know we're out of South America, a region that hasn't gotten many international results. But we're going to fight TSM, and we're going to do it with pride.
Sometimes you just gotta go in full send and disguised on your screen right now. They have opted for Launchpad, grabbing not only a survey beacon, but a ring console as well. So they will get tons of information from that ring console on where that information will be pulling. And to see where we're gonna be making our ways, it's actually gonna be Aurora pushing up towards Command Center, where FC Destroy, your match 1 winners land.
Northern rotates are super valuable in this game. Whenever you have a zone like this that pulls us further north than anything else, we're basically going over by a wall with a little bit of flexibility. But most of the time, when zone goes wall, it stays wall for a little while. It's just a, oh my God. It's just a chance that Aurora pick up a little bit of extra KP on the way. I think you find that knock, but one more bullet will not connect. See if Impulse chooses to take the chase right now, as it is a 2v3 situation. But Aurora will at least make use of the evac tower. We'll see if they pick the fight.
Honestly, I would capitalize on this moment. Imp's just making it full send. You know, you got the Oirein who'll be right behind them. But for the teams that have already made their way towards wall, Fnatic have positioned themselves in the building directly across from North Eption, and Kick have elected to take the side building. So they're hedging their bets that it will pull directly into wall. And the last time we saw a similar zone to this, the teams that were able to navigate themselves on that rooftop, or more so the building that Kick is in North Eption, they found a lot more success.
It's going to be a good spot for them. For Onyx, however, the early rotation team that has been cursed so far, they get cursed once again, this time not from a spot that they set up in, just a position they were rotating through. No shields, no armor, now down 2 teammates. Looking like another, this time 0-point game for Onyx.
That is so tough, as LCDF has made their way into the same vicinity as Enerforce 36, but not before E36 is able to hit a clean reset, be fully healed up in that Hemlock. That has been the new AR of choice, but as we go over to Thunderwatch, everyone is contesting up in here. The high ground is all chaotic. You can see the fences that have been put up by Jaylings, but Feiju is trying to push forward. The EMP coming out from Noises will connect.
It's so few squads that are running crypto that jumping forward on a bubble is an understandable move. But as soon as the EMP happens, at least MDY White don't get flustered. They know exactly what's happening. They've completely lost the advantage, and we're back onto the low ground. Much slower cooldown on Gibby Bubble, however, so they could go for this again.
The fans are hyping him up. They want to see MDY White find success in this engagement, but with Nags on the high ground looking for an angle, but even sitting on double white armor and blue, it's not necessarily in your best interest, but with the Watson generator, they will quickly keep having those shields replenished.
Exactly, because the only vulnerability of this spot otherwise is Sky Nades. And with a bubble expended again on the low ground, MDY over push their, I hesitate to even say advantage, just position. A quick res from Gibraltar with the bubble still up, gets Feiju back into the game. Jaylings, fortunately enough for MDY, are not confident to push on the amount of shields they have.
Utilizing the catalyst for the reinforcement on the doors is exactly what they need to make sure that that team will not be able to push. And yes, Nags with the VTOL passive is able to drop down, but they've already made it from their 2 white shields to sit on triple blue. They hit to the skies and they're like, we are going to prioritize this rotation.
This is bad.
But this is bad. You can't do that here. Not when Mingyu and MDY White are around, and Nags will fall from the skies.
And the crowd, I think, deservedly goes wild. We got a lot of MDY fans in the audience, and now they've got the opportunity to pick up the squad wipe off the team that was harassing them previously. Haven't dropped a member just yet, but Noises is sticking the res. Somehow we're not able to get onto the roof, and we're right back where we started.
Yeah, but JMW right there on Watson was able to fence the climb up with the Watson generator. He knew they were going to try to stick that, and if you could fence off the climb up, you cannot push onto that. So now Jaylings back up to 3 members, and MDY White still trying to finesse this area, looking for some way to get them off the roof. But with that Valkyrie already being expended, they're not going to have it up anytime soon.
It is so infrequently that a Valkyrie that audacious does not result in the end of a squad. Jaylings have got to thank their lucky stars that they were able to survive this encounter, and fortunately enough, make their way out once again. It may not be the ideal rotation, not what they were looking for, but it's going to have to do, because at this point, any extra time that you get in the game is a gift.
I don't hate it though. I don't hate going through the south side. They can wrap up through command center and push through any teams that might be in their way. They will end that on high ground, but they will have to cross through the bunny slopes. Will be challenging, but at least they're still alive.
Yeah, as you say, command center, I think a really safe rotation, all things considered. We don't get a lot of fights in there. Not a whole lot of teams choose to rotate through. If anything, it's the entrance and the exit of command center that claim a lot of lives. Currently, the seat defense are set in command center. Well, we've got a different rotation from Disguise that doesn't quite go that well. Go Next, we're starting to rotate in, and I don't believe they'll be able to find the last couple of hits on the Trident. But Disguise, they played with fire. They got burned, but they're still up.
That's really tough, but they're able to prioritize getting their heals back up. I'd love to check in and see how they're feeling. Disguise listening on cue.
Shit. I mean, we can't take the fight in fucking Thunder or Stormcatcher. I think we just have to walk it.
We could play for Waterfall and then just play our side up with Digis, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll just have to do that.
Maybe they're not here and you guys can get purples. I just heard evac.
Yeah. We have 2 evacs. Let's see where they evac. Can you look at them?
Careful they're not riding up here.
Yeah, there's lots of fences right here.
That way calls to me. Oh, never mind, darlings.
Yeah, let's be careful.
Should I zip across or what?
Yeah, I think we just have to send it.
And we hear what they're thinking about, but all I hear are some dupes in the crowd. We've got some Disguised fans, that's for sure. Pioneers, though, they're positioning themselves inside the wall, hedging their bets that it will close towards this. Think of where Complexity is. Now, the last time I saw a similar zone to this, it was actually LG Chivas that was electing to play from where Complexity was. It did get them a top 5 finish, but you have to be able to survive, especially if we're still in outside the zone. We've already used a Gibby bubble, and just like that, DSG making waves.
It's going to be a real battle in the crowd because MDY have a lot of support. What they don't have is their Gibraltar, but in a 2 versus 1 situation, Disguised go down and MDY claim another victim.
You know, utilizing so many ultimate abilities on that engagement. Yes, you can bring it in waves, but when you get shut down by Feiju and co, that is what MD White needs, especially when they are so close to that 10th place cutoff, that elimination round 1. You need to be in the top 10. So coming into this game in 9th place, every elimination will add up, but we need to prioritize that rotation. We found yourself a little bit further south, because mind you, they were at Thunderwatch. They did chase those teams, and we'll have to prioritize or rotate through potential command center as well.
And rotating is the difficult part of this zone. With Kick already having set up here early as one of our teams, in fact the only team, to be landing, while their focus has to be on the late game and the quick shift that can occur in zone. With this round just starting to close, they have a great position to play from. But looking up at the top where GO are sat, where we could get even more teams rotating in, and behind them where we've already seen teams like Pioneers, Fnatic, Northeption, and Complexity. These are the barriers, and big barriers, that they have to overcome to actually win a game.
MDY White, they've already made it towards command center, getting poked and prodded from a team that has rotated throughout Cascade Falls to wrap around for command center as well. Recently, J-Lings had already been here, but nowhere to be seen thus far. And as Riddle inches ever so closely to MDY White, this is a likely fight to break out, and it will end in chaos.
It'll be a slow play from Riddle. They don't want to overextend, even if they desperately want this rotate. We actually saw it in previous games. In the first game of the day, where they tried to rotate around towards the south side through Fish Farms and ultimately gave it up. Riddle are playing safe and respectful, especially today when their tournament lives are on the line. J-Lings have also played things slow. Respect is a part of this, but so is a little bit of luck. Their position on high ground over by High Point has net them one of the best Valkyrie ults in the game. Unfortunately, it's into the midst of so many teams. And when everybody starts setting up, you're gonna get pushed on. Instantly, Watson Generator is down and destroyed. The J-Lings as a duo now have nowhere they can go.
That is so unfortunate, getting picked apart as Fnatic wants to capitalize on their already weakness. They will get some KP from that, but not before North Eption is able to grab one. This building that North Eption is in, that they have claimed early on, will typically be a game-winning spot for them should they be able to maintain it. There's still 17 squads in the lobby and teams like 100 Thieves trying to make it in, and just like that, Area 310 pushing up on them, and Scurry's already fallen.
And once you lose your Gibraltar, you lose so much more than almost any other legend because of the instant reset that he otherwise allows.
Okay.
Area 310, they know this. They know they've got the numbers and have taken out the cornerstone of the team. And look for the finish. Hemlock's gonna do it, and 100 Thieves go down.
Area 310 looking strong here. Unfortunate for 100 Thieves to not be able to rack up too many points this game. Map number 3, and GO Dogma is down, but they do have the Newcastle up. May prioritize trying to get down there and get Dogma back, but this is going to be tough because Go Next is the team underneath them.
A little bit of a tough spot as well. Misunderstanding how far the wall Jen would go. No nade connects, and Go Next. They certainly do. That is a clean finish from Go Next. From pick to ultimate squad wipe. They did pretty well, and this could very well be their return to form. Riddle's low-risk playstyle has net them in a high-risk position, playing on the middle ground of a slope, being harassed on both sides.
It's really tough, but they made it ever so much closer towards that next zone, and Element 6 have found them in a situation where they need to prioritize getting Swinny back up. Your Fuse can apply that pressure with the Knuckle Clusters, get that ultimate available, because imagine it's going to come in clutch for this zone. The free cam shot kind of outlining where our teams are positioning themselves. FC Destroyed, though, they've got a long haul, and they've got about a minute and 12 to figure out how they're going to get there.
Well, they have a couple of nades. There we go, just to pressure out the squad behind them. Fortunately enough, FC Destroy have a bit of range and, importantly, a Gibraltar. It's going to be crucial for them on the next rotate, if they can even make it that far. Element 6's move into zone may not be great. Element 6's gatekeeping a spot like this with Fuse, that is on another level.
Honestly, at this point, take as many eliminations as you can get. Kick will take out Aurora just off screen. They were positioned on the fence line outside of wall towards the eastern side that Kick have now overtaken, but FC Destroy still inside this building. 30 seconds until they are going to be forced out. They are able to grab a knock onto a member of Pulverex. It's going to be F-Chan and FDY White are able to capitalize on the remaining 2 members.
Taking out Pulverex as well, an impressive feat. A zone squad that was unable to ultimately rotate into zone. This Catalyst Wall usage, though, is arguably devastating, with no big cooldown and clearly needing a reset. FC Destroy, they know exactly what's going on. Use their own Gibraltar bubble to come in and finish off a squad. You can honestly leave this for dead, because now it's time to prioritize the rotation into zone. We're already starting to close in. Remember, you've got to go through the final boss of Element 6.
They are going to hit the zips and start moving as they are able to get the final member of MDY White. FC Destroy, though, with the zone at their back, are climbing up that hill. They cannot stop here. The final boss is calling. It is time to engage in battle. An evacuation tower is the last hope from K-Swinny's Knuckle Cluster.
This is bad. One bullet in the air would take out their Gibraltar, making their landing all the less safe. Where will FC Destroy go? They managed to land just in the nick of time underneath the bridge, but they're split. Yuka makes it with 25 HP. While Riddle go down, 8 teams left. We get another defensive Catalyst Wall, and somehow FC Destroy are alive.
Not sure if they'll have enough time. Hopefully they'll have ult excels to get that Dark Veil back up should a team push. But now, as Riddle Order has fallen and these teams have found themselves with a priority position in zone, they do have a Gibby. They need to get that bubble off cooldown, so in case something happens, they can hold out. Fnatic on the left-hand side of your screen and Element 6 have cleared out the backs, and they just need to fight. But playing the high ground, I know it's going to open them up, but as long as they can smoke out everyone, and K-Swinny doing a lot of damage, not necessarily going to take them down, but Tyler FPS,
This is
he gets
bad.
one.
Complexity layer. Element 6 hit the floor and dropped like flies. Complexity were waiting here the whole time and finally pop up to collect a little bit of KP.
This is a top 5 situation that Complexity will find themselves in. They just have to survive these couple of fights, but Monsoon does get caught out, forced to retreat, smoke and dodge. Cody with an L-Star. They just need to prioritize not overextending. Their play of action should be to hold forward and go left on the building.
At this point, holding out the remainder of the teams to their north.
Okay.
Go next to the last couple of members of Element 6. That is a huge drop on Micey. And ultimately, they don't even need to make the push. Go next. Sandwiched between 2 squads are out.
Complexity, though, they may need some health or meds or anything from that, but you can see they're just going to loot quick, upgrade their shields, and then prioritize going back. All of the ultimates enacting across of FC Destroy, and Fnatic still needs to move. FC Destroy, albeit it was a very scary move to take this bridge, but doing it is going to be proving dividends.
Absolutely. Now, their concern does have to be Fnatic, who are positioned off to the north. You can see them on the highlights starting to rotate up, a catalyst wall separating these 2 squads. It's nice and opaque, but it is paper thin. And very little that Fnatic have to work with is actually going to let them be safe. A Phoenix kick popped by Umi-chan lets him move a little bit closer forward. Complexity wait on the low ground. Complexity, who have one of the best spots in this end game zone. The biggest problem for them is going to be the contest on roof, and Monsoon has that well in hand.
I like this. He does have a nade, a sky nade going out. Will it connect to Enterforce 36? Yes, you are able to put the piercing spikes down to prevent any teams from moving up, but Monsoon is a Bangalore with a Digi-Threat and on a mission, and he's able to do so much damage. Does get tagged up, but Cody, you need to be able to capitalize on what Monsoon has already started.
Unfortunately for them, with Luda getting fried earlier, Complexity are really struggling to make this push together, and the more time they waste here, the more time that everyone else is going to have to take note of this engagement and plan a third party. Complexity quickly appear to abandon this pursuit of fighting for the roof and instead are going to focus on Fnatic, the only team ahead of them that can challenge for the low ground.
This is crazy. Enterforce 36 playing from where we saw Startified Esports win this zone early on, and this is going to be everything. Complexity trying to maintain. They're able to eliminate Fnatic and now have enough points to break through the cusp and put them into the top 10.
Wonderful play from Complexity again, approaching this wall zone with precision. Monsoon's clearly got a lot of energy even after the first 2 games, because the pre-game song seems to be enough. Enterforce 36 on the high ground, get to farm up. This is what the position is for, and make no mistake, Tiff, it is a game-winning position. 8 kills already collected by this monstrous team.
And they just keep them coming. Enterforce 36 needed this triple red. The only issue I have is with the ammo that is in the hands of Enterforce 36. But speaking of ammo, Cody's got plenty of it, but Luda and Monsoon, they need to help this out and stay alive. I don't know if they'll be able to stick this, but Monsoon's gonna punch and run, trying to get him into a safe position.
It's a really good punch, and Monsoon, I think, recognizing what took Cody down, being shot in the back by Enterforce 36. You can't stick around for too long, but this position is really good. Kick want to wide swing this kick, want to finish them off, but Clone doesn't have the health to do it, and it's got to be a full commit. Cody's gonna be able to heal up on the back, but Kick are bleeding out. Their indecision is killing them in wall, and they're gone just like that. 3 squads left. Complexity on the low ground, Enterforce on the high ground, and North Eption below them.
And Cody's able to get that full heal up. They have their Bloodhound. Should they be smoked out, they can prioritize with the Bloodhound scan just for the information of the time being. But Enterforce 36, they have just a moment's notice before they will have to full jump out. The Dark Veil coming out because North Eption underneath them need to escape. But if they can wait it out on the high ground, the only thing is, Startified Esports, when they played high ground, they had a Jenny. That is the biggest difference here. There's no Watson on this roster.
This is utter decimation. North Eption clinically take out Enterforce 36. Now have to deal with Complexity, who come up from below. Luda waits on the low ground, and Complexity are your champions, picking up a win in Game 3.
I said it was a top 5 position, but they managed to pull out the win. Even better. That is so impressive. Congratulations, Monsoon. Kim Lee right there behind him. Luda and Cody. Man, that one's gotta feel good. Maybe they'll trade me a Pokemon after this. We're Pokemon Go friends, you know that?
I did not know that.
Yeah, we are. We send gifts to each other.
That's nice and wholesome. I like it a lot. And you know what, honestly?
What? That's wholesome?
Maybe not that bad. Cover your eyes, cover your eyes. As they look towards the next couple of games, though, we do have one more on Storm Point. I think Complexity have to be really proud of the way that they just approached this one. It was clean, it was calculated, and they very clearly learned throughout the course of this championship, throughout the course of the group stage, and their VOD review is really on point here. We saw Element 6 play a very similar position to that in the group stage, and Complexity were able to clearly watch that, learn from the mistakes that cost Element 6 the game, and then execute it to an even more perfect level. I can't stop nerding out about this. I want to talk about it forever, but I know, Tim,
honestly,
I know
no, keep going. I'm here for it. I'll start writing notes, Dia. Keep going.
I'm just really big fan of the way that they approached it. The vibes are high. Complexity need this. They're a team that, as I said, is clearly learning so quickly, and that's going to be enough, likely, to take them into the next round.
12 eliminations, Dia. 12 placement points for a first. 12 placements. I mean, that's 24 points. Don't hurt the Nessie. Look, Monsoon was even concerned a little bit. There we go. Back away from the Nessie. Kim Ji Lee, just chill. Yeah. All right.
Kimchi may look buff, but he's not violent. That guy's a gentle giant. I love him.
Well, you know what? Wow, we have had 3 epic matches. I'd be curious to hear what our analyst desk has to say about what we've seen so far in elimination round 1. Rain, what you got?
What do I got? I mean, what does Complexity got? They got a hit original song. That is an original, by the way, from Monsoon, and that is him singing as well. Just again, huge kudos to him and the team that put that together. I know Onset worked hard on that behind the stage. But a win as well. Zephyr, Genome, obviously Lauren, and then Graceful joining us on the desk. We've got a full one right now, but I want to talk to you, Zephyr, quickly. Complexity showing up, not just out of game, but in game there to win a very contentious final circle.
It's about time. Good vibes had by all, especially early to start today. I was wanting to see how they were going to transition that into hopefully some good pressure, and surprisingly, they're alongside it, the win, especially in that game from that low ground after a revive. That's tough.
Yeah, and we love to kind of go into it because for those who just watched, a lot of things happen fast. Glitter, let's walk through that final circle, how Complexity was able to pull that out, because that was not the team we were expecting to win, at least originally.
No, I mean, everybody was really keeping their eyes on Enterforce. They had that high ground for so long, but it was the punch out of Monsoon to get Cody in a better spot to be able to creep around the corner to go for the revive that you were talking about, Zephyr. That allowed them to get the reset. Even though Kick was trying to swing them, when Kick did that, it also put them in the crosshairs of Enterforce. So it was not a safe spot for them to be in, which also allowed Complexity to take them out, give them just a few more seconds to kind of get themselves situated. And as the zone shrunk, they also knew that North Epsham was in the middle, and it was actually the combination of the Dark Veil, the Bang ult, and those Sky Nades that went up and completely eliminated Enterforce from the competition, Graceful, that really cinched it for Complexity.
So the main thing that you have to keep notice of is where the zone is pulling on the screen right now. It's actually, the team up top is actually out before the team on the bottom. That makes it so the two teams up top are kind of forced to fight first, and the team underneath inside the house decided to go up for the roof and fight for it. It pretty much makes the fight kind of free for Complexity because they're the third party essentially, just sweeping the fight cleanly.
Yeah, even just those couple of seconds that you can wait or even go earlier, right, make a huge difference. So you see Complexity, they hear the two teams above them fighting, and they could have waited down low, but they were like, no, all right, this is exactly the time now, while the other two teams are focused on each other, that we come in and clean up.
Genome as well, as we take a look at it, Complexity obviously on top in this game, but as we go towards back half of Game 3 results, and then we look at the overall series results, which are coming up after we show our bottom teams, I want to just give you a chance to give your thoughts. How is this shaking out so far? We've still got 5 games to play.
I mean, look at all the teams down the bottom here. 5 teams not scoring a single point in this game, right? That's important. That means there's a lot of teams soaking up the points and getting themselves well into the lead for the moment. Also remember, this is an 8-game series. They've got longer than they usually would to rack up those points.
And look at this as it stands. FC Destroy on top. APAC representing, but Complexity, North America, Pioneers, EMEA, North Epsham, back to APAC. Rounding out our top 4, Interforce shortly behind, tied with Element 6. But these are our top 10 after 3. It's pretty top heavy, but it's still viable for any team, even Lassique de France, who started playing well. They've had a 5th place finish, a 4th place finish. It only went wrong in Game 3 where they had a 15th place finish to be able to get the job done. Lauren, looking at this bottom side of it, though, as we enter more into our PlayStation Tournament's halftime recap and analysis, tell me, who needs to step up? I talked about Disguise. They haven't shown up the way I thought.
I mean, I agree with you, but we talked about it before this series even started. 100 Thieves, J-Lings, and Riddle Order all in a row, 16, 17, and 18. Not where they want to be, not where some of us expected them to be, even based off of our predictions heading into this series alone. And they're going to have some work cut out for them in order to get themselves back up that leaderboard.
I mean, looking down the bottom there, Onyx, they managed to make it to 27th in the Split 2 playoffs after coming off their 7th place in Split 1. Not a single kill yet. They need some of those to get them the confidence to get back up top in the next 5 games.
Wonderful kind of showcase of all of the potentialities heading into the early part of this tournament. We had names like DSG, like Riddle Order, and those are the teams actually not quite performing yet. But of course, we switch maps soon, and we have the ability also after 3 to see if anybody's contesting. Riddle Order, a team that I've talked about, and I don't know if you have any thoughts, Zephyr, as well, just have a ton of personality, but have struggled getting out of the gate. They kind of have these 19th, 20th, 18th positions, but when they get past top 10s, they often threaten to win the game.
And that's the thing, especially with when we look at some of the early series for Riddle. I wonder if the early contest that they had to deal with in group stage has stunted what they are capable of doing as we start to talk about that middle or mezzo game, or even furthermore, the end game that follows suit. They haven't had as many opportunities as some of our other teams to deliver on that consistently.
Somebody's been reading Raven's tweets. Okay, I was wondering when that was coming out. How do you feel about Mezzo, by the way? Graceful, what do you think?
I think that teams are currently still adapting. It's only been 3 games, like you said. They're currently adapting to this lower bracket, essentially. We also have to remember that some teams are playing out as a duo. You used to have a POI. Now you have to switch it up from the main group. Now you're in a lower group. You're fighting to find your stripe once again. Sometimes even map start also sets the pace for your team. If you are starting on a map that you're not as confident in, you could be a slow starter. If you start on the opposite map, you could be just blazing through. If you get 2 good games, 1 good game, that sets the pace for the rest of the matches.
10-year veteran in esports as well, and obviously taking time to join us on the desk. Graceful, we always appreciate it. And maybe we appreciate it too much. I don't know. Production keeps giving you segments. So I guess we got a new segment here, hot off the presses. It's Graceful's Hot Takes. That's right. We're going to take a look at what Graceful thinks about some of the balance within Legends and some things that could potentially change. I know for those at home watching, you play Apex, you love these characters, you see these characters, but talk to me, Graceful. What are your thoughts on it? We'll have some reactions to it.
So speaking on the new Legend mechanics, so far we can see that Respawn, I've talked to the developers, I've been so lucky to talk to them. They also don't like me.
They're like, get this guy away from me.
Yes, Catalyst's new mechanics with the goop, with the Fortify, Revenant's new rework is fine. Seer got reworked recently as well. We've seen a lot of what they're capable of. However, something I really miss is all the old Legends, all the old casts, you know? I want to see all the new Legends get a refresher, like rework, like the Rev has had, essentially. And one of the absolute biggest one, I've been a huge fan of Mirage. Mirage has been my jam since Season 1. I remember his first ultimate, his second, his third in duration, but they haven't really gotten that spot that I think. And I think what we should do is be chaotic. We should flip everything, make it a Mirage meta, you know what I mean? We should make it so that when you shoot a decoy, you take damage and get slowed. You can swap spots with your decoy. Get team invis, you know, go ham with everything. That's how I like it.
Goodness, he's talking crazy. Lauren, what do you think? I mean, you know, this is wild. Invisibility meta, is it coming?
I'm an agent of chaos just like you are, Graceful, so I'm right on board with you. Would love to see Mirage getting in there, and honestly what the invisibility could do for potential revives in later circles in the game could also be massive.
I mean, is your favorite movie Predator by any chance?
Yes, I do like it as well.
I knew it.
Graceful, you also had some thoughts on Bloodhound. What do you like to see with Bloodhound? Because now we're actually seeing Bloodhound get played for the first time in almost the entire year in a major way.
Yes, so the thing is, I haven't gotten into this topic yet with the developers that I'm hunting every day, trying to talk to. Bloodhound, what I wanted to talk about Bloodhound is philosophy behind the characters, the lore. For me, a Bloodhound as a hunter and a predator, you know, it used to be seeking tracks and everything, and now it's kind of been, you know, a little bit on the Raven, you know, a little bit boring, you know. What we could have, you know what that would be? Oh, when you shoot someone, you get speed. You chase them down. You go hard on them. That's what we need. We need to rework characters to fit the lore and be scary.
I know you were talking about the other day, it was a bug previously, but the double scan meta that existed earlier, especially when you had a little bit of the changes with the Raven, so a bit of a bird collector potentially for Bloodhound in the future.
Well, Graceful, we want to get your final thoughts here on your hot takes. They've been hot. These have been spicy for sure. Bangalore, talk to me, because she's been a mainstay.
Yes, she's a high pick rate thing, and the biggest thing that I want to do, I want to make smokes nades. I want to give everybody smokes. You know what else I want to do? I want to remove digi-threats. Let's just make havoc. Let's make havoc. That's how we need to go on about it.
I guess you guys can see why the developers are running away from Graceful whenever he shows up, because he's basically changed Apex into a completely new game. But that's what makes innovation. You have these ideas come out. Thank you, Graceful, for your hot takes. We'll have more segments with Graceful and the rest of the analyst desk coming up very shortly. But for now, it is time to get back into our final game before we switch maps. It is Game 4. We're sending 10 teams home today, and let's see if we can get halfway and have a better picture of who that is. Tiff, Dia, take it away.
Thank you so much. It's so crazy here in Graceful up there. He's not lying. He has been chasing the devs down day in, day out, and all those hot takes. While we're at it, let's just rework Pathfinder. You know, why not, Dia?
I had to pop in and save them yesterday. Like, unironically, he had them cornered by the merch booth, and I had to walk out and go, is this this man bothering you?
Blink twice if you need help.
Yeah. They've been really good about it, though, and I do love seeing that the developers of the game are engaging with the community actively here at LAN at the World Championship, and it's been really nice to get some insight as to where the game is at, and importantly, Tiff, where it's going. But for right now, we're going a very special place. We're going to the last game on Storm Point in our first round of the elimination bracket.
This is where it starts to heat up, right? You've already got 3 maps under your belt. You're midway through the series. If you're not in that top 10, now is the time to start putting in the work, making sure that you are doing everything in your capability to avoid going home. It is just getting started here at the Apex Legends Championships, and we are in character select.
Getting ready to drop into this game. Dropship pathing, really important. We've been touching on it the whole time, and we've got another dropship path that splits the map straight on from the northwest side to the southeast side. This will give teams like Fnatic, teams like Kick, teams like Ganbare Otosan boots on the ground buff. The first move in the final game.
Yo, this music is hyping me up. I'm not gonna lie. Hot Zone is gonna be launchpad. They'll have a ring console as well. Looks like crafting at the mill, at Millage, Antenna, Shipfall, and this is where things will start moving. Apex Legends Complexity, your map 3 winners, getting Cenote for free. and a beacon along with it. In fact, 2, both survey and a ring console gonna be available there. So Complexity, after already a wonderful game in Game 3, get to profit even further. They have to be the focus moving into this 4th game. The heroes so far, that's for sure. Monsoon will be able to grab the quick trident, bring it all the way back to the team. But the rotation out from Complexity is going to be what I'm really focused on, because our zone this time takes us all the way into the center of the map. And the center that is furthest away from Complexity, over by Stormcatcher and Command Center, oftentimes we'll see teams like Complexity innovate by taking the Trident down through Shipfall, around fish farms, and up through the Spider Caves, but they could choose to take a more direct approach if they want to pick up more KP to layer on top of the points they already have. MDY White smack dab in that next zone at Stormcatcher. You look at zones like this and you have to start hedging your bets on which way it will pull. Do we see it go straight to Stormcatcher up to where that gravity cannon is and start having teams elect to play the corridors?
It's entirely possible. There are, as you illustrate, plenty of zone endings over here, and some of them even go south of Stormcatcher. Not many will go towards where Aurora are positioned, but Command Center is absolutely a viable spot to play if you're willing to extend a little bit further out towards the south once we hit zones 5 and beyond. For other teams, though, that are a little further away, that don't have a clear read on where the zone is going, edge play is always possible, and Gunbury Oto-san, finishing up just as round 1 starts closing, are a little bit slower on the rotate. Down to Beast can take a while, but even so, this is going to be, I'll say, a mediocre rotation from them, where they'll likely get to zone and not have a priority position, but still a decent spot where they can influence the mid-game.
It was honestly mediocre loot coming out of Down Beast as well. 2 white shields and a blue, that's not necessarily what you want, because you think of the mill that are guaranteed to have so much better shields. They're walking away, 2 blues and a white in hot pursuit of someone that is looking to rotate straight in front of them. We did see the mill empty because they had already rotated her in the hands and the chaos that Element 6 is looking to portray. They've already expended the mother loads, they've sent out so much utility and not necessarily capitalized in the actual damage and knocks.
I don't mind at all that we went down and busted a mother load just to make sure, just to fish for a few kills, because Element 6 need them. They're one of the teams that would be really surprising had you told me that they'd be ending up fighting for their lives in the elimination bracket this round. At the start of the tournament, they could very well have been one of EMEA's strongest performers. Will Aurora start to make their way up, continuing the path of EMEA squads interacting with each other? Element 6 considered this rotation, Pioneers took it, Aurora are following suit. This just seems to be the corridor of Europe.
Sometimes you just need to do that, and honestly, coming in just south of that 10th place threshold that you need to break with the teams at the top just entering into the 30s, you're really not that far behind. You just need a 15-point game to breach that kill point differential, and now 100 Thieves starting to position themselves in a nice spot on that high ground above Aurora. Should be able to apply enough pressure to kind of stave off that push. Now, if they want to find themselves getting whichever corridor they would like and the ability to stay safe, they can just hold this.
I can't help but smile looking at the spot that 100 Thieves are holding, remembering the last game where I saw Area 310 take a nice oob on this. That's a pretty quick knock, unfortunately, for Skirwy. And remember, we talked about losing your Gibraltar. He does absorb a lot of bullets, but when he's down, it's hard to get it back.
Look, if you're, at least you have crafted Nemi, you have plenty of ammo to boot alongside of it, and this was the zone that benefited them so much. You think of their landing in Stormcatcher, it came straight to them. They had crafting, they have triple blue, they are sitting so nice, and they can withhold the teams from the north. North Eption effectively landing in Thunderwatch, already having a priority rotation straight to Stormcatcher, but for the other teams that are running into some issues, like 100 Thieves, right? They immediately lose out on one in Pulverex. They're like, this is an opportunity that we're gonna capitalize on.
They've definitely run into some issues today as well. Elimination bracket not having been kind to Pulverex, but now that they've taken out Onmu, they get to abuse the squads around them a little bit more. Vaxlon's the last one left, and they don't have to focus on cleaning this up. Instead, their real goal can start to be cementing themselves in the south side of the ring and hopefully planning their ultimate rotation up to where we're seeing a lot more teams set up. Teams like Licite de France and, as we said, seeing 100 Thieves earlier, and now the members of Aurora holding their previous position.
You know, all I saw before we jumped on over to LCTF was like Pulverex full sending Vaxlon. They're like, we are not letting this last member get away. Now, whether Vaxlon is able to get out of dodge and avoid Pulverex, we'll have to wait and see, but LCTF currently sit on that threshold that teams are looking to stay in. 17 points, that is the cutoff there for the top 10, so they cannot be safe here.
Really solid shots from aimbot again. Reverting back to that iron sight on 30-30. It looks like the loot pool has been pretty heavily impacted because I'm not seeing a whole lot of 3Xs or even 2x4s on 30-30s as you'd normally expect to see. It's actually, what is your personal preference, Tiff? I'm a 3X guy.
I like the Bruiser. I know that I'm not usually 2X. Like an anchor. Yeah, just the 2X, the Bruiser. It's what I like to put on my ARs. I'll put it on a 30-30. If I have a G7 Scout, sometimes I'll dabble with the 3X, but in no short supply is going to be Riddle Order there in the IMC Armory, getting that smart loot and benefiting from it. They will have to fight their way in, as they are one of our further southernmost teams. And Disguised, though, speaking of fighting, had found themselves just smack dab in between two teams.
Definitely a squad that can reach a lot higher highs today. Disguised was at the top of a lot of people's rankings coming into this elimination bracket. they also, much like Pulverex, actually have not had a good time so far. Their movement up towards the next ring will be a little bit more difficult, as their main problem is not just the teams that are rotating with them, like Pulverex and the last member of 100 Thieves, but Licite de France in front of them. That's where Disguised would really like to play.
You can see the member of Disguised wrapping around, but you know what Vaxlon's trying to do? He wants to get to Launchpad and hit the crafting because they can get the banners back and get a full reset. Sometimes I forget that Gibraltar is a support character and has the ability to do that. So Pulverex, though, have already moved into that, looking for that next zone information. Now, what you can see, it is going to be a Stormcatcher ending, and a lot of teams can occupy that small space in all the different nooks and crannies, but you want to maintain that high ground.
Nice couple shots out of Pulverex. And as you said, it is just the last member of 100 Thieves. Vax will be able to survive for now. But the shots from Pulverex could very well alert other teams that are rotating through the area. Many of our southern-based squads have started moving up, following suit over what Disguised have currently taken as their rotate. And actually, we may very well see some more fights break out on that very same move. For Pulverex, they've got the Crafter. Other teams have got to fight for position.
Fight your way in, and it's going to be Disguised gatekeeping Riddle Order. Yukia and Miyake both losing out on their shields. Now, as long as Disguised maintains the power position over Riddle Order, they should be able to put enough pressure down. But by knowing that there's 8 seconds before that zone starts to push, and they want to get into those buildings on that eastern side of Stormcatcher and be able to hold them out there, that's exactly what they're doing. They're like, where do we want to play from?
And again, Riddle, go for a rotate, get cut off, and have to go back the worst way. Their late rotations are really not doing them any favors when they're not willing to fight. Instead, they've got to take the route from Disguised earlier, putting them straight in the sights of Licite de France. For Complexity in a, I'll say, different spot for now. They've got a few other teams to go through, but a rotation that's going to be a lot less heavily gate-kept, as not many teams will choose to rotate in from the western side.
Yeah, that's so tough, though. Riddle Order, they're so good at fighting, and I would rather see them take that risk against Disguised versus wrapping around down south, where we know a lot of those teams are going to get congested.
It's going to be an uphill fight either way. That's the unfortunate part. Complexity take a pretty even one. Bangalore ult, a nice response to the Catalyst wall they see in front of them. It's a matter of stalling out a team, waiting for the zone to finish closing, seeing if anyone makes a mistake. But Complexity cannot move forward till they eliminate this squad. And so the 40 chunk that comes out of Monsoon will be a nice opener. And that with a Digi can very well end your life.
Oh, Monsoon trying to stay alive, but does get caught out by ILY. Does go down. Cody, Luda looking to pick up the slack for the team. They've already got the crack. We just need to land one more, and Enterforce 36 will fall. Match 3 winners coming in here strong, now breaking that threshold of 30 points. Just a little bit of punching to get him out of that line of sight and go for a clean res, and Cody electing to drop the shield swap for the quick reset.
And as we'd illustrated, not a whole lot of teams choose to rotate up this way. It's a difficult move, so Complexity get the benefit of an isolated 3v3 as a result. Teams, unfortunately, that have chosen to move up, like go next into Area 310, have to fight that high to low ground battle, but Slab's found a creative answer, almost takes down a member, and unfortunately has to stall this one out a little longer. The spot's revealed now, and it'd be risky to stay up here without taking a bat.
Bambino gonna make quick work of the black hole. That really didn't do too much for them, but Musi is gonna get caught out trying to get behind the fence line, but not before going down to approximately 5 HP. Oslab and Bambino need to cover the fire, and they're trying to do so. But when you smoke and you don't have a digi threat, this is pure defense in pushing off. But Area 310 have taken to the high ground, have maintained their health, and will continue to put the pressure on.
It's not about the kills anymore. With the push, go next, or honestly as good as dead. So many other teams have lines of sight onto this squad now, and it's a matter of waiting. Area 310 just have to keep from making a mistake. and continue to lay down the pressure, and eventually someone else will help them take care of Go Next. In fact, somebody else is already helping as Jaylings were taking shots at them.
Well, that's the issue, right? As we push down this hill towards Stormcatcher, you can already see the shots coming from the roof and inside of Stormcatcher, so they're just going to be, like you said, in all of those different teams' lines of sight. And Riddle Order, who had taken for that southernmost wraparound, have now found the remnants of the newly revived 100 Thieves team. Vaxlon was able to navigate into Launchpad, craft the banners, hit a full res, but will they be able to keep going? Because Area 310, they're pushing the issue. They've got the knock onto Bambino, and they will keep moving forward.
Could have been a crack, could have been a knock, could have been anything, but a momentary bit of weakness lets Area 310 know that it's their time to push. Quick finish, and yet, even still, those shots that you were talking about from the roof over in Stormcatcher caused complications. A delayed reset started by Lemon gives other teams like Jaylings the opportunity to move up. They've continued to lay in some damage, but I'd rather see Jaylings stay here. They have a zone coming to them. They know they can weaken this team in front, Area 310, but it's much better to farm up your Evo shields and hold on to where you're at.
Now that we've seen the end of that engagement there, we do know that Riddle Order was able to take out 100 Thieves on that southernmost side. Now they have completely cleared out their backs, but must worry about what holds the western front and the eastern front. But Jaylings, they're working on the north beyond the wall.
Fortunately enough, they have Watson. That means generators, that means extra shields, and Nags won't need to spend as many shield cells as they otherwise might in order to get back to full. The decision to stay around here and stick 2 of them so far is just to stay a little more active. Kick, speaking of activity, try and make their presence felt on top of Stormcatcher, but are getting pushed and taken out by Aurora. That's a 2v3. That is a wonderful fight from Aurora.
That's what you do when you are just confident in your duo's ability. You're like, I know we have the firepower to make this happen. You focus on the position, and now with them safely into Stormcatcher, we'll have to worry about all the teams that are trying to rotate in, as Riddle Order is now starting to back around on where Element 6 had previously been. The Dark Veil coming out, but the Digi threat is doing the work. Yukio!
Yukio's Digi was farming, but the weird thing is that they don't actually finish off that team. Element 6 is still behind them, and now Riddle are sandwiched. This decision to peel off Element 6 after having dealt them so much damage could kill them, and it's a nice smoke and hopefully a double back as Lecite de France start getting involved, watching Element 6 rotate away.
But the fact that Element 6 was able to go just a little bit further south and say, you know what, we don't really want a part of this. We're gonna try to rotate out. We understand that LCDF has high ground on us and will follow us throughout our rotation, but they're going to need to swing all the way out and try to get around. But this is just gonna free up Riddle Order to have a free rotation to safety.
Exactly, it's just one foot, then the other. First it's Riddle dealing with Element 6, then it's LCDF. None of the teams getting to truly fight each other, but finally Element 6 getting to move up onto the high ground. Riddle have foregone all of that, taking to the skies and likely finding a good rotation into zone. We know the trouble with Valkyrie ults though. It's not getting them off, it's landing them.
Let's see exactly where Riddle is looking to call out. You can see all the team's locations landing smack dab in the middle. If this is free and they have a team above them, but they are okay for now. You can see Gombareo Tosan just on top of Stormcatcher. Fnatic has made their way just to the highest of the highs, and they will have a nice angle on everyone. But the issue with this being said is Sky Nades, Bangalore ults, all of the chaos, Jaylings amongst the midst of it.
And Jaylings are pressed right up against DSG. Disguised are looking for blood, and you know that they've got the fragging power to do it. Good angles so far as well. As soon as a little bit of opening damage comes in, they're going to send it. Speaking of sending it, we've got Lecite de France pushing up onto the high ground.
It's a 1v2 for Aurora, and you can see they are flesh as they are trying to get him, and they will. Aurora will fall, but not before losing out on a member of LCDF, who are now relegated to a duo. Area 310 holding that top left position. I don't hate it. They're staying safe and maintaining, putting out more damage than they're taking.
I'm really impressed that they were even able to make it all the way here. We prefaced this earlier. The Jaylings squad was always on a timer. With Disguise so close to them, Dupe takes the first knock, and it's a matter of keeping the pressure pressure up. Area 310 will be able to join in given time as well, and Jailings are wiped out casually by Disguised.
With so many aggressive compositions in the lobby, Jailings are having so much difficulty with that Watson, with the Crypto, but no stranger to fighting will be none other than North Eption, who are looking to mirror the rotation and the initial push that Area 310 did. They smack dab right into the middle prior to Jailings being eliminated, and North Eption now maintaining the building.
Disguised, great spot. Position where they could win the game from. This little ridge provides a lot of safety, and the most important thing for Disguised is going to be outputting pressure onto other teams, keeping their spot from being the first one to be pushed. Area 310, one of their biggest threats right now, with a small angle that could very well let them take out Disguised. As the map gets split by a Catalyst wall, we've got so many teams clamoring for position in what will soon be the final zone.
Well, that's Element 6 over there. They throw out the Dark Veil Slayers. You can see goes down in the distance. They were vying for Riddle Order's positioning, who have been able to maintain, but now Geo with the late rotation from the tops up Stormcatcher, everything is breaking out. Multiple Veils, multiple grab lifts, Leica, 1 HP and a Dream. North Eption leaving the building, trying to survive, and Ling appears to be the last one.
Complexity are doing great right now, playing right underneath. They're catching so many teams by surprise, farming up so much KP. 5 kills alone have been picked up in the course of the last few minutes, and they have yet to drop a member. But as they start moving up into Riddle, Complexity are damaged. They're being shot from above. MDY are contributing, and they've lost Monsoon. MDY drop to finish the squad and take the engagement with a second. Riddle Order fight for their lives, but MDY have the tools to take them out. LQ takes a quick reset. Gibraltar Bubble still around. And importantly, the shield swaps keep MDY in it. Fantastic execution from them.
The fact that Disguised is still alive, still in it, doesn't matter what utilities you take to the grab lift, prioritize your healing, evade from the abilities, and play this ridgeline that you were saying, this is a game-winning spot. Can they stave off a little bit longer? Pulverex have fallen. We're down to the final 3. MDY white, Fnatic on your right, and Disguised to the north.
We can actually take control right now because the balance of power has shifted. Fnatic have so much put on Disguised that MDY have a good chance of being able to manufacture a win. Umi-chan is isolated, and again, DSG is taking up so much attention. Fnatic having so much respect are taking the wide swing, forcing DSG into MDY, and it's going to be the thing that changes this game.
The fact that Disguised have full sent MDY white puts Fnatic in the power position. They can just push straight into the gimme bubble. Okay, Yuka, we see you. Able to grab a knock. Now to the final 2 squads. MDY white in front of them. I believe in a Yuka supremacy. I believe in Fnatic.
I don't know if you can hear them, but the crowd is going crazy for Fnatic. They have so many fans in the arena, and seeing them take that engagement, as we said, the balance of power was so shifted, and as soon as DSG give in to Fnatic, understand they can no longer hold that position, they're putty in Fnatic's hands.
To be honest, we saw them hitting a couple sit-ups early on prior to this series, getting their stretching in. They were just warming up. They are here to play. They are ready, and honestly, they were my pick for a reason, Dia.
An understandable pick. After 4 games, they've certainly been one to at least guarantee that they will not be dropping today after a win like that and the performances that they've already had. This should be enough to keep them safe. But for that, we have a few more maps on World's Edge that can still change even teams like Fnatic's fate.
That is true. You are not safe. As we saw yesterday in groups when we were deciding the fate for our teams to hit the winner's bracket or the elimination round 1, even after Pulverex had won 2 matches, they still found themselves competing here today. But congratulations to Fnatic. You were sitting just outside the top 5, still safe, but this is what you needed to really enact on that consistency.
And a lot of teams have managed to get positions like this. KCP, Complexity, and FC Destroy joining Fnatic in the couple of teams, the very few teams that are privileged enough to have won a game. That's exactly what I'm talking about. After that game, after watching Yuka's movement, I am very, very happy with seeing such a mechanically gifted squad that a lot of people have high expectations for come out on top and push themselves one day further.
One day further, one more dream, but the end of the week is going to be upon us before we even know it. We'll have match point finals on Sunday. Let's run back the final circle, where that balance of power shifted, because Fnatic, the amount of space they were able to occupy, the amount of pressure that Yuka is able to apply forward just by bouncing up and down and shooting, they knew, Disguise knew.
And Graceful actually talked about this on the analyst desk, but a big factor here is not just Fnatic's pressure, but how quickly the zone is closing. It's going to push Disguised out well before it pushes Fnatic or MDY. So they are the team that does have to make first move. Choosing not to push Fnatic is just a matter of, I suppose, what they want to do, what they feel comfortable doing. MDY do get taken a little bit off guard, but it's still Disguised having taken so much harassment from Fnatic that ultimately opens the door for this team that played really well, took a good position, even took out Pulverex to get here to finish off with a win. A 20-point game, and MDY certainly impressing by even beating them.
That's so really cool to do. We saw so many engagements that MDY White were able to occupy, but you think about where they land in Stormcatcher. For all the teams that are rotating in, they were just sitting there picking them off. So to hit double digits that early on with an impressive 22 points is very nice. And Disguise on 10, but Riddle.
I was gonna say, where are my Riddle fans at? Literal and figurative. Finishing in 5th place here. This is one of Riddle's best games so far, and I mean that from a points perspective as well as from an actual macro perspective. Being pushed into that suboptimal rotation that we talked about, they somehow managed to wrestle away control of the southwestern side of this zone and control teams like Element 6, pushing Element 6 to a 12th place finish with just a few points, mostly coming from kills.
It's actually not too bad though. They came into this match sitting on 25 points, so now they've hit that 30-point threshold, but will that be enough? I feel like they need a match win with at least 15 points to really feel a little bit more safe. Because it is the elimination round 1, you're never safe. And for our teams that are going out here on a little bit of a donut point game, we have to know, you've got to answer back. But as we see, the Fnatic fans in the crowd, and 8 eliminations, 4,200 damage for them. Honestly, I keep saying it, I need to go get myself a Fnatic jersey. They are super sick. The moment they dropped the champions jerseys, I was like, that is impressive.
I'll go with you.
Honestly, yeah.
It is well worth it. Fnatic have not just had fans in APAC North representing them, but ever increasingly all around the world, with holding 2nd place after we finish the first couple of rounds. They've put themselves in a safe position, and I'm not afraid to say it. We will be seeing Fnatic in tomorrow's games. For now, it's a matter of time and of holding on for teams like Complexity, Fnatic, MDY, FC Destroy, and perhaps even the Pioneers. You're now thinking about how you can play your best game of Apex Legends. It's not necessarily about farming KP anymore. It's about making sure that you can clinch wins, especially for a team like Northemption, who's included in here, who has yet to win a game today.
Well, they'll have to put one together. LCDF, that threshold, that 10th place cutoff, but only 2 points separate them. But that's it for Spider, Tiff, and Dia. We're gonna go hit the desk for a little bit of analysis later on, but we're done here in the booth, and we're gonna cut to a quick break. So when we come back, you're gonna have your 4 games on World's Edge.
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody, to Resorts World Arena here in Birmingham for the Apex Legends Global Series Championships. And now we have 4 games remaining in our elimination bracket round 1 to find out who will survive and who will have to go home.
It means we're moving from Stormpoint over to the very familiar World's Edge, which of course is always going to mean those who are better at World's Edge now have their chance to start picking up some points and maybe get closer to that elimination bracket round 2.
Now this is where the tension really starts to step up for the teams. We've seen some of our bigger names really come forward. Fnatic with such an important win in that last game that we saw on Stormpoint, Dan, just revitalizing them, giving them that confidence to really try and turn what has been a little bit of a tumultuous tournament around for them so far. But Fnatic looking good, Complexity with a big win as well. The question is, will World's Edge change that narrative? And we'll see some more teams come to the fore.
Yeah, Complexity on top at the moment, but I'm going to be looking at teams like J-Lings, for example, who have been far better at World's Edge throughout this tournament and a lot of previous tournaments. Maybe Stormpoint might not be their thing, but with 4 in a row on World's Edge, you'd be expecting teams who do prefer that map to start to step things up now.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see how things do get stepped up for certain teams. And like we said in the intro there, a little bit unfortunate that we are the ones who have to send some teams home as well. It's 4 more games, and it might be the end of the tournament for some of these teams. For 10, though, the road will continue. Here is your map rotation and your winners if you're just joining us from the Stormpoint games we saw. FC Destroy winning match number 1. Pioneers without winning match number 2. Complexity and Fnatic, like I just mentioned, rounding out 3 and 4. But now we change maps. Now we change the tempo as we head over to World's Edge.
Yeah, the teams that we're looking at that are kind of on the bubble at the moment, you've got La Cite de France, Riddle Order, and Enter Force 36. They're the teams that everyone's going to be targeting to try and catch up. But then below that, those who are really struggling and really need to perform on World's Edge, J-Lings, 100 Thieves, Pulverex, and Gabare Artisan. These 4 squads have to step up, and they have stepped up on World's Edge, but it has to continue here today.
Yeah, a lot of focus for me on J-Lings, and not just the spots that they get, but how do they control that space around them. So many times we see them getting good priority, a quick rotate to zone, sometimes leaving the loop behind to make sure they can hold down a spot, but it's all about if they can demand and control the space around it, not just the building that they reside in themselves. World's Edge, of course, poses a different challenge to these 20 teams, and knowing that you've only got 4 games ahead of you, Dan, that completely changes also how you're thinking as a team. Thinking that you might need to put some extra points on, starting to think about KP being the thing that sends you through to the next round. Everything is about to change here, and that pressure's going to get ramped up.
And we'll have to see whether we do see a contest happening on the World's Edge. The potential again for MDY White and 100 Thieves. Now, 100 Thieves, I've said, really need to get some points here on World's Edge, and if they can do so, we might see them progress. But having a contest is never going to help you, right? It's never going to put you in that spot where you're thinking, okay, we're confident on this map. It's going to be tough for them. They have to win those engagements.
Well, just while we wait for the lobby to be ready and the players to be comfortable on our main stage here, I want to talk about that good-looking man on your stage right now, Monsoon. I mean, what a moment it was earlier. A song to open it up today to really get the crowd going. Such a talented man. What a game today. Obviously, this was the reaction, of course, when he heard his song being played. Look at this, Kim Chi Lee behind him as well. I say behind him, in front of him, bowing down to him.
Quite rightly so as well. Magnificent voice. When I did hear it, I didn't actually realize it was Monsoon initially, and then when you told me, I was blown away. Such an incredible talent, not only with a mouse and keyboard, but also with his vocal cords. So good to see that we've got so many amazing talents, and it was great to just see the reaction, really, and how much it meant to him.
Yeah, so it'll be a pretty amazing moment, bringing the community and some of the talents away from the mouse and keyboard, the PC, whatever it might be, to show that it's more than just Apex Legends for some of these characters and amazing people that we have involved in the scene. Smiles on the face of Monsoon, an amazing moment for sure, but now it's got to refocus a little bit here, Dan. Complexity have been so quiet up until today, of course, and that win, that's going to do wonders for them moving forwards.
It will, and they are a team who's been pretty consistent across both maps. I don't think they'll be too disappointed to be transitioning from Stormpoint to World's Edge like some others might. They are actually one of the most even that we have out of anyone in this lobby. So I think that bodes pretty well. And when you look across success in general in the ALGS, it is usually the teams that can find points on both maps that get themselves into those final lobbies. So we'll have to see whether Complexity can be one of those teams, but they're looking in pretty good nick right now. First place It's about every other team trying to catch them up rather than them playing catch up.
Certainly is indeed. And let me tell you, the stands are filling up second by second here in Birmingham as well. The crowd are certainly getting behind their respective teams as well. And it's about time for them to do so once more here, because match 5 is just around the corner. We are into our Legend Select.
Elimination round 1 always does throw a little spanner in the works, because this is now panic time for every squad. Last 4 games, do or die. If you find yourself in the lower 10 teams here, you are done. You are out of the competition. Are we going to see anyone throw some questionable Legend selections? I do see a Caustic in the lobby. Maybe Lemon can do some damage in those final moments in Area 310, just like he did yesterday, and we saw how it was influenced. But you've got to get to that final circle first. You need to make sure you get to that position on the map.
Well, just to give you an update on how the standings are, I'm sure you know at home yourselves if you're watching and you're supporting your favorite teams, as well as everybody who's here in the arena. The team at the moment who's holding down 10th place, Dan, Lacite de France, doing it for Europe at the moment. They are the gatekeepers of qualification.
Yeah, Lacite de France on 21 points, followed closely though by Riddle Order on 19, Go Next on 17, and Pulverex also on 17. And Lacite de France, a very successful World's Edge team so far in the group stages. Around about 261 damage. They do more on World's Edge than they do on Stormpoint, but it's about those placements that they've been able to find. They are consistently getting to the later stages of the game, but of course now you're going to get more of an opportunity to get late games with some of the bigger, heavy hitters into that winner's bracket.
Well, starting off with the winner of our last game, and understandably so, a little gold backpack to start your game. That's certainly going to be a nice little addition to the inventory. But Fnatic, we mentioned how it was almost a surprise. We were talking about this. How it was a surprise that they were down in this elimination side of our bracket and having to fight their way back. They've almost been a mainstay in our grand finals when we do get to the Sunday at these big LAN events. But that win in the last game, seeing you could do what he does best, moving around, smoothing around, outplaying everybody. Now they head into World's Edge, I should say, and they are going to be feeling good because it just takes one win to turn that momentum around.
I think that I saw a lot of discussion on social media about APAC North and why they're struggling so much, and I saw it described as an identity issue. There's a lot of fights for POIs, there's a lot of struggles where they're trying to compete with, you know, the North Americans who have dominated some of these bigger and better POIs. Once we had the Ring Console and Survey Beacon changes, and some of the POIs got way better when those changes came through, you do have to start trying to put your foot down a little bit. You do have to start competing for some of these.
Well, let's take a look at Zone then. Let's see where we're going on World's Edge. It's looking like we might be heading just north of staging, maybe down to the little buildings at the bottom of the waterfall with the geysers. For now, though, there's a couple of teams trying to make that quick rotate. One of them you can see at the top of your screen. That's going to be Pioneers and Lacite de France. Keep your eyes on the left-hand side of that little logo you can see next to their name. They are the gatekeepers, like I say, in that final qualification spot. If they can hold that down till the end of today, well, we'll see them tomorrow.
But it sounds simple. With 4 games, that is a lot of points to be secured, and it's going to be slightly different to yesterday when it was just playing the 6. Let's Go Next, looking to try and get aggressive and try and push up on any damage they were able to output, but it looks like they're going to back off from that fight. Evac Tower's going to go down, and it'll be about repositioning here.
Yeah, they're trying to get ahead of the traffic at the moment. You see 100 Thieves just beating them on their rotate, but they have to be very aware of MDY White, who are just having a little peek through the choke from Harvester to see if anything went down that they might be able to take advantage of. Speaking of going down, Bambino's got to be very careful here. Maybe just take an extra second to pop a shield batter or a couple of cells to make sure that he can cross to this tunnel alongside his teammates. Elsewhere, you can see, using the catwalk to get through there, Kick have just made their rotation as well, and Kick Esports are going to be uncontested this time over at Lava Siphon, which is good news for them.
Yeah, I was looking at it at the start of the day, and Kick uncontested on both maps. You don't have you don't have TSM, and you don't have the Dojo. So you've got 2 very solid POIs to work with if you are Kick. Now, granted, they didn't have the best of times over on Stormpoint from the wall, but at Lava Siphon, you feel like they should be picking up enough points here, at least to get into elimination round 2.
Well, Noise is doing a little bit of recon here on the drone, just to see what the surrounding traffic is looking like. You can also see maybe he might have just picked out there might be a fight breaking out. Go Next under a little bit of pressure. Does manage to keep that drone alive for just a few seconds, but it's actually going to be Pioneers who are holding out Go Next, who are sandwiched between Pioneers and Jailings in this tunnel. So Go Next at the moment, all dressed in white, just the white armors to play with. Have to be extremely careful, but it looks like Jailings don't have that armor check information. They're not going to risk anything too early on. with just 4 games to go here.
We spoke about Kick and how they're desperately trying to stay alive. The Dark Veil's gone down just to keep them at bay here. Make sure they can avoid that vision that is happening from the other side of the train cart. But speaking of vision, there's nothing to be said for it. Smokes go down, they try and escape, but I don't think there's going to be too much damage done. This one's just going to be a slow burner of a fight while this Dark Veil's still up.
Yeah, Kick in a pretty good spot for the end game here. If they can hold down these tracks, it's always a pretty good spot to play if you can hold out anyone rotating in from the staging side. Pioneers playing the truck. Always fills me with anxiety when I see someone inside one of these trucks. Yeah, you can hold it down for quite some time, but we talk about how Fuse is such an impactful character now, impactful legend here on World's Edge. You have to be so aware of those knuckle clusters coming in, of teams trying to push you with that horizon ult. Once again, I can sound like a broken record, but it's not just about controlling the truck. It's about controlling the space around and making sure that teams cannot pressure you easily.
Yeah, you just got to make yourself bigger as a team and put down that damage so you look scarier, so they're not going to be able to press up as easily as you mentioned. Pioneers, they probably just need one more good game and they should be pretty safe here in elimination round 1. But that's easier said than done sometimes. We saw yesterday when teams were getting really close to that bubble, they suddenly started to fall apart a little bit, and it came down to the last game of the day where some squads were able to sneak through into the winner's bracket. But to get it done early would be far more comfortable for Pioneers and will do wonders for their mentals, that's for sure. Now, Onyx Esports, another team in 20th position who need to be performing, are yet again one of these squads who have been far better on World's Edge than they have been on Stormpoint. And even though that's worrying as the tournament goes on, at least it's some sort of positive right now. But it's whether they can just hold Mirage Etoile here, because again, this is a really strong position to hold. You've got the elevation. It's difficult for other teams to be pushing you. And because they drop over here, it means they have the chance to hold it from the early game.
Yeah, really important game this for Onyx Esports. They gifted the zone, and now you've got to make the most of it, right? Because you know that you've got the extreme high vantage point of Mirage Etoile. You've also got the ability and the knowledge, excuse me, that other teams are going to have to rotate below you, around you, where you are going to have the opportunity to strike them down. MDY White, speaking of being struck down, they will be eliminated as our first team here in game number 5. And Onyx Esports just looking for targets at the moment. This is the god spot for sure.
It is interesting that there wasn't really a contest that went down between 100 Thieves and MDY White. That's good news though for 100 Thieves, who really did not want to have to go through a contest, but MDY White still falling early. We're seeing a lot of early Dark Veils being used as well, just to keep some of these squads going, keep them protected, as the circle starts to go even further over towards Lava Fissure and Mirage Etoile. Now, Go Next, they're going to be sitting in Landslide. They're going to be one of the gatekeepers, the main gatekeepers of this circle, because they're the last remaining teams who are arriving going to have to go through them. And really, looking at it, 100 Thieves, Disguised, Complexity, maybe even Pulverex, if they decide to go staging way, may end up going into Area 310. So this isn't fun for those teams arriving late, and I think they're going to know it, because just look how stacked this western side is right now. Everyone moved fast because, on set, it's one of these circles that is a little bit more easy to predict when you see it early on.
Well, Complexity, who did get that win, of course, a little bit earlier on, they are one of the teams who are going to have to work extremely hard for points, but also a team, when they start to give them a little bit of momentum on their side, will be happy to take some 3v3 engagements and force their way into the lobby. Interesting to see if they're still playing Valkyrie as well, because that might give them an opportunity to hit the skies late and look for a third-party opportunity of some of those teams who are trying to force their way in and they can steal a spot away. Another one of those teams who is quite some way away from zone right now is going to be Disguised, down in 15th position at the moment, and 4 games in, 13 points to speak of.
Yeah, it's not been the best of starts for Disguise, but they are very close to the top 10. I mean, it looks bad when you're down in 15th, but only being, what, 8 points behind another team, that can very easily be collated across a few maps, if not just one, if you have that good game and get to the final circle. So I'd be expecting Disguise to be picking things up. They're one of the teams that should be getting through to the elimination round 2, in my opinion, but at a World Championships, we have to send 10 teams home at this point, and it is always so difficult because we have 40 of the best teams in the world going at it, and it's always a shame to have to say goodbye to some of them.
Well, team is trying to work their way in towards zone at the moment, just being held out on this choke. It's going to be Pulverex. Chan taking quite a bit of damage there, trying to exchange shots with the 30-30 repeater, but not being able to really outdo the damage of the team who's holding them out, and that's going to be Riddle Order on the other side now.
The Pulverex need to make a decision fast, because as this round closes, they need to decide whether they want to press up onto Riddle Order or if they want to rotate round towards staging. And if they are too late to make that decision, they just allow someone else to potentially come behind them. Here is Disguised also getting involved.
Yeah, Disguised got that first knock as well, and you saw the 30-30 being the gun to do that damage, and now they want to push on the 100 Thieves. Disguised want to clean this up. Lube will find one as he slides in, and a little bit of hip fire with the R99 will take down the second member of 100 Thieves. One player still alive, scarpering away through the vault tunnel, but this is what they'll be looking for here, Disguised, but they have to be careful, because Complexity, they're up on the high ground, and with a gold R301, Monsoon, he's looking for blood.
Yeah, these were our 3 late rotators, so it makes sense that they're all fighting. They realize it's going to be a difficult rotation in, so let's make sure we try and pick up some KP when it's available to us. For Complexity, they can play a little bit more loose. They are ahead. I mean, Monsoon is bobbing with his character at the moment, and I don't blame him. Complexity feeling great.
Well, that fight kind of helped Complexity hugely, right? Because it clears 100 Thieves from their rotation. They're not going to have to worry about them. Disguised didn't want a part of it as well, so they're hitting the blue to redeploy as well. The question is, are they going to be able to get ahead of Complexity here on the tracks, take the high ground away from them, and then become a problem? Or will they be pressured from the Dorito here? The Dorito building in front of me, you can see there is a team in front of them at the moment. That's going to be Area 310. As we hear a little bit of a skull getting rocked for a few seconds by Xenox.
This was my worry for Pulverex earlier, is because they didn't move quick enough. If they did want to make this rotation round to staging, then we wouldn't be able to anymore. But I think Pulverex have full sent it into Lava Fissure, so we'll have to see a little bit later if they were able to survive. At the moment, Disguise should be okay. They know full well that Complexity are nearby, but at least they have the high ground. Here's Enter Force 36, and it's going to be an initial knock, aimbot, and it's Pulverex indeed. So after they made their rotation on set, they just went for the full send. It was a last-minute resort because they were being held out by Riddle Order, and they get taken down on their landing.
And this is what I'm always talking about, right? Commanding space. Enter Force 36, see Pulverex make the play. They've been holding down one of those buildings underneath Mirage Etoile for this whole game. As soon as they see them land, they get the first shots in, they get those nades in, and they clean up the damage, meaning anyone else who has to come into that position isn't going to be able to coexist. Fnatic now on your screen. 18 squads remaining. Yuka on our screens as we swap over to Meltstera. Let's see what he can do. The flank looks pretty good here. The damage output is strong, and they're going to get the first knock as well.
It's against L'Cite de France as well as they go down. So L'Cite de France, remember, they were that bubble team in 10th position. This is great news for all those below them. Area 310, they also get eliminated. They were trying to work their way into that circle, but Fnatic still going in the moment, still trying to pressure and press, and they need to, because that circle is going to force them in slowly, but it's Pioneers who are down below them.
Yeah, really smart disengage that actually from Pioneers. I'm sure that they heard that fight, but with how quickly it was finished and how handedly the Fnatic dealt with L'Cite de France, there wasn't really an opportunity for them to push up and even see a knock going down that they could turn a 3v2 situation into some KP. So they retreat, they hold down this position, they will be safe in that next zone as well. So a good call from Natsuki, the IGL, to just say, hey boys, this isn't the time, let's reset here.
They can still hold for quite a while, Pioneers. They don't have to panic at the moment. And I will say, with where the ring is going, it's going to be quite a long journey for those who are on the southeast side. But for Pioneers, if they can kind of dominate this northern side, if they can hold out Fnatic and win this fight, they'll be in a really good spot to make their move on into the circle. But with Newcastle locking them down, it means it's difficult for those squads to try and press. As Go Next to having a little one of a peek. It's a dangerous peak, though. It's a very open ground here, and it's a difficult position to find yourself in.
Well, Pioneers now find themselves in a difficult position themselves, because Go Next are kind of pinching them in towards Fnatic, and you can see the utility is now going down, but good shots coming in from Pioneers just to send them back. Say, hey, you want to take this fight? Well, we've got some pretty big biceps ourselves. Well, we're willing to flex. That was a difficult word to say.
Beef Wellington.
Close enough.
J-Lings are holding one of the best positions in the map right now. But it's all about these late arrivals, these squads that are just fighting on the outer edge, because no one's been able to get close to the center zone. It's all happening on this eastern side as Fnatic are also showing what they can do on the northern side now against Pioneers, but there's Go Next and Kick and Riddle Order here on set.
Well, look at Zane. Zane's holding this. Oh, he gets a stick as well! The black hole is good, but it might not be good enough. His two teammates have gone down, and now it's about escaping as a solo. And I was about to say, the situation that is developing here for Pioneers is the nightmare one. There was multiple teams pressuring. Go Next, they were being pressured from behind by King, forcing them into Pioneers. Fnatic had to leave their position as well with the zone closing, and Pioneers were just meat in a sandwich.
I mean, this eastern side is nuts right now, but Fnatic are the main winners just because with Pioneers going down, it's allowed them to push out. Go Next, eliminated, but Riddle or Kick are still there and are still a presence. This eastern side is just full of squads.
Pioneers up to a 2 somehow or other. And managing to scarper away. So even though they were in a horrendous position, they somehow managed to make the most of it. Riddle Order, though, look like they're going to be chasing down the 2 remaining members of Pioneers. But can they find them? Once again, the shots are pretty good. Riddle Order now having to smoke and having to be careful not to go down themselves.
You've only got 4 teams in this next circle. Is that some good shots, but not going to be enough to keep yourself alive as Riddle Order down to just 1. But all these teams on these, we've got 12 teams that are trying to force their way into the circle at the same time.
Both Complexity and Disguise make their rotate. How we've been following their game so far, and Complexity have got some work to do here. Cody jumping into the beast of the hunt on the Bloodhound, trying to scan, trying to find any kind of vision that he can through this smoke that's gone down. Luda has gone down. Monsoon's still alive as well. Riddle Order eliminated elsewhere on the map, and it's FC Destroy who are holding down this truck.
Yeah, FC Destroy back to back at the moment, trying to cover as much space, using the rocks that are available as Complexity are wiped, as are GO. And we're almost down to our last 10 squads. And I tell you what, there's going to be a couple more that fall, because down on this south side, everyone is so close to one another.
You've got FC Destroy, you've got Onyx, you've got Enter Force 36, all pretty much right next to each other, if not above, stacked on each other. And you get the feeling that only one team can leave from this position. Satsuki's going to go in. Kick do get eliminated, as Northeption now make their move on the eastern side of this zone.
Yeah, Northeption have done well to own that side, but at the moment it's J-Lings who are still holding dead center, as well as Disguised, who have got in the building in the center of zone, which is one of the most commanding positions to hold, because of course, you're not gonna get shot from any angles. You can now just stay alive. And I say building, I mean train car, of course. That's gonna be up there and available for them. But FC Destroy still have to find a way up here on set.
Well, this is gonna be a continuation of the battle of the southern side of the zone. Hammer Drill with that digi threat. He's also got the L-Star to play with as well, so he is suited and booted and ready to throw down to anybody who wants to challenge, but the zone is closing in just 20 seconds. This fight needs to be ended quickly by one of these teams, and Onyx Esports, by the way, still on top of Barrage Etoile. They're just waiting for the opportunity to pounce.
Yeah, but pounce or leave, you've got to try and choose quickly here, because in 7 seconds, the zone's going to be tickling you. It's J-Lings who hold one of the more commanding positions, but now Enter Force 36 down to just 1. Boar's going to have to try and work with whatever you can here, but there's so much attention over towards him, and even if you get the shield swap, are you really going to survive?
Well, the question is he going to have the health meds in time? He's going to have to walk next to this zone, tiptoe, and hope that that smoke in front of him keeps him alive. Onyx now have to drop. You see them dropping from the high ground. Natsuki has been eliminated, meaning that Pioneers will go as well, and Onyx Esports trying to use his grappling to get away. Oh my God, Crusader! He's hitting anything that moves at the moment, but can Onyx survive?
Trying their best, try as they might, but it's not looking great. 2 have fallen, and they held so long at Mirage Etoile. Triple take as a last stand is not going to do it. 8 squads now remain, but this is where everyone wants to be. In this final circle, over towards the train tracks, Fnatic are still forcing their way in. Remember, they were on the northern side, now they find themselves on the south.
And look at the KP as well. They are starting to stack them up here, Fnatic. The winners of our final game on Storm Point. Well, maybe they want to start off with a win here on World's Edge as well, but now you're seeing J-Lings trying to command the space around them, trying to hold down this spot, but JMW has fallen as Fnatic look down on all of this carnage.
Well, J-Lings held this for so long, but now this is perfect for Fnatic. This is perfect for them to try and push in and finish off the pieces and take control of one of the bigger positions on this map.
But who has moved in on the north side? It's going to be Element 6. Element 6 have been so quiet in this game, but when it matters, they've taken one of the best positions. Senox hits the hip-fire shot with the 30-30 to take Northeption down. We have 5 squads now remaining.
This is so important for Disguise. As a 2, may I add, they were able to get center zone, but as you quite rightly pointed out, it's Element 6 that have now got into the high ground. They have taken control of the tracks. And the Element 6 fans in the crowd starting to maybe think there is a win on the horizon for them here, especially when Tyler's hitting shots like that.
This is where Tyler does his best work. When he's got bodies in front of him, when he knows he's got the support behind him as well. And there is an example! Duple fall. Tyler goes in for the shield swap, will be able to get it, stays alive, J-Lings eliminated. In the meantime, Fnatic still scrapping on the low ground. and looking to work their way up.
Realistically, this is Element 6 versus Fnatic. The rest is just rats. You've got one from Aurora, and you've got one from Disguised. Can Fnatic and E6 avoid those rats and take a straight 3v3?
Tyler knows there's one rat here. He saw one player leave the building, and that's going to be a member of Aurora. Disguise have been eliminated in the meantime. It's 9 Impulse from Aurora, the duo who takes down Xenox. It's E6 versus the solo. 9 Impulse from Aurora taking on Fnatic.
And this should be E6's game. They hold the high ground. Fnatic have to come up towards them with where the circle's moving in. But what's going to make the difference is the rats. 9 Imps can really ruin someone's day if he can go unavoided, maybe shoot someone in the back. But I think E6 have spotted him out. Yes, they have. And Tyler looks to try and make short work.
Tyler's going to drop on this. He wants that kill. When he gets it, he can use the grappling to get back up. It's a smart play from Tyler, because now he can rejoin the fight. But the problem is, the Dark Veil is even better from Fnatic. They completely cut the zone in half. They step through, and this should be back-to-back here as Melzera goes in. Fnatic! Back-to-back here in the elimination bracket.
And I said that 9 Imps could make a difference as a rat, and he kind of did. As soon as Tyler dropped, that was the door wide open for Fnatic. They almost heard that gunfire and instantly sent it on the other 2 members from E6. But still, Element 6 should be very happy with the top 2. But it's about Fnatic, who surely with that solidify their spot in elimination round 2.
Back-to-back for Fnatic. Their fans loving it, but you saw the reaction of the E6 Ultras in the crowd as well. They loved what they saw from their team. Second place, not quite good enough to call yourself a champion in that game, but a huge amount of KP in that end game should start to stack up for them.
And what a performance it was from Fnatic though. When they were on that northern side being held out by Pioneers, waiting for Pioneers to get under a little bit of pressure, then they pushed. Then they were able to swoop down on the eastern side and take the southern zone off of all those teams that were fighting a Mirage Etoile, and then dominated therefore, got all of those kills to get a massive game. Great performance.
Fnatic looking like the Fnatic we expected to see here at the ALGS Championships. And for some teams, maybe it's the run you need, the games you need under your belt to find the comp that works in these lobbies. Fnatic look like they might have just found the right recipe.
Wow. I mean, what an opening game on World's Edge where we had absolute carnage unfolding, it seemed like in every area of the map. Because it was one of those circles where there was very little buildings to hold down, it meant that you really had to play edge. You had to try and scrap against one another, and it seemed to be Fnatic who did it best. That now puts them on 65 points. I'm thinking the cutoff's going to be around 43, judging based on the averages that we're seeing in the moment being scored by teams. So at 60, you'd expect them to be well ahead. It's a 15-kill game for Fnatic. Unbelievable.
Yuka supremacy still very much on the cards. A couple of things to talk about though in that end game. J-Links holding down the spot. How many times do we have to talk about it with this squad, right? Getting into the God spot, looking like they should be the team to win the game, and not quite being able to do it. Yuka playing out to the cameras a little bit. We love to see that, and rightly so, with a smile on his face after back-to-back wins. This is your final circle. This is how Fnatic got it done.
Yeah, and you look at Fnatic in this position and you're probably thinking, well, how do you win from here? You've got to try and get up. Well, first thing you need is a horizon. They're just waiting for any sort of info. They see 3 squads are left. They don't know if it's a rat, of course, and they just know where that team is. As soon as that gunfire happens and any sort of damage, you're gonna be sending it. So I imagine that Fnatic chose their time wisely and then all arrived at once from Yuka's horizon grab lift.
Like you say, just finding the time as soon as the gunfire goes down.
Yep.
And I think the most important thing for them when the Dark Veil went down is they kind of picked the right side to go, right? Of that Dark Veil, they fell into the players who just had their attention taken away with Tyler making that solo play. Final 2 remaining members of Fnatic, after the damage was done, managed to clean up. And look at that, 27 points from Fnatic. E6 just behind them with 11. Something to smile about for them.
Yeah, Fnatic now cruising here in elimination bracket round 1. Should be all good to be qualifying through to tomorrow's action here in Birmingham. For E6, that's a solid game of 11, disguised as well as a duo getting into the latter stages. just being able to rescue something and keep their hopes alive, because they were pretty far. They were down in 15th before this game started, but now they find themselves up in 10th position.
Onyx Esports, from the position they were in, probably a little bit disappointed to not just come out of it with not a huge amount of placement points, but also just the 3 kills with that advantage position they had at Mirage Artois for quite some time. Elsewhere, we saw 100 Thieves really struggling on that rotate. It was a tough one for them to make, of course, but even in the very opening moments of the game, they were under pressure. Maybe had to go to plan B, plan C, and then they got caught over at Harvester by Disguised. Riddle Order, only a couple of points to them as well. Complexity, not a huge game from them. It was very interesting to watch Complexity and Disguise kind of going against each other. It's almost like they were shadowing each other for the entirety of their rotations.
Yeah, it really was, and it happens sometimes in Apex, doesn't it? Where you will have a team that you might shadow or mirror throughout the entire series, and sometimes you have to get the better of them if you are to come out on top. But I'm worried for the likes of 100 Thieves, Onyx Esports, even J-Lings. That's 18th, 19th, and 20th at the moment in the overalls here. And as I was mentioning earlier, we think roughly around 43 points should have you safe. That's just a guess based off averages that are being scored so far. So if you're looking at that, the likes of Complexity, E6, FC Destroy are just about there, and Fnatic should be a guarantee.
Very impressive there from Fnatic. Back-to-back wins for them. And I'll tell you what, if you're in the arena at the moment and you fancy trying to imitate what some of these players are doing on the main stage, well, good news, you've got an opportunity to. Peeps wants to give us a tour of the Apex Legends Free Play Lounge.
Onset and Gaskin, thank you so much. We are here at the Apex Legends Free Play Lounge, thanks to our awesome partners at PlayStation Tournaments. So we got some gamers here, we got a bunch of setups, and if you win a game of Apex, you get a token and you're able to win some prizes here. Let's check in with our gamers. What's up, man?
Yeah.
Dude, what is your name, where are you from, and what is your favorite legend?
My name is Fassi, I'm from UK, and Pathfinder is my favorite legend.
I love that.
Yeah.
Who do you got winning the championship this week? TSM?
Yeah.
I love that. And my man, what about, are you guys friends?
Yeah, we are. We actually met through Apex in a random lobby. And then when I moved to the UK from Pakistan, we met together once, and then this is the second time of us meeting, and we were like, okay, let's just get together here. And yeah,
that is absolutely insane, man. I know a lot of people got the same story where they meet a lot of friends through Apex. Well, you heard it here. Come make some friends at the Apex Legends Free Play Lounge. And not only that, possibly win some prizes. Casters, back to you.
Thank you so much, Peeps. And I've got to say, Dan, 1v1?
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 I'll take it.
I'm not making bets of you anymore after how the first one went, but great to hear Pathfinder Mains, by the way, being represented. E6 also being represented in the loudest way possible here in Birmingham. Dan's dancing along with you as well. He is loving it. You've also got the MDYY fans in here. I'll tell you what, it's getting a bit competitive, not just on the main stage here, Dan, but between the groups of fans. All friendly competition, of course.
I mean, it's only going to get bigger and better, isn't it, as the week goes on. But shout out to the guys, always making sure the energy is high in the arena, and it's just perfect. I think as a player, if you see that kind of support for you, it must just give you that extra little buzz, that extra incentive to try and get that W.
Yeah, 100%. And now getting the W is, of course, what it is all about. We are now just 3 games remaining, Dan, in this first round of the elimination bracket. And all of a sudden, I'm sure the teams are thinking, down in that bottom 10, do we have what it takes to put enough points on the board to see us through to tomorrow? For those teams, it's about the journey now, right? It's about not wanting to go home today, get through to tomorrow, and then think about Sunday after that. But I tell you, I'm kind of nervous for them.
Yeah, there's 10 teams that are only going to play 3 more matches of Apex, and whilst that is sad and it is disappointing for those that have traveled around the world to try and compete on this bigger stage, that is what the ALGS is about. Competing and making sure we find the best teams possible, and certainly it seems like we are going to whittle it down to 30 very shortly. Now, jumping into a Legend Select, you're going to see pretty consistent things across the board. Bangalore and Catalyst, and then it depends what you add on top of that. Is it going to be a controller legend so you can get that ring console information, or do you want to go for something a little bit more aggressive? Do you want a Horizon on the board? Is Catalyst going to be enough for you to get the ring console, or do you want someone else? I'm loving to see what we have with legend selection and comp differences, but at the same time, I do miss a couple of legends, you know, and I'm hoping that maybe next year we'll start to see them appear. Don't ask me who.
I'm not going to ask you who because we'll fall out on the main stage. Anyway, match number 6. It's live. It's ready to go here in Birmingham. After this game, it is done and dusted. And the bullets have settled on World's Edge. We will only have 2 more games today to find out who our top 10 will be going through to tomorrow.
We're dropping into World's Edge. I'm keeping a keen eye on Monument and Fragment again, but it seems like MDY White and 100 Thieves are happy to split the difference once more. And J-Ling's going to be making their long journey over towards Overlook. It looks pretty clean on the map, but our winners, Fnatic, they will have a safe drop as well over towards Survey Camp and Epicenter. They spread themselves out quite thin, but it looks like no one's going to be really wrestling with them here, so they're going to be safe to do their loop path.
Well, teams to keep an eye on in this lobby, in this game especially. We're always talking about the top 10. They're the ones who'll go through to play some more Apex Legends tomorrow. The team who holds down that 10th place spot, taking it away from Le Site de France, who had it just before, they're going to be disguised. They have 25 points. They are 4 points clear of Riddle Order, who are chasing them down.
So E6, Complexity, Northeption, MDY White are all very close to getting towards that points total that I was suggesting and could be safe after this game. But it's very worrying for those at the bottom now. We need to see big performances that you were speaking of.
I mean, speaking of Le Site de France, right, they just lost their qualification spot in that last game. They find themselves in 12th going into this game. Well, look at the zone. Look at the ring console that they've got as well. If they've got a character who can hit that and give them the information, they are going to be in such a good spot. There is nothing, I would say that's probably the best priority you could possibly have in this game to maybe get back into that top 10 if they can convert.
You say that, but they had pretty good priority to the last zone as well, but they got kind of forced out early on and they lost that fight when they were trying to hold down Countdown, but it's going to be another attempt going over towards Countdown for Le Site de France. I don't personally like Landslide as a POI to be dropping at in a tournament. It is one of the worst loot pools for me, I find. So I'm just expecting Le Site de France to struggle a little bit with their loot unless they get very lucky, and other teams maybe to take advantage of that.
You can see they've left with white.
Yeah.
Never a good feeling. However, a good feeling is knowing that you got a pretty good spot in the zone. Onyx Esports, they had a pretty quick rotate as well, as they always do. But 20th position for a team who have been pretty consistent across this year in the ALGS, especially on the global scale as well. So questions to be asked, for sure. 3 games left, including this one, of course, to right the ship.
And I wonder how much that's going to hurt Le Site de France as well, because had they found better armors, they may have stayed around Landslide. Look, we can see people arriving, Pioneers setting up at Landslide. They're looking at this circle saying, well, actually, you know what? This high ground, the fact we've got Castle Wall, we can make this a little bit of a fortress. Le Site de France would have loved to have done that, but with just white armors, there's no chance that they can survive. That's why they moved off a little bit to maybe a safer area, hoping they could pick up extra loot.
Well, over at Harpstar, we've got NForce 36 who will kick, and the 2 remaining players of Aurora. We're having some polite conversation at the moment. Nothing really angrily has been said between the 2 teams. Nobody's taken a huge amount of damage, and NForce 36, you see, kind of just scared them away there, Kick Esports, who continue merrily on their way and on their rotate. The team who is holding down the Vault Tunnel, which does lead to Landslide. Well, that's going to be MDY White. Elsewhere, we mentioned Le Site de France dropping with perfect prio to this zone. Over at Landslide, of course, now moved over to Countdown, and they're under pressure here. And like you said, Dan, they only have those white armors to play with, but they do have the gen, which is going to eat up those grenades.
It eats up the grenades, but you can see that Northeption really want to push up on this. And Le Site de France took a very defensive position on this map because of those armors, but they might just be swept through. Northeption shut down Le Site de France, and even though they had the drop at Landslide, did not give them really anything to work with, as now J-Ling's also having a fight on their rotation.
This is really bad news for J-Lings. They have been struggling so much at the moment. It's Go Next who are going up against them, so it's EU on EU action. EU on EU warfare at the moment here. And Go Next, who are in 14th, might be able to clean up the pieces here. J-Ling's starting to fall apart when it really matters, Dan, and Noise is left on his own.
And it's so unexpected when you look at the stats and how J-Lings have been playing on World's Edge. They were the best World's Edge team in this lobby from group stages, and they just can't really seem to find that same form. Granted, still 2 maps remaining, and they are still alive right now, so it's not all doom and gloom, but things not looking good for the J-Lings roster.
Aurora now moving in as well, and I'm pretty sure they got the information that that is going to be Noises, the solo player, but so difficult to push because MDY White are poking and prodding from that tunnel. Noises right now doing his best one-man army impression. He's saying, do you know what? We're not done here in this game. Even though I'm a solo player, I'm the last standing for my squad. If you want to push me, it's going to hurt.
I mean, he wants to desperately try and do as much damage as possible. Good sign is he's going up against white armors, so this is still winnable. And if you can get away, he has both those banners. You can deliver them to a beacon.
Also might have an EMP available. And that could completely change the complexion of this fight. What a moment this is for Jaylings, right? Aurora as the duo, trying to pressurize, trying to poke, but Noises is making himself as big as possible here. He does not want this game to end.
He's being very patient, but now Aurora starting to try and close that gap. Good shots, though. You need to bait and switch if you're a 2 and that's happening, but Noises really wants to take advantage of that damage, but it was not possible. And Jaylings will fall, and Aurora, as the duo, still survive. 18 squads now remain.
Nine Impulse had to try and bait for his teammate there, and they did pretty well, you have to say, in that situation, to just make sure that one of them didn't go down and give an opportunity for a finish, a shield swap, and for a magical moment of Jaylings staying alive, thanks to the play coming in from Noises.
I mean, what, 32 more damage from Noises with that R9, and he might have been able to take that 1v2, but that can be the fine differences between staying alive and unfortunately getting shut down. Now, Circle is starting to fill up a little bit. Go Next and Aurora, a Riddle Order are still outside. Complexity as well, actually, still all the way down at launch site. They're going to be arriving very late. But this circle is going to be ending in and around Landslide. So Pioneers did quite well to take that prime position right on top of the train carts, where the train carts used to be, and set up their fortress. We'll have to see whether they can hold on for the rest of the game.
Kick now trying to work their way through the Vault Tunnel from the Harvester side of the map. This is mid-map at the moment, trying to make sure that Landslide is accessible to them when that zone does start to close. Caustic Barrel's going to be a problem. Time to clear the lungs here for the Kick players.
Well, it means you know who you're going up against. Lemon is going to be somewhere around the corner on the Caustic, the only Caustic that was in the lobby earlier. And Kicker slowly but surely pushing up, but in that vault is a Caustic, and on the other side is the Pioneers. So this is not a fun place to be down towards the vault area. And it is Lemon, the last remaining player of Area 310. And if you want to be a solo, if you want any legend, I mean, Caustic is probably the best one to be.
Let's go.
Kick trying to push onto this final player alive, but they don't want to overstep the mark. Once again, the barrel just being nothing short of annoying for them to try and step through.
I can feel, so this is your charge rifle, right? The charge rifle is the thing that annoys me most. I can feel it now. Caustic is what really gets your blood boiling.
I would be sliding in and dying immediately to him.
But you'd still get the damage on, and that's what matters. The teammates would then finish it off. Here we go.
Zera doing his best onset impression. He finally goes in, slides in, says enough of the Caustic, and Kick will eliminate Area 310. The Vault Tunnel is now there. Zane from Pioneers did back off of that to play a little bit closer to his teammates, but now you're seeing the action start to pick up just outside of Monument at the moment. It's Go Next, who we saw a few moments ago, trying to pressurize Jaylings. Well, they're back on this rotate and they're trying to push up on the tunnel.
So MDY White are going to be holding down the tunnel that you speak of, and Go Next just need to be careful they don't all push in the same direction. You want to try and create angles here. Maybe try and surprise MDY White. You've got the smoke down, so you can be a little bit of a surprise, and you've got the Digi threat to work with too. And if you think today's going to be fun having a Digi threat, tomorrow's when it gets even more fun. Digi threat in the Crafter, Bangalore's all round.
MDY White trying to watch their backs, watch their fronts. Don't have to worry about up and down at the moment because the tunnel's going to do that for them, but they know the pressure is coming from Go Next. Go Next do have the option maybe to rotate north, but there's going to be a different proposition to take care of if they do make that play. So this could just be a straight up 3v3 at the moment. Nobody else is really anywhere near enough to influence this fight.
I think actually one of the teams that is in a pretty good spot after watching them earlier in the vault is Kick, because if Kick can hold out that southern side and the vault, they can stay alive for quite some time and maybe even get into top 3 from the position they find themselves in. MDY White might feel similar over towards that tunnel, but they know they're being threatened by Go Next in the moment. As for Disguise, they're arriving from this eastern side, and I said that the Digi threat was going to be in the Crafter tomorrow. It's already in the Crafter, so that's my mistake.
Long
that
hours down. I don't know what day it is either.
Is it Friday, Saturday, Sunday? I don't even know at this point, but That's why we're seeing so much digi threats, and that's why Lou's got one in his hands, as we're going to see 9 imps get taken down. Aurora now just a 1.
Still alive though, as they return to the zone. Disguise now is kind of inching their way in, but their next proposition is going to be Fnatic, who are holding down one of those chokes. Elsewhere, Complexity on our screens. You mentioned how Kick were holding down that vault tunnel down. Well, that might be their next engagement, as they're going to have to try and force their way through. But Complexity do have the armor advantage here. Now, the question is, can they get that opening damage? Kick will be watching this like a hawk.
Yeah, Kick just trying to take some unexpected angles here. Clonezera going to be holding just on top of this crate. It's whether Complexity even want to try and take this fight, but they may be forced to, as Disguise now are going to be pushing up onto Go next here. And remember, MDY White are not so far away.
Well, here's Lou, trying to play a cheeky angle. He's caught at the moment in that mother load. The ultimate is causing huge problems for Disguise. If they get pushed or naded here, this could be the end of it. And yes, it's going to be 2 who go down. It's all up to Dupe. Dupe on his own. But here's Fnatic as well, getting involved. Go next eliminated. Disguise also eliminated. And that was the worry for me with the rotate. Fnatic were always just lurking and waiting for a fight to break out.
But so were MDY White. MDY White have left that tunnel and are now challenging Fnatic. They were both heads down, hunting these squads, looking for that extra KP, and now they're just having pop shots against one another to say, hey, you have that loot, we'll have this loot, we can share it and go back to our positions.
Elsewhere on the map, Red Lorder now, we mentioned how they are on the cusp of qualification at the moment, 12th position overall, and they're hitting some good shots through the smoke, but there's those missiles swarming in. The knock doesn't quite come in, can they connect? No, the double Peacekeeper shot coming in from Juzna to keep Red Lorder on the back foot here. The extra last player alive, can he win it? Yes, he can win against one, but doesn't quite have it in him to win against another player from Gambare Oitasane Juzna, who made that big play with a PK, 2 shots that connected.
And each one of these fights, they're so important on set as well, because you've got to be getting those points on the board. You need to be doing it now with only 2 games remaining after this. E6 eliminated. It was a top 2 before, but they could not replicate it, even with a somewhat similar zone. As now Fnatic are going to be pushing up on MDY White, saying this tunnel looks quite good.
I mean, they have to fight it. It's as simple as that. The zone is forcing them into this engagement. And Fnatic, who are going to have to take a few seconds here to heal. You can see Yuka and Velsera have to pop batteries. Are going to rely on Umachanchich to keep the pressure on. Now that reset has come on. It looks like Fnatic might be losing this fight. MDY White moving in. Trying to pick up the pieces. The spray with the Nemesis. The Peacekeeper's here as well. Fnatic will not get the 3-peat. And it's MDY White who clean them up.
Oh, 100 Thieves are in trouble as well. Omnu now the last to remain. Arcstar's going down, but it is a 1v1. Northeption on the other side, great damage, and he knows his flesh too, as 100 Thieves eliminated elsewhere. And Northeption, even though they were able to win that engagement thanks to some help, now what do you do? You're stuck between a rock and the ring on this northern side, and there's other teams that have already got eyes on you.
It's Onyx Esports. Onyx Esports, who are still alive, by the way. Remember how quickly they made their rotate to that truck. Well, now they've cleared out this side of the ring. If they could take care of that solo, it would be massive for them. But here's the fight we were waiting to see. The Vault Tunnel, access to landslide, about to be decided. Complexity got that first knock, but are they able to capitalize on it? Can they close the space and keep the pressure on the knock? It's turned into 2, and now you see Complexity force their way into zone.
Yeah, Complexity making sure that last remaining Kick player was running with the tail between their legs as Kick gets eliminated because they ran into Pulverex, who are waiting on the other side of this tunnel, as are MDY White, by the way, looking to try and take down Pulverex. So there is so much action on this southern side of the circle right now.
Aurora gone as well. The solo player is out of here. Pulverex as a duo. How many times have I said that over the last couple of years of Apex Legends?
Oh, it might not be a duo for much longer, though. They have the banner, and they can get that beacon in.
Oh, Excel being popped here as well. Complexity trying to plan their next move, trying to work their way out. They will be able to scan. They do have the Bloodhound in the composition, so they're not going to be caught off guard. Northeption, the solo, has been eliminated as well. Like it could not eke out a few more placement points. So now that means that Onyx were in a position to control the northern side of the zone, but here comes the push for Complexity.
Also, the final player of Pulverex back onto the map now will be respawned. And all the meanwhile, Pioneers still up in their castle on top of Landslide. 7 squads remain, but one of them is Complexity. They're going to be arriving from the south here, and they do have a lot to work with, as you can see in Monsoon's hands.
Well, Monsoon, He's already shown he can hit the right notes when he's got a microphone in front of him, but can he hit the right ones with the Kraber here and allow Complexity to leave this Vault tunnel? One bullet, one shot changes everything here for Cole.
And you could see the angles he was trying to take. He was trying to sneak up. He was very careful. He was aware of where the Pioneers were. He did have a potential shot lined up, but as soon as it wasn't available, he quickly backed down. Now these are the kings of the castle, quite literally, Pioneers. They have the castle wall set up. They can rain down hell from above, and they should be good. Unless another team decides to full send it, which they may not even have the opportunity to, Pioneers should be good for top 3 minimum.
Well, they're going to be smoked off here. The smoke was from Complexity, but Onyx Esports are looking at this as well. They're trying to 3-2-1. Aren't able to do so, and I'm pretty sure that was Monsoon who was just scuttling away once again to survive alongside his 2 teammates. MDY White and Complexity, by the way, I've been fighting for so long, but now you're seeing Gambalay or Tosan have a fight. Enter Force 36 also involved in this scuffle as I catch my breath for just a few seconds.
Oh, it gets you, that one. I've been there before. Geo versus E36. Sometimes that's the easier way to say it, but oh, another one falls as Geo go down. 6 squads remain, and it's Pioneers from a distance just adding gunfire to every fight right now because they can see the lay of the land. They can see everything. The lay of the landslide, should I say.
Very, very smart from you. At least you can string some sentences together. It's good for both of us. Anyway, MDY White, having won that fight, having watched that fight go down, still have to deal with Complexity! The arm shield still eating a lot of that Kraber bullet from the Gibby. But Complexity need to make their move soon.
Yeah, Complexity can't afford to stay here because they're going to be forced out and they will be in the vision of the likes of Onyx, the likes of Pioneers. They do have smokes to work with. Monsoon taking his angles and says, you know what? Screw you guys up there, I'll smoke you as well. Here we go.
There's a 140, that's the opportunity to push, but there's the Gibby bubble as well, but they will have to leave in just a few moments' time. Does Mon have the timing on this? Can't quite connect. As the Gibby jumps over the bullet.
I mean, Gibby bubble plus Rolling Thunder going down. Complexity. This is their chance to try and escape.
They are safe though. They are safe. As long as Monsoon can keep smoking off Pioneers up on that high ground, they will be able to survive here for a few moments.
But heaven, there's just arrived. Oh, Monsoon! Still alive, but I tell you what, that was dangerously close.
They are being focused at the moment by Pioneers up on that high ground. Enter Force 36 as well. They're finding out what it feels like to be at the end of Zane's 30-30.
And E36 are not in the worst position. With where this circle moves, it's going to move to E36 side of this crane. So Pioneers are actually going to have to move across the crane if they want to. But they're still in one of the commanding positions, of course, with the elevation they have.
Pulverex still alive, by the way, as a duo. It's what they do best. Here comes the push. Finally, we're going to see the fight. Cody with the big shots with a PK. Complexity are winning this. Complexity have won this fight that's been going on for so long. But can they get the shield swap? Because here comes Onyx.
Onyx want to get involved on this one, but they're being pressed from the other squads as well. Pioneers are looking down on it, saying, you know what? We're not allowing anyone to have a free push. We want a little bit of this damage.
Complexity still alive for the moment. EMP going down as well. As Zane tries to take this off angle, but has this just opened the door, Dan? Has this just provided the invitation here for Enter Force 36 to enter the fight at just the right time?
I think it's actually perfect for them to avoid the fight, because Enter Force 36 can just go onto this western side. Pioneers down to 1, Zane the last remaining player, but he gets shut down. Luda still alive. Complexity managed to stay here, dominating, but Luda should fall, and he does. 3 squads now remain.
And Onyx, who were 20th position coming into this, they're still alive. Enter Force 36 now make the contest on that high ground. They will take it away. They will command the top of this crane.
Pulverex is still alive, by the way, as a 2. They took the northern side when Pioneers, they moved off of the north. And Onyx is still a 2-2. This is great for E36.
Onyx have taken control of the zone. Enter Force 36, though, they have control of the height. And you'd be very surprised to maybe see E36 throw this away. By the way, Pulverex, Shunmi, F-Chat, no shields whatsoever to play with here. But still alive, so who cares?
I mean, I've seen crazier things happen, but you'd imagine that this is unwinnable for Pulverex. And it should be extremely winnable for Enter Force 36, but this win could be enough to send them into elimination round 2. So there's no reason for them to take any risks here. You play this safe, you play this riskless, you ensure this victory.
Aimbot with a digi threat. living up to his name right now as he's shredding through Raki on the low ground. Onyx Esports eliminated, and you said it was impossible for Pulverex? Well, if they can get a couple of shield swaps and something wacky happens, then maybe they can do it themselves. But Enter Force 36, they will fall. They will clean up the pieces. And E36 get the win on the board.
E36 with what could be the most important victory that they've seen so far yet in their careers, as it could be enough to send them into elimination round 2, because with only 2 games left, there's only a certain amount of points available. They've crossed that kind of 40+ point threshold that I mentioned earlier. As for Pulverex though, a 2nd place as a 2, they even tried to get their final player back in, but he was ripped out of the skies. But E36, well, they did perfectly there when all the action was happening, when Pioneers joined that fight on the eastern side. E36 looked at it and said, no, we don't really fancy that. Actually, Dark Veil's giving us perfect coverage to get up on top of the crane, and suddenly we are the kings of the mountain.
As the games start to slip away here in Elimination Bracket Round 1. A win like that with just 2 games remaining on World's Edge, Dan. You can see how much it means to E36. Huge smiles, but I think equally smiles as happiness as they are of relief.
As we get closer and further in this tournament, and with match point looming once you get to those grand finals, every win is not only important for getting closer to the grand finals, but of course giving you that confidence if you are to be there that you could maybe be lifting that trophy. For all we talk about the biggest teams like TSM and Dark Zero, this is still anyone's game at this tournament, but it all starts here in Elimination Round 1.
Certainly does indeed. So 2 games to go here in Birmingham to find out who's going to be in that top 10. For now though, we're going to send it over to the analyst desk. So Rain Day, take it away.
Thank you so much, Onsen and Gaskin. Great calls. After 6, things are tight at the top. We're seeing a lot of contests, especially in the APAC side of things. And I know Complexity continue their winning or close to winning ways. Exciting stuff here in our elimination round 1. Of course, I'm joined by the desk with Spider Tiff now, and Zephyr. She's adding some color. Tiff, I love the blue. It is making us pop finally up here. And of course, Graceful down there, always looking good, always saying the right things. Tiff, I want to start with you. What have you seen after these last 3 before we head into the final zone?
Well, first off, I saw Fnatic supremacy, right?
That's
you got
right.
the Yuka signs down there, and I've been having a lot of fun witnessing all the APAC North teams fighting it out through the elimination round 1, and it's just been really impressive. A lot of those teams needed to stand up for that region to make a showing for that finals day, and they are laying it all on the line, and it's been very magnificent to watch.
Speaking of finals, let's go to the final circle, Graceful. Walk us through how this ultimately ended up.
This circle is one I have played one too many times, all the way since Trainyard pretty much. I've been in this spot for maybe 3.5 years. This ending for Enter Force is, I'm gonna be completely honest and tell it the way I see it from a pro perspective, free. The one thing though that I don't think we got too much glimpse of it is how they took the high ground, because they weren't inherently on the high ground. But the moment they manage to get the high ground, they can clean sweep everyone easily because the zone is actually pulling underneath them. This zone could have been completely different if the zone pulled away from the crane, but the moment the zone pulls towards them, they get to sit there up for free forever. The moment they land any type of poke, they just 3-man drop and they just clean up the fight.
I gotta ask a question. I want to hear what you have to say, Zephyr, but my question is, if you are not at the top, how do you manage this? Graceful, do you just accept the loss? What can you do to try to have a chance in this on the bottom?
So the consistency in me always says you need to play for second. You don't go for the win anymore, because also it was a 2v2 at the bottom, 2v2v3, but at this point you don't say, oh, we're gonna win this game. You say, okay, we need to wipe the other team. If they get cracked, we're sending it, and that's it.
And I think it's especially even more important for Enter Force, especially because they don't have Ryzen in this scenario. Had they not found that height earlier, they would have ended up doing what Graceful says and playing for second there.
I think one of the things, too, when you look at this, 18 points is not a massive game, Zephyr. When you look at this, it was more of a tame, well-placed game, good performance, but overall, we're not seeing like a 32, a 37, which we have sometimes seen here. So still, it's 7 points separating second to 6th place in this lobby. Anyone can win.
There's still a lot of opportunities for so many of our teams to come through here, even though we only have 2 games to go. And it just goes to show, when we talk about some of these final zones, you are seeing upwards of 11, 12, 13 teams still alive upwards into Zone 4 and further. It goes to show why you have such a top-stacked point settlement.
And
Tiff, this is obviously a sign as you look at the overall series results, not just of there's possibilities, anybody can do it, APAC representing, but also this is an elimination bracket round 1. So now that you head into these final 2 games, not only is this entire day a little bit different than some of these teams might normally play in a winner's bracket where there's more wiggle room, now you've got only 2 games left. So how does that change things, and who are you most looking at with now only 2 games, maybe to be under fire or maybe in a really nice position outside of Fnatic?
Look, it's tough, right? I look immediately to that 10th place positioning. Pulverex, they were so close to advancing onto that winner's bracket, but just missing that cutoff and sitting there with Disguised on 28 points. It opens the door for all of the teams that are sitting kind of on the cusp with only 2 matches. So Area 310, Gombre, Aurora, even as a duo, and even down to the fact of Riddle Order, the fact is there's not that many points separating that bubble from advancing onto the 6th. So even all the way up to Pioneers, if something crazy happens on these last 2 maps, you're not gonna be feeling safe. And that's what I'm looking for. If you know that you have to essentially point sponge on these last 2 maps, you are gonna enact full-on aggressive gameplay.
And one of the things maybe most surprising right now is looking at 100 Thieves. I mean, not just a premier org in the gaming esports space, but also a premier team in terms of their performances across the years, actually sitting in last place right now with 10 points. Will there be enough time? I know North America will be asking themselves that question as we take a little break, but in Tokyo, there's another group of fans watching, and I believe CyberZ is helping that watch party get off and making sure they're having a fantastic time checking into the ALGS, seeing Fnatic represent and all of APAC show out. So big shout outs to Tokyo, CyberZ. I've been to Tokyo once only. It is one of my favorite trips ever. My cousin taught Japanese out there for 5 years, and having the chance to visit, I gotta say, an incredible city. Thank you so much for supporting, obviously, the ALGS and all of these wonderful teams from APAC North. Now, of course, you know what it is. It's time for Rain Day to get hyped. It's my favorite segment. It's WD Black. What's in your pack? And today, we got one of my favorite weapons as well. Graceful, the R99. It has been dominant so far in this tournament.
The R9, as people can imagine, is that when we pick up weapons, we look at how well are they gonna, place or do well in certain ranges, right? Normally now people just play Peter plus an SMG because you fit all the ranges. SMG can be essentially your shotgun or your close range weapon, but mainly your primary weapon, which is mid-range. And like I said, if you see in any fight here, like this fight right here, mid-range, you don't need a flatline, you don't need a carbine. Like R9, car, any SMG will smoke everyone.
Let's talk about this, Graceful, because it has had a couple of adjustments to the R99 as of recently. With reducing the mag size, a base R99 only has 17 bullets, so it's really advantageous to go ahead and secure a light mag. And still, people are vying for that weapon over what you would see as like the sister, the car SMG.
Yeah, so the biggest thing that people have to think about is car actually has an issue is where you spray and you crouch a lot, the crouch will actually jiggle a little bit. Ooh. That could be a reason for why people are not as comfortable with the car as an R9. The thing when we talk about 17 bullets in a mag is that it just loses its early game prowess. We're talking about pro players here. The only time you're in early fight is in contesting, and not every team or majority of teams aren't contesting, so they're gonna vie for the weapon that they're comfortable with. They picked it up from mid or late game, it still shreds everyone. As you can see, everybody's been tearing everybody apart with it.
Man, it's unfortunate. The only way to not have somebody rushing the same weapon that you are off drop is to become a pro player. It's like, it feels like that's backwards, guys. I don't know how that is. Thank you again for another WD Black. What's in your pack? The R99 having a great one this tournament so far. Closing remarks before we send it back over to the casters. Tiff, I'll start with you, and Zephyr, I want to get your thoughts. And what are we expecting these last 2 games to tell us?
I think we're going to see a little bit of chaos, right? For the teams that have a must-win condition, they know that they've already have that point disparity between them. They are going to look to find as many eliminations as possible, whether that's grabbing the weapons early on that they're very comfortable with and just full sending anyone and everyone. I imagine that macro, the zone predictability is going to go out the door.
For me, a little bit of the coach's effort going to come out here. At the end of the day, from 20th to 10th, there's only 18 points that separates you from tomorrow. If you're hitting a win, that is at minimum almost 15 points for you to work with. One good fight on top of that, and you are clearly on your way to the further competition. We can accept some chaos, but for some of these teams, you don't actually have to go too crazy. Play the game you know and win it strong.
Harder question, I want to see if you've been paying attention, if you've been predicting who in the bottom 10 is going to make it into the top 10 in these next two.
So, who is going to? Who do I want to? You know, who do I want to?
It's Graceful thinks he has control over this. Who does he want?
You know who?
Then they'll just do it.
You know
J-Links, perhaps, a team we had talked about?
I think Duo Aurora is making it. You know
Aurora?
what? Yeah, you know what? I believe in my people. You know what? And then, J-Links, J-Links. My boys, my old teammates. I love all of you so much. I know you guys got this in the bag. It's like scrims.
We're going to end on that. He did a great throw there. And of course, we're going to take you to a quick break. When we come back, our final 2 games of the evening, the elimination bracket sends 10 teams home. We'll find out who that is right after this. Herman Miller, the official chair of the Apex Legends Global Series. WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Two more games. That's all we have left remaining here in Birmingham to decide whose tournament will continue tomorrow and who will have to watch from the stands. We're here live at the ALGS Global Series Championships, Gaskin and Onset, here on the microphones. And I tell you what, Dan, this is what it all comes down to, right? This is where you're really tested as a team.
The crowd is getting loud and proud. MDY White fans are the ones who are dominating the crowd today, but it was Dreamfire yesterday who are really bringing the noise. Imagine both of them together tomorrow, but MDY White have to get there first. It's elimination round 1. We can only say 10 more teams into elimination round 2. It's match number 7 here, folks. It's do or die time for teams like J-Lings that they were talking about on the desk. They're only on 15 points at the moment, down at the bottom of the leaderboard. They need big games, and they need them now.
Graceful. Words of encouragement for his former teammates from the desk. Maybe that's what they need, Dan. Maybe just a little bit of belief, just to take, the pressure off their shoulders, right? Just to make sure that they remember this is just a game of Apex Legends. Or maybe they need to be reminded there's only 2 left. Whatever side of the fence you're sitting on, whatever works for you, J-Links, you need to find a little bit of inspiration right now. But at the other end of the leaderboard, Dan, there's a lot of teams who are going to be feeling much more comfortable, the likes of Enter Force 36, after their performance in the last game.
Enter Force 36, they should be locked in into that elimination round 2. Northeption still should have done enough to get there as well. But it seems like MDY White, E6, they are very close to securing their spot in elimination round 2. But those on the bubble, Disguised, Pulverex, Area 310, Gambari Artisan, Aurora as a 2, and a Riddle Order. They're teams to keep an eye on to try and get into those top 10 spots. But still 2 matches remain, so it doesn't have to happen here, but you want to put yourself in a position to get close.
I will say there's a little bit of a point discrepancy starting to appear as well. And it kind of starts around E6. We just saw them doing a little bit of work over at Trials on their loot path, but they're on 42 points at the moment. Behind them is going to be Disguise, 28. But after that, Dan, it is so close. And if you missed the last game, well, good news, we're going back to Landslide again.
And I was going to say leading into this one, you know, J-Lings, they've had 2 tough circles, having to go all the way from Overlook. Perhaps it's going to be a little bit better. Yeah, no, it's not going to be. They have to get through 100 Thieves, MDY White, likes of Aurora, and once they reach, if they reach Landslide, they're going to be beaten to the pulp. Everyone's going to already be there just as they had prior. Now, Pioneers have Ring Console again, so if they use it, they will be heading to the same direction. They've got the Newcastle to get it done. They'll probably set up in a similar place. But my question is, do Le Site de France do the same thing? Because Le Site de France, remember, dropped over towards Landslide, and they left, went up towards Countdown, and were punished. But it is going to be a pretty similar game, a lot of similar rotations, but teams looking at this circle should have a good idea of where they want to set up.
Well, MDY White on your screens right now, and you mentioned Le Site de France and Pioneers. Well, they're having a little scrap in that vault tunnel right now. As we see, Le Site de France this time looking a little bit more confident in those armors, Dan. It was all whites last time, with there's 2 blues and a purple this time, and they're going to have to hold off the push coming in from Pioneers.
Yeah, this is a better position to hold than just retreating up towards Countdown. And Le Site de France were that team in 10th position as we started World's Edge, but they've slowly dripped down to 15th place now, 21 points. So the magic number, we think, or around about with the averages, is about 42 points. So still a way to go at the moment.
And isn't it crazy how Pioneers, just because they were slowed down on their rotation, what Le Site de France did, well, it means Onyx Esports are up on the high ground this time. That's how things can work. Those few seconds, can completely change how you have to approach this game. Onyx control the height, all dressed in blue at the moment, and should be settled for that long game.
And Pioneers, now when they arrive, they'll see Onyx is there and they might have to take a different position. And Pioneers may have to take a fight earlier on that southern side next to the vault. But FC Destroy are going to lock down this little truck nice and early. We're going to have a little rampart action in this game.
Let me tell you, hit a charge rifle shot. We're going to see some heads rolling. Also a very good way to get those evos leveled up, especially if you are on white armors at the moment. But you know what? It doesn't feel confident in it. I'll drop it off to someone else to do the damage for me. The 100 Thieves, who really struggled on their rotate last time. We saw them involved in numerous scuffles and went out pretty early. Well, at the moment, Dan, they're down in 20th position. And for 100 Thieves, I mean, the story going to Split 2 playoffs was, can they get to the final? They just missed out last time. They did that, but this time it might be about getting to Saturday.
Which is unbelievable when you look at the caliber of players on 100 Thieves. Unfortunately, that rampart barricade is going to be blocking your own teammate, but Sheila arrives to the party, but nothing is said. But the car hits harder than Sheila does.
Yeah, talking about what's in your pack. Well, what's in your back? It's bullets coming in from that car. As FC Destroy hold for now. They did lose Pinator though, so now they're going to have to try and hold this one out. And look at this, there's 2 teams swarming. Onyx Esports want a piece of this. They smell some free KP. Yuka Peradator is left on his own, but he does have the company of Sheila.
She is great company to have. This is not really an area you want to push, but you need to do it quickly because other teams are going to start to hear all this commotion. They're going to be joining in, and now Sheila gets overwhelmed. Rampart will fall, and FC Destroy are our 19th team. So go next, FC Destroy, our first 2 out, as all those Western squads have made their journey over towards Landslide. The Eastern teams, however, are taking a little bit longer as expected. Where are J-Lings? Going to have a look. So J-Lings have actually been able to get past Monument this time. This has been a better rotation for them.
Elsewhere, speaking of Monument, speaking of Fragment as well, this is going to be North Epsion and the duo of Aurora. Having a little peek and a prod in each other, but Aurora with the comp they're playing at the moment, pretty sure they're playing Crypto Valkyrie if I wasn't mistaken. Which means that they're able to just use that drone to stay away from fights for as long as possibly that they can. Zane gets the knock though. And that's going to be one player falling to the floor. So Pioneers will pick up 1 KP, a little cheeky smile on the face of Nasky. You know he's feeling good when you see that.
Yeah, the Pioneers recognized that they weren't going to be able to comfortably push through the vault, so they will back off and make sure that it's not going to happen. You want to go over towards Harvester. If you see another team you can potentially get that pick off of, then yeah, sure. You'll take the extra KP because Pioneers are, at the moment, in a brilliant spot. And they should be safe for the elimination round 2. But if you want to really secure yourself a W on the board to make it 2 for this series, then they'll be very happy. As for Disguise, 28 points in the moment. They currently hold 10th position. They are the benchmark.
Well, air traffic control is going to be allied to the presence of Disguised as they use the Skyward Dive. And I'll tell you what, maybe they want a little bit of a scrap here, or they're going to swing away at the last second from Fnatic. Probably a fight you don't want to take.
Yeah, Fnatic have really shown what they're made of in this lobby, haven't they? And it's, I think, what we expected to see early on in this tournament. They were slow burners, but I think a confident performance in Elim round 1 might make them have that belief again that they can take those fights. They don't have to retreat out of some of the engagements they were on day 1 and 2. But with a 68 points total, this has been very impressive.
Yeah, Fnatic, I think, just looking a bit more comfortable on the composition as well, allowing them to participate in those fights a little bit more equally. Disguised, who we did see a few moments ago, have completely retreated, but I tell you what, Fnatic aren't. Fnatic are stepping up on them right now, and Disguised have got to be so careful. Remember, this is the penultimate game. There's only one game after this, and Disguised are in 10th position, the final qualification spot to come back tomorrow.
And it's not really where you want to be in going into that last game. You don't want to be on the bubble. You want to be set. You want to be secure.
In the bubble.
You want to be out. You want to be above the bubble. You want to be blowing the... Never mind.
I don't understand what the bubble is. Anyway, Fnatic still looking to put the pressure onto Disguised at the moment. And Disguised kind of trapped at the moment. They did use that Valkyrie to get out a few moments ago, and I'd be very hesitant, even if they did have some ult excels, to try and pop it to get out of that situation as well, with the aims that we know Fnatic have with those guns in their hands. Elsewhere on the map, we're heading now to the northern side of the zone, and Riddle Order, who are in 14th, just a couple of points, I think they're 6 points behind Disguised at the moment, who hold down that 10th place position.
Yeah, Riddle Order were having a look at Gambarrio Tazan, but they are going to be separated by a mountain once this ring comes in. But it's not much of the red that you have to go through if you want to try and go for a little surprise attack. We have seen a few of them so far this tournament, with teams not necessarily watching their backs and expecting the ring to protect them, but it doesn't always favor you when you do that. So we've got 4 teams at the moment who are in the next circle, but we have around 12 teams in this circle, so still a few more that have to make their journeys. Fnatic, Disguised, Pioneers, 100 Thieves, Interforce 36, and Pulverix still have to try and make their way in. And speaking of Pulverix, you saw them on your screen there, but it's E6 who have lost 1.
E6 lost 1. But Slayers and Tyler, the main fraggers for the team, still alive and kicking. 42 points here for Element 6. They are kind of the ones who are a little bit further out, a bit further ahead of that chasing pack, and should be pretty safe if they can put a few points on the board in these last 2 games. Gambare Ultrasan, though, they're holding down this little box inside of Countdown for now. Gen goes down as well. They should be safe, and they'll also be safe. As you can see, they have ring console information for the next zone too.
And Complexity just landed underneath them, but they're not going to be a major threat at the moment. What I'd be worried if I was Gambarrio Tazan is Riddle Order, if they want to take a peek at it, because with all that commotion going down and with all the gunfire that was happening, Riddle Order did actually, I saw on the map, have a little look around, but it looks like they didn't want to take it. As for Complexity, there's no reason for them to try and send this on the team above them, and to be honest, they don't really have the tools to do so unless they wasted Valkyrie's ultimate. So it's just a matter of survival for both of these squads, and it is Complexity at least holding the zone more so than Geo.
Pulverix, the team closest, but probably if it was to finish right now, be the first most disappointed team. 11th place for them, 28 points is what they have right now, but they have worked their way into Landslide here, Dan, and this is a truck that might be very valuable towards the end game.
Yeah, it really could be, especially if we see a direct replication of what happened in the previous, although I feel like we might be heading a little bit further north than we did. But this Vault Tunnel was the place to be in the previous game. We saw quite a few showdowns, but it's L'Cite de France who picked it early.
Oh my.
And they're going for the ambush. They have set the trap, and they hope that someone's going to be walking in.
100 Thieves have to be so careful. L'Cite de France, patience is the name of the game here. They do not want to show here down. One reload, one shield cell gets popped, and their plan is ruined.
And again, this wouldn't happen in a Sia meta. you wouldn't be able to get away with it. Your heartbeats would be scanned. Sure, a Bloodhound can give you a scan information, but you are alerted to it.
There's no scan character here for 100 Thieves. Hold your breath, everyone. Here's the ambush. Can 100 Thieves survive? They get away from it. But here comes the push now from Lecite de France.
Lecite de France get the scan as well. As you can see, the knock comes through onto Vaxlon. And now it's a 3 versus 2, making it 2 versus 1. And it should be an easy clean. The ambush was executed perfectly. Lecite de France are rewarded for their patience. But is there a third party? I can see in the horizon, Enter Force 36 are starting to creep up on this one. Are there going to be enough situations to reset?
Do the rats become the ratted? I'm not sure that makes sense, but you can kind of get an idea of what I'm talking about. There's the Sky Nade, there's the scan, and now Aimbot goes to work.
Oh, wow, that's a big nade though. Dark Veil goes down to give you the coverage, as now they can use the scan from the Bloodhound to give you that extra info through that Dark Veil. But I don't think they were able to get that initial knock quick enough. So Lecite de France are able to scamper away and will be able to reset in this vault tunnel.
Ooh, that could have been, someone may say karma, some may say a little taste of your own medicine for Lecite de France, but for 100 Thieves, the worst possible result. Let's be real. I mean, when you're looking at the standings overall, 100 Thieves were bottom of the table coming into this game, Dan, and they go out inside that top 3. It's heartbreaking for them.
And the worrying thing is, you know, when we talk about what that placement point situation must have to be to get you into that top 10, they're going to need a victory plus a lot of kills if they are going to survive in match 8 and get into Olympic round 2. Now, Enter Force 36 are entering with force.
Oh, the shot's coming in for the R9. It's going to be Lecite de France who seem to be losing this fight. The hit fight from the Scout is pretty darn clean, and so is the fight. Lecite de France lose their vault tunnel. They will be eliminated, but one still alive, I believe. The Sky's now on the edge of zone. Xenox and Lou with it all to do. Lou getting burnt by the ring. Can he survive? No, they can't. The Sky's eliminated. Fnatic eliminated as well. 15 squads remain.
You were right. One did escape from Lecite de France, but it's not going to go well, and probably will fall soon, as suddenly everything's blown into action here on World's Edge. It's MDY White who hold the high ground. Gibby Bubble goes down, and we'll see the Gibby Bombardment also start to fall and rain down on those that are below them.
Pioneer's been a nuisance, by the way, in this game. Beiyu's gone down as well. Aurora eliminated in the meantime while this fight takes place. Mingyu left on his own. Can he connect for one? That's yes. But is he going to be able to turn it into more? Looks for that shield swap. Not going to get it. Pioneers live. Newcastle will drag his friend back into cover and say, back on your feet, soldier. We've got more work to do.
Yeah, Pioneers now on 54 points. Elimination round 2, all but guaranteed for them. And that's what I expect from the Pioneers. You don't really want to be seeing anyone down in Elim round 1, but Pioneers, for some reason, seem to find themselves there tournament after tournament. But then they'll still get into that finals lobby, I'm sure of it. They're just one of these squads you expect to make that elimination run. Now, circle-wise, is going to be a little bit more north than we saw the finish earlier. It isn't going to be directly on landslide like it was prior. Instead, it's going to be on the mountainside, where currently Onyx Esports hold.
One of the most iconic plays I can remember in Apex history was made on this zone. It was the Hardeki solo play to win a game for his squad. We're going to have to see if we see something equally as special from one of these teams. Gambane Otasan under a lot of pressure here in his complexity, who seem to be getting the better of them. However, there's the shield swap coming in from Yuzna. Oh my god, Luna's gone down as well. He's a one-man army, surely. Not the 1v3 in this situation. It isn't going to happen. Monsoon clutches up. But he's then going to have to play this one out himself. 2 teammates were finished in that fight. Oh no, one's back up.
Luna's still there. Yeah, there was only one that went down, so that's good. At least still a chance then for complexity, but the ring's starting to come in. Pioneers also just a 2. Nasky has fallen. And this is a good position to be holding right now. It's not going to win you the game from here, because you will have to move into the next circle. You can see Pioneers, they're not alone. There is Northeption right next to them.
Northampton in a really good spot as well. Wojciech in their hands. Lecite de France gone. Kick eliminated as well. But what a moment this is for the team on the bottom of your screen. Jailings. We talked about how this is a rough rotate for them. They've had to travel all the way across the map from their drop spot. Well, they're involved in this end zone. They're in the top 9, but can you make it count, boys?
I really thought you were going to say they've traveled all the way across the world, and I was going to be like, most of them are from England at this point, but E6 are the ones who hold on top of the drill, and J-Lings maybe get sent on because of that black hole, but they're holding strong. This is such a horrible angle, by the way, when you're trying to play this rock. You're just terrified at all times someone is going to arrive very shortly above you.
I mean, J-Lings just have to worry about E6. If they can clear this side of zone, then maybe they will have a walk in just as this game starts to pick up. It's E6 who are on the high ground on the drill tower, though. Noises has to be careful. Has to make sure that they don't give away a free knock, because that is the invitation for someone to take that spot off of them. Pioneer still alive, by the way. North Eption still alive. And Onyx Esports, who have come to life and are leaving it late here, not only are alive as a 3, Dan, but they got 8 bullets that could change this game as complexity will fall.
Red Lord are the next team that are under pressure. A few teams were taking pop shots up towards J-Lings and E6 on that northern side. North Eption as well, doing their job to stay and survive, while Pioneers are just holding the position below them. But if Red Lord can just force some of these team backs and play the rock on the western side, they'll actually be in a really good spot, because they'll have more cover than any other team in the lobby.
There's Ender Force 36 once again, who are creeping up on this zone as well. They're forcing Onyx Esports away, but Onyx are holding them out of zone. J-Lings play under this tower. E6 above them for now. A lot of responsibility here on Nax as well, on that controller. Try and force players away, try and do entry damage, break some shields, but most importantly, do not get knocked.
J-Lings need to give themselves a chance here. They have to get a good 10 points from this match, going into match number 8. Confrontation, though, on the other side of the map. It's Onyx Esports, Enter Force 36. And it's a difficult one to try and navigate, but now, here comes J-Lings.
This is massive, this is E6 in front of them. If they can eliminate them, then they have a chance. They now control this northern side of the zone. Well, all of a sudden, Red Lord see this fight break out. They're pressurizing them. They're pinning them in this corner. And oh no, J-Lings, this could be a nightmare for you.
And this is what I was saying about Red Lord on this western side. You've got the extra coverage, you've got the extra elevation as E36 go down, and J-Lings might be next.
Red Lord are sending it in the meantime onto J-Lings. They will be eliminated, but J-Lings force their way into the top 5 at least. Onyx Esports still alive, and I'm pretty sure they still have some shots in that Kraber.
And Onyx Esports starting to close that gap to the top 10. They're in 12th position at the moment. Pioneers still alive as a solo rat. So it's going to be Onyx Esports versus Riddle Order, with maybe a little influence from Sir Dell himself.
If Dell can win this game from this position as a solo, then he fully deserves the title of Sir.
Well, you mentioned the historic plays, the solo wins that we saw in this final circle. It's happened before with Hardeki. I wouldn't put it out of the realms of possibility.
I tell you what, there's an opportunity here, because these two teams, they're going to have a little bit of a scrap. And that might just open the door, depending on how long this fight takes, to finish. Raki moving in here, good damage coming through. Crusader gets the first knock, Yukio will fall. But where is Dell in all of this? Where are the Pioneers? There he is.
Dell gets involved, he sees where the knock's happening, he wants to get that extra little bit of damage. I tell you what, maybe there's still a chance.
Dell, he's going to step up. He sends the shield forward, but can he get into a position to close this out as the solo? I don't think he can, but for Onyx, what a moment this is. A huge win in the penultimate game in the elimination bracket. They move up into 9th place overall, and if it stays as it is, they will qualify for tomorrow.
They give themselves that chance to get into elimination round 2. It is not done yet, though. They would still be on that bubble. They would still be vulnerable, but at least now it doesn't have to be a must-win game going into match number 8. Instead, they can take it calmly. They can maybe take less risks, just try and survive to those later stages to pick up those placement points. But that could be massive for Onyx, sending them potentially into tomorrow's action.
You thought for a second there Dell had the chance to do it.
He did. He was given that
You're right,
opportunity.
actually. He did have the chance to do it.
It was a 2 versus 1, and with the Newcastle Shield, who can act sometimes as an extra player, but it was well played by Onyx. Onyx denied it with the way they just surrounded him there, denying any sort of opportunity.
Here's the stats from your first and second place teams. Onyx Esports with the win, 12 placement points, understandably so, 6 kills to go alongside it as well. But look at Pioneers, 8 kills they managed to put together in that game. And Dell, Sir Dell, I should say, almost pulling off one of the plays of the tournament to win it as that solo.
As the Disguised fans celebrate as well, everyone getting involved here. The crowd lapping this action up. Remember, you can join us as well. Tickets still available this weekend for the ALGS Championships. But how could you down a Watson?
E6 fans still believe as well, and why wouldn't they? They might have just done enough now to be back in that crowd tomorrow supporting their team. But this is the final circle, Dan. Onyx Esports, I thought for a second, maybe they didn't have the info that Del was a solo. And decided to try and send it, thinking if we clean this fight up quickly, then maybe we can reset. But Onyx Esports, I talked about that Kraber. It's interesting to see if any shots were actually hit, or if it was the R9 that did the majority of the work.
And it's these kind of fights where composition really can make the difference. Having the Horizon on board, allowing you to play with a little bit of elevation. When I mentioned Riddle Order had that even just small amount of high ground to work with and with cover to work with, it's not a worry for Onyx, because as they push up the left-hand side, if they want to elevate themselves above, they can do so. And then having the Kraber, you know, it just gives you that extra bit of confidence. It almost feels like an extra player. The Dark Veil goes down to protect them from the other side, but look at the melt. Look at the prioritization from Onyx as they all focus the same legend first to get that initial knock.
And that's communication, right? It's always communication that we talk about, and how important it is in the pressure moments of games to make sure that you are listening to your leader, that the call is made and you follow it. Focusing on that player, so important. But even at that moment, I feel like with Shady getting that shield swap, maybe it wasn't the opportunity that maybe Del could have seen as the W.
They both got a shield swap, which just meant it was going to be very difficult for Del, as it's 18 points put on the board for Onyx, 17 for the Pioneers. And it should be enough for Pioneers. Onyx, they are there or thereabouts on the horizon of Elimination Round 2 as well, but perhaps a few more points needed. J-Lings, though, they give themselves 8 on set. That sends them up to 17 onto 23 points. So I hate to say it, it's gonna have to be a win for J-Lings in this next game, otherwise they're going home.
The bottom of our match 7 results in front of you as well. Disguise, no points for them. They will have work to do as well. 100 Thieves, though, Dan, I think the story for me is this might be the end of the tournament. It would have to be a win, and a big win for them to go through, as now we can show you the series results.
So 100 Thieves on 10. They need to get to what, around 40? At the moment, the cutoff is 33. So let's say no one scored points above them. It would have to be a victory plus 11 kills to even reach 33. I mean, this is where 100 Thieves are probably out at this point. It would have to be kind of record-breaking situation to them to find themselves into the Elimination Round 2. For J-Lings, still doable. For everyone other than 100 Thieves, it's kind of still doable, but unfortunately for the 100T boys, it's looking like this might be the end of the road.
Well, the fans of the teams and the players themselves who are definitely going to have a good night's sleep tonight. Fnatic, Pioneers, Enter Force 36, Complexity, North Eption, FC Destroy, E6 you would probably say are safe as well, as long as they don't drop the ball in this next game.
Pretty confident Fnatic, Pioneers, and everyone in the top 7, if not the top 8, including MDY White, should be good. I think there's only really 2 spots now that we're going to be fighting for, and the 2 teams that hold those are Onyx Esports and Riddle Order. They are the aim, they are the target. The likes of Pulverix, Area 310, Disguise, GO, Aurora, they all still have a little bit to do, but it doesn't have to be that drastic win, you know?
Well, the question is, can anybody show the ice like Onyx just did in that penultimate game? One more game to go here in Birmingham to find out who is going to be going to the elimination bracket and back here tomorrow. We'll be back to find out who that'll be right after this.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
We're back. Birmingham, once again the stage for the ALGS Global Series Championships. And you have joined us at just the right time. If you've been watching all day, you made the right decision. If you're joining us right now, it's not a bad one either, because we have one more game left to decide who is going to be progressing in this tournament, making it through to tomorrow, or who will be going home.
I don't like this part of the job. I don't like having to send people home. I know I'm not personally doing it, but I'm just involved in it. It feels a little bit dirty, but it has to happen. And at the moment, I mean, I think there's probably one team that's definitely going home unless they break records with the amount of points they score. That would be 100 Thieves. Everyone else is still within a chance to find themselves in the elimination round 2. We have birthday chants going on, by the way, so happy birthday to whoever it is in the audience. There might be several of you with how these things work.
I will say the E6 fans have not stopped. They have been jogging, jumping, making noise the entire time. And why wouldn't you? Because you can see on that scoreboard on your screen right now, alongside Dan Gaskin's huge bicep, which is just poking out next to it, that they're in a pretty strong position and looking pretty good as well. Led, of course, by the man in the center of that team, Case Winnie, leading the troops and looking pretty good at the moment.
Yeah, E6 should have done enough to be in elimination round 2. As more teams get eliminated throughout this game, it will become more dead certain of which teams we can definitely send through to the next round. But it's Onyx Esports, it's Riddle Order. They're the two teams that hold the most vulnerable positions right now.
Nervy moments for a lot of teams. Maybe some relaxed ones as well for the teams who have done the work. Onyx Esports, one of those teams certainly who will be feeling a lot more relaxed after that last game coming into what is our final game of the day here in Birmingham. The question still remains, who's going to be here tomorrow? Who's going to be watching from the stands? Well, we're going to know our answer as soon as we see that final champions banner of the day.
Well, the teams who need the biggest game, perhaps in their career, the likes of Go Next, Kick, J-Lings, Licite de France are all down in the bottom half of this leaderboards, and if they are going to find themselves in any sort of position of elimination round 2, it has to be the biggest game. Speaking of the biggest ever game, 100 Thieves would have to break records if they are going to find themselves in elimination round 2, but if anyone's going to do it, you know they are capable of it with how they've played historically.
What's going on here then? Fnatic changing their drop spot and challenging Licite de France. Wow. They have left survey camp wide open. And they are saying, Licite de France, we want a piece of you.
And usually when this happens, it's because there is a contest on other maps when they were in other groups, and maybe they feel that as they move forward, Licite de France could be a threat to one of their drop spots. So this is a power play from Fnatic, but this is what happens in Battle Royales. It's no real rules, it's usually drops are just gentlemen's agreements. We'll have to see whether the fight's taken, but it looks like Licite de France are more than happy to avoid it right now.
Most of the action taking place involving the drone going past at the moment, as Yuka does manage to get, finally, that thing dropping on gold. Licite de France not doing a lot.
Well, remember, if Licite de France lose this fight, they're out of the tournament. Whereas Fnatic, they have nothing to lose. They're in first, they're guaranteed to be in the elimination round 2. And at the moment, it's a game of hide and seek.
Fnatic look like they've given this one up for now. Licite de France. Maybe not quite giving it up. My voice is not as good as Monsoon's, but you can forgive me for sounding a little bit nervous there. A little bit of vibrato came through. Save our teammate. I think that's the call.
I mean, yeah, two of them are good.
Uh-oh.
I think they've just about got away with this one, have Licite de France, so they can play the game of Apex Legends. Right, Circle, we get a chance to talk about it. We're going a little bit more further north now, between Skyhook and Survey Camp and the train tracks that are in between them. That's where the Circle's going to be finishing, roughly.
There is still that one player from Licite de France in that tunnel, by the way. Extremely nervy moments, but talking about the Circle, Dan, I think it's very appropriate to do so, because one team who for once actually has pretty good prio to it is 100 Thieves. And we mentioned how this is going to be a very tough, extremely tough road for them? Well, they've changed the composition as well. They want to get aggro, Revenant reworked, and maybe revitalizing 100 Thieves. A massive moment for them as they take this fight. Scurry looking through the window, peeking through the window. It's going to have to back up here because Vaxxon and Onmu have already taken damage. Every bullet that is taken by 100 Thieves is going to hurt. Let's see what the comms are like. Let's see how they're sounding.
I'm above, I'm above. I'm with you. Outside on me. Scanning. I'm weak. I'm talking to you. I'm sorry. I got fucking 100 pump. Horizon's low.
The first bit was brilliant. The second bit just not good enough. And I think just not good enough is summing up the performance from 100 Thieves so far, Dan.
And the final remaining player just left to retreat, tail between legs. And 100 Thieves' hopes to be in this tournament. Quickly passing as Element 6 will be involved in engagement, but you can see in the kill feed 100 Thieves eliminated. And not just from this game, but from the entire ALGS Championships.
Tyler trying to chase down this damage being done. E6 on the prowl. Doesn't get the knock. No, he doesn't get the knock. And now it's all up to the IGL. The captain, K20, flying in, but can't quite connect yet. Gets one. And this ain't over yet. What a spray that is. The hit fire's pretty good. Oh my God, Swinny almost turns it around. But that will be the end of the day for E6. But good news for them is they'll be back tomorrow.
Yeah, E6 with the points they've been gathered, they should be absolutely fine.
I was going to say, probably.
Probably, but they look good with the amounts that they have been able to get. They're above that 42 points threshold that I was talking about, but it is just a rough estimation. Now, MDYY on around 43 points. They should also be okay. And the fans now getting very excited to see MDY back on the screens with a chance to take a fight here.
At the moment, they're inside a very good position for the end game. Outside of the building, you can see a couple of teams starting to stack up as well. It's going to be FC Destroy who are having a little poke and a prod. Smiles on the faces of Yuka Paradator, which means they're feeling pretty comfortable in their position as well. You wouldn't be smiling if you're outside the top 10 right now, let me tell you that.
It's a horrible position to be in for a lot of these teams, but even worse for those who have dropped on the southern side and still have a job to do. One of those involving
You can almost hear it like echoing through the caves, you know?
Echoes through Birmingham, really.
It does, actually.
But I'm really hoping that Disguise can make it forward, because I want to hear more Duke chants as the tournament goes on, but it could end here and now in this game if they do not find points. And maybe don't even get to that final circle, at least to the late game. There's a lot of teams who are very close to just getting those points that would send them into the elimination bracket. But for those who are lower down in the leaderboard, we mentioned it has to be a win. And to put yourself in that spot where you know you need a victory can make you make some very difficult decisions at times. And you saw the decision for 100 Thieves. It had to be a change of composition, and it didn't work out for them.
Now, this is a fascinating development on the map at the moment. Disguise to a 13th place at the moment. Well, they're stuck. Well, the Jailings, I should say, are on the other side of Kick, who are in between the two teams. So if Kick can't escape and all of a sudden a little bit of damage is done on either side, then things get interesting, because we might have a situation where Disguise and Jailings, who are currently just outside Survey Camp, might meet up, and there isn't enough room for both of them, you would think, in that top 10 as we jump over now to Fnatic.
It's still the party poopers, Fnatic, looking to try and ruin the tournament of Le Site de France. How long has this hunt been going on? There's Aimbot is now the last remaining player. And unfortunately, Le Site de France, head in hands, as that's the tournament done. ALGS Championships finished as Le Site de France are eliminated.
And here come Pioneers as well. They're putting some pressure on. Let's Go Next, who are in 19th. They might be the next team, unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to if they do not come out of this alive and kicking. Pioneers, who are doing so much damage to a lot of teams, I would say, in the lobby at the moment, especially in that last game. They took out so many people who needed those big games.
So Go Next should have a comfortable position for now, as long as Pioneers don't try and push them. Oh, I said it was going to be comfortable, but they got spotted. I thought maybe Go Next weren't going to be, but it's Pioneers that are near them. Jailings also are going to have eyes on this one as well. I mean, this is a treacherous journey through Epicenter to try and arrive towards the zone, so the Dark Veil is going to go down to give you that extra bit of cover.
Pioneers decide to retreat from this by the looks of things. Nasky calling off the push.
Well.
And here they are then, J-Lings.
I mean, we've already had one shock. 100 Thieves was definitely not in the script to get eliminated in round one. J-Lings, another team that is expected to get to the further stages in this tournament. I was talking about stats before this series started. World's Edge, they were the best World's Edge team in this lobby, but it has not got going for them. 8 points in the previous game, though.
The big thing here for J-Lings is this is a lot of the first 90% of the game we see from them repeating themselves once again, right? They get into what a lot of people might consider to be a god spot, to be an end zone position. They get set up, but are they able to hold it and convert on a top 5 to a win? If they can, there's a chance. Another team who are hoping everybody below them dies first. It's going to be Riddle Order. Riddle Order at the moment, they hold the last qualification spot. No! Yukio goes down! It's the grenade from the heavens from Nasky, and now all of a sudden they're in a shambles! Miak trying to do what he can to keep themselves alive. Oh, he gets a 1-6, but Riddle Order out! And for everybody else in the chasing pack, that could not be better news.
Go Next now getting involved. And Go Next maybe sensing a real opportunity here to pick up some KP and start to have their miraculous comeback and maybe survive and get into that elimination round 2. All those teams seeing in that kill feed that Riddle Order were eliminated now can start to believe. Pulverex, 1 point away from top 10. Area 310, 2 points away from top 10. Disguised, 3 points away from top 10. Riddle Order, it is unlikely that they will be making it to elimination round 2.
Pulverex in a really good spot under this bridge as well. It's a pushable position. Sometimes you can get caught out by a Horizon ult being thrown down that way, so you're going to have to play extremely well to hold down this position for an elongated period of time. And L-Star's certainly going to help that, but here go Disguised. 13th place at the moment, 30 points up until this point. But that black hole doesn't give them any value at the moment, and having invested so much, Dan, it looks like they're just going to retreat from here.
But it was the fight that you were talking about on this northern side, and it's quite an important one. Kick are holding them out, but look at the congestion here at Survey Camp. Complexity on top of
this could be the fight. This could be the fight, Dan. You heard the Beast of the Hunt has been popped, and I'm pretty sure Complexity want to try and pressurize this building here. J-Lings have to force them away. J-Lings have to do that damage, and that's going to do for them. Noises also gets the knock. Noises has a Kraber.
But J-Lings won't want to push out of this building. They won't want to push the advantage because it's too exposed at the moment. At least Noises can get that information, though. Drone goes out. Assess the area. What's going down? Are we being threatened by anyone else? And they should know for now they are comfortable, but they cannot take advantage of that knock.
Well, zone information is going to hurt J-Lings pretty soon. Even though they have that Kraber, Dan, everybody who thought we are going to Survey Camp is going to have to move south.
This is a horrible zone, by the way. You know I said it's a treacherous journey in Epicenter? Well, that's where we're going. The western side of Epicenter is Aurora. Their tournament might be coming to an end shortly as well. Opting to play as a 2, and perhaps going home as a 2 as well. 28 points at the moment. They would need something big here. Oh, Rain, what can you do?
Well, he's dancing, but unfortunately, I think it might be a dance down into the dirt. Aurora eliminated not just from the lobby, but from the tournament as well.
Survey Camp, the place to be at the moment, but every one of these teams will have to leave at the same time once we get to the further circle. Disguised, a few points away from top 10. It's nervy times for a lot of these squads now. You don't want this to be the last game of Apex Legends that you play on this main stage.
Pulverex still in that position under the bridge. Kick inside of the train tunnel. Disguised inside a Survey Camp. But when that zone closes, everyone who's in Survey Camp might have a little bit of a shock. It's going to be a rotation to decide if you're back here tomorrow, as Pulverex have to hold down this spot.
I mean, what a fight this could be. Pulverex in 11th versus Onyx Esports in 9th. Now, Onyx are very close to securing elimination bracket, but if they were to go down here, there is still a chance they could be surpassed. So that doesn't really surprise me that both teams not particularly eager to take the fight. And these lobbies, they're so difficult to navigate because you have about 5 teams who are all trying to avoid fighting just to get to that late game. As Area 310 done, eliminated, they will not be qualifying for elimination round 2. They were close. They were on 30 points. But as they fall, it means their tournament ends.
13 squads remaining. FC Destroy set up in the train station at the moment. It's Enter Force 36 in 3rd place overall, who only have aimbot to rely on. But their work is done, Dan. They have 61 points overall. You would imagine they should be safe, but look at this! It's Jailings! It's Jailings out of nowhere who are trying to clean this up, and JMW taking so much damage. Can it survive? No! Jailings down to just 1. Nags as a solo has his team's life on his shoulders. Jailings fall, they will be eliminated.
It's the end of the road for Jailings. It was Fnatic on the other side who are playing with so much freedom and flow at the moment. They've managed to get the banner. They could potentially get back up to a full 3 with a respawn beacon ahead of them, and Yuka's got a Kraber as well. I would not want to be in the path of Fnatic in the moment because they don't give a crap where you are. They are going to be happily pushing on you because they're already guaranteed. They are just damaging everything in their wake.
Pioneer's just eliminated as well. Their job is done. They will be with us tomorrow. Onyx Esports looking to solidify their position in the top 10. Racket's already got 1 knock. And Shady's trying to do a little bit more damage. They're dancing around the cat wall at the moment. Onyx control this side of the zone. The black hole will be destroyed. Numichan has gone down from Fnatic. The balloon might be a big play here if you can get past this bombardment that's coming down from the skies. And even though Crusader has fallen, Onyx are holding on the moment. Shady to get that shield battery popped, but MDY White inside of the top 10 might be about to win a fight that solidifies it.
MDY White want to solidify it. Disguise also trying to stay alive to keep their possible journey. Onyx Esports eliminated. Have they done enough? They are one of the bubble teams. Disguised have lost 1. Xenox and Dupe trying to work as a 2 here.
Dupe needs to go huge, but Dupe's just going to go down, and now Xenox falls, trying to survive, knowing the placement points might be enough for him. 7 squads now remaining. Xenox is trying to drag his team into tomorrow's tournament.
It's still doable, even as a solo.
Top 6.
6 teams remain. Xenox has to rat for Disguised if they want to be in elimination round 2 tomorrow.
There's a Crypto in the lobby though, and he is going to be scanned. He doesn't want to pop these cells. He doesn't want to give information away. But now comes the push, and Xenox gets help from above. He's getting help from above here. He might be able to get a shield swap in this position. The Arc Stars are here. Xenox will fall. Disguised are eliminated as we're down to our top 4.
The Disguise will not do enough. That KP could have been everything for them. But it's currently Pulverex who hold that 10th position, being followed by Ganbare Artisan, who still have a chance as well here. As a 2, as the Dark Veil comes up.
11th place as it stands. Ganbare Artisan. 4 squads remaining. Oh, 109 spray from down low coming in from Dogma. But as a duo, do they have enough? Do they have the nerve, Dan?
4 teams alive, only 1 of them guaranteed to be in elimination round 2. This is the fight here for Ganbare Artisan against Pulverex. Pulverex holding 10th position at the moment. If Geo take them down, they give themselves the best chances ever. But they're taking so much damage as the ring now gets involved.
Dogma the last player alive here for Ganbare Artisan. Can they win the fight? It's a 3v1. They will go down as well. As Pulverex might have now done enough. Ganbare out.
Oh no!
Pulverex down as well. Oh my God! Go next! Go next!
Go next have a chance. If Go Next can win this fight, they can send themselves into elimination round 2. But it's FC Destroy that they go up against.
Go Next are locked in. Go Next by name. The question is, will it be Go Next tomorrow? Slab Bambino. Missy as well. Win a 3v3. You'll be back on this main stage tomorrow, and they've got them pinned.
They've got an L-Star to work with as well. Utility looking all good, and they've got shield swaps. This is looking good for Go Next. Remember where they were? They were in 19th place.
Bambino has gone down though, and Slab now looks for that shield swap. Can he even the numbers though? Bambino falling with the flank here from Slab. Can't get that knock, and it's a 2v3. It's a 3v1. FC Destroy will win it. But Go Next had the opportunity of a lifetime, and quite simply couldn't get over the line.
They gave themselves the best chance to Go Next. They were all the way down in the bottom 3 going into that game. But unfortunately, they will fall short. But what that means is Pulverex secure their spot in Elimination Round 2. Onyx Esports secure their spot in Elimination Round 2. And then the previous top 8, as we expected, the likes of MDY White, E6, Northeption, E36, Complexity, Pioneers, FC Destroy, and Fnatic will all be competing tomorrow at the ALGS Championships here in Birmingham.
What a day it's been. It's only the first round of elimination, and we've still got 2 days of action ahead of us. The LGS Championship is not disappointing, but I have to say, it's heartbreaking for the 3 guys that you can see on your screen right now. Go Next, it quite simply was a 3v3 to go through to the rest of the tournament tomorrow to keep your dream alive. It wasn't to happen this time around, but I'm sure when they're back on that main stage, they'll put that right.
It's always a tough one when you know that winning that fight would have guaranteed you through. It wasn't a case of any
horrible.
sort of, you know, tiebreaker situation. It would have been them going through on points ahead of Pulverex, as I'm sure that was equally as difficult for Pulverex watching on, just hoping that that engagement was lost. But everyone has fought so hard here in Elimination Round 1. There are so many teams who are so close to getting there, but unfortunately we have to say goodbye to 10 of them.
We do, but I think it's also, quite rightly, we need to start celebrating who's going to be here tomorrow, Dan. And I've got to say, for all of the carnage, all of the heartbreak that we just saw in that lobby go down, Fnatic, for me, the standouts, just looking dominant, looking like that fighting composition, that fighting team that we know they can be. I've got to say, an incredible day of action here. 8 games that you certainly won't forget. That's going to do it all from us up on the caster booth. Congratulations to the team who made it through to tomorrow. Rain Day, it's time for you to take it away.
Thank you so much, fellas. Congratulations on a fantastic showcase of your talent there on the stage, but also, of course, the players as well. And for some fans that a little disappointed on some regions, and of course, very, very happy with the result. If their team has made it through now to the next stage, of course, 10 teams going home. Welcome back to our analysis presented by PlayStation Tournaments. My name is Rain Day, joined by Spider Tiff, Zephyr, and Graceful on the desk. Guys, this was a big one. I mean, we obviously saw the end of this match that could have led to Go Next actually making it. And that's a tough thing to stomach, Tiff, when you have the opportunity. Not that it could have been, it was there, and now you got to know that one fight could have changed your destiny.
That is a really hard way to put it. One fight could have changed your destiny, and it's always 1 point, it's always one fight, and to be that incredibly close to it and have that slip away, that has got to be hard to stomach. We're sitting up here on the desk watching that end game engagement, and all I hear is Graceful just there in the mix of it. He's like, come on, Slab, just come on, just pull it together. And honestly, Graceful, I can't wait to hear your breakdown of that.
I think, yeah, Graceful, it's time to talk about what worked, because we heard you here on the desk when we weren't live, talking about what happened, don't peek this. It ended up not going well. Walk us through that final circle, which ended up going the way of FC Destroy, and what maybe FC Destroy did well to create that mistake from Go Next.
So FC Destroy's comp in general, as you can see, is Newcastle, Ramp, and Bang. They are a super tank team. They take space wherever they want to. They wait for the cooldowns, waiting for from the queue of the Newcastle to take space essentially, and just bit by bit taking space. They get to play however they want. If they get to triple swing off a Newcastle queue or a ramp wall, they just pretty much win immediately. That's just how strong it is. But the main thing that we can take away from this as well is that Go Next split in this fight. So they walled, Slab tried to flank aggressively, which is this is the whole thing I'm talking about, synergy and timing. I don't know how their comps was during this fight, but this flank actually messed up the timing, and they got to pick off, I think it was Bambino, yeah, and they got to pick off Bambino. They're on the exact same flanking route right here on the screen, and now they just have all the space in the world, and they just pinch them, essentially. So it's really, really important when you're playing together as a team that you are all on the same page. You need to be calming that. I'm flanking. If they're even looking at you, you need to scream, and I'll come back. But Kraber is a power weapon, and right there it goes to show how strong it is. One peek, one shot in the head, and it's over.
FC Destroy take the final game there and go next right behind them. It will not be enough. We already were told that by Dan and Mark as they finished their cast. Ganbare Otosan had a lot in disguise. They were all fighting from a pretty similar position. Unfortunately, when you look at these bottom 10, not the game you want in game 6. This is where you absolutely needed to perform. Some of these teams, though, having the privilege of already being secured. Some teams like 100 Thieves, that would be the end, coming in 20th, coming in last place here as we take a look at our overall series results. Your top 10 on the left side will be going to tomorrow. Our elimination bracket round 2, they of course will await the bottom 10 of our winners finals, which will also be playing tomorrow in order to see which 10 will make it to Championship Sunday. But from 11 to 20, Zephyr, we must say goodbye. That is the end of their tournament run. That is the end of their championship. That's the end of their year.
So many of these teams, especially for the EMEA region, going to be saying farewell here in the bottom 10 as a whole. And some surprises too, especially out of entities like Riddle. We got to see a lot of them, and especially how they were fighting during that group stage. And what we discussed earlier on the day did come true here. They weren't able to truly find their setup in some of these later games, and as a result, fell short.
Unbelievable performance from APAC, though. When you look at that top 10, you see at least 7, I believe, from APAC as well. A couple of EMEA and 1 North America in Complexity, who had a great day. But Pulverex, wow, you see the fans there, they're excited. It was just a little bit ago that Pulverex had to do this at Championships a year ago and do it with only 2 players. That was Aurora's task this time around. They couldn't do it. Pulverex now with 3 has made it into the next round. I'm so excited to see what they do, and I'm sure APAC North is excited as well. But as we take a look to what happens in the days to come, we have to always honor what has happened earlier in the afternoon, and that's where we hit at the end of our show, our Monster Energy MVPs. All right, let's kick it off with our analysts who have all selected a player throughout this 8-game series to highlight. Tiff, I'll start with you. Who's your Monster Energy MVP?
All right, for me, the Monster Energy MVP is going to be none other than Monsoon from Complexity, as if his curated music video and song that he sang, dude, I couldn't even believe it. I didn't know Monsoon could sing. So just alone from that, I guess that was the hype and momentum that he needed, or maybe it was Kimchi behind him providing him with some extra motivation to just really power through the elimination round 1. And they started off so strong, remained consistent. Now, I don't know if it was because they were uncontested as they were through the group series, being able to claim Cenote Cave from Aurora, who elected to land somewhere else as a duo, led Complexity to have a quite unique series, because had they been contested, they might not have been with the same results. Regardless, Monsoon boasting 14 eliminations, 14 assists, and a boon of damage to hold. They will be advancing on to the next day.
No doubt, one of the best performances from Complexity we have seen all year, one of the most important as well. And you can tell this day felt like it probably checked a personal checkbox for Monsoon, as you can see how hyped he was when that music video played. Probably been waiting to showcase that. He's shown his food, he's shown his cooking, but not that yet. What a talented individual. They'll be heading to play tomorrow. Zephyr, though, you had another idea of who you thought stood out for your Monster Energy MVP today.
It's been a slow climb for them, but for KCP, I look towards Zane as one of the biggest figureheads for why we see this team succeed today. And to highlight that, I want to go back and look at this composition. Obviously, they're rocking with the Catalyst Newcastle, and for anyone who obviously doesn't know, this is as defensive as it gets. It allows for so many options, but where it falters is a lot of its rotational abilities, especially in that micro game, and that's where Zane comes in so many scenarios. Being on this horizon, he is the bridge, the gap that allows this roster to find tempo where in situations it could be cornered here. On top of that, he is also the delivering hammer here for the KCP roster. He tops out on the damage charts in today's elimination round at over 8,000 1,000 damage. It may not be the kills, but you could not have gone anywhere in this lobby without being at the hands or the threat of Zane.
KCP saw the star earlier on this year, decided to pick him up after his performance, and it certainly was a good decision. They are still playing, and they have a trio as well who have at times struggled getting all of their players here. But graceful, all those two stories, good to talk about. I know you've got one yourself for your Monster Energy MVP.
My Monster Energy MVP goes to none other than the guy who internalized movement, Yuka F. This guy got the movement everybody's been dreaming about, right? Not only does he have movement, he's actually #1 for KD in this series by 3.50. That's more than most people have in ranked and pubs. It is crazy how well he's expanding on in this tournament, how he's popping off, right? Not only that, he also is tied first for knockdowns. That means he's actually in first, doing the damage, taking the heat. But he's also not taking that much damage. He knows how to strafe properly, even against roller players and whatnot. He still knows how to strafe properly, minimize the damage taken, but staying so aggressively and hard to hit, he's buying so much time for his teammates to join in on the fight. He goes in, takes the heat, his teammates cleans up. He's doing so well.
Well, when it comes to Fnatic, they've had, I guess, that description for their fans in a great way because of the passion that we've seen from APAC North, whether it's watching and having watch parties in Tokyo. They have been a mainstay. We didn't expect to see them in the elimination bracket round 1. We usually see them in top 5 situations in the finals, but now their journey to get there has continued, and they have taken at least the first step to climb that ultimate mountain. Tomorrow will maybe be a different part of their story, Graceful, but you can tell that Yuka and the Fnatic boys have found their way back into what feels comfortable and how they like to play in these lobbies. We'll have to wait and see, though, if that ends up being the difference. But we all know for now the difference from these players they have made on their teams. Those have been your Monster Energy MVPs for today's elimination bracket. We'll be sure to have some more tomorrow. But speaking of tomorrow, we don't want to get there yet because we still got goodies today. In fact, the man of the hour who we've just been talking about, Fnatic, the winners of this group, and the man with the movement, Yuka F, is standing by with Peeps.
Rain, thank you so much. We are here with one of the greatest players in the history of the game, Yuka. Yuka, I know the games yesterday didn't go as well as you wanted, right? But you guys came in today and absolutely destroyed the competition. How does that feel?
もちろんゲームは思ってたように進まなかったかもしれないんですけれども、もう完全にもう制覇されました。今のお気持ちをお話しください。
まあそうですね。まあ嬉しい気持ちがまあ第一なんですけど、やっぱどうしてもウィナーズからもちろん上がるつもりで今回挑んだんで、まあルーザーズ落ちちゃって悔しいっていう気持ちでなんかずっとモヤモヤしてます今。
Of course, I'm happy that the feeling comes first, but because we didn't do the last one, the winners, so I am in between the two feelings, to be honest with you.
That's totally fair, man. Life, up and downs, but you guys handled it extremely, extremely well. So going into tomorrow, do you guys have, without revealing any secrets, do you have a sort of game plan that you guys are implementing tomorrow to make it to the championship?
でもちろん人生だから上がり下がりがあると思うんですけれどもそれほど戦略はもちろんお話しくださらなくて結構なんですけれども明日のチャンピオンシップに向けて何かこのような戦略とかこういう計画をしているとかそんなことはちょっとお話しいただけますか？
まあそうですね。まあ今日はまあ気持ち的にはうまくいった方かなっていうのがあるので、まあ明日もこの調子のまま、まあウィナーズ上がった10チームがまあ落ちてくるんですけど、下位の10チームが、まあ敵は少し強くなるとは思うんですけど、まあ今日の調子のまま挑めればいいなと思います。
Well, I feel that we did it very well today, so I'd like to continue with this vibe. I know that everybody's going to do very well next time, tomorrow as well, but I just want to keep up with this vibe.
I love that. I mean, that's the game plan. You got to keep the vibes up. So listen, you have fans that have traveled all the way from Japan to come support you and your teammates. How does that feel? Does that make you guys play better, knowing you have so much dedication coming from your fan base?
たくさん日本からはるばる応援にいらっしゃってる方がいらっしゃるんですね。ゆかさんのこともそうですし、チームのことを応援してくださってるんですけれども、そのようなファンの声援というのはどうですか？力になりますか？
そうですね。なんだろうな、現地に来てない、遠くて来てくれてないファンの方々の、その SNS 上の、応援のコメントだったりとかももちろん力になりますけど、やっぱり現地で大きい声でもうヘッドセット貫通するぐらいの声で応援していただけてるので、やっぱり力になりますね。はい、非常にありがたいです。ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。
Absolutely. Although that, we get lots of energy and strength from supports from people who are not here with us, but they are so supportive people here, and then I can even hear their cheers through the headset. So yes, they give us lots of energies and strength. I'm really, really grateful to them. Thank you so much.
That's just passion. That's dedication. I love that. Well, that's all that we got here with one of the greatest players in the history of Apex. Yuka, congrats again. Best of luck tomorrow. All right, I will see you in the championship. Rain, send us home.
Thank you, Peeps. Thank you, Yuka. Thank you, Fnatic, for your fandom and your support, not only of ALGS, but yes, one of the greatest players in Apex Legends history. There's no doubt about it. Yuka and his team have performed more than most players who have ever even played Apex, and you have to give credit where credit is due. Lovely to hear a little bit of the thoughts about it. And Tiff, you kind of knew they were maybe going to have a good performance today.
It's almost as if I picked them to win
Almost
this series.
as if.
It's almost as if me and Gino, we were like, hey, we believe in Fnatic, and just like that, they proved us right.
It hurts even more on this side of the desk with our predictions.
I'm hurting too, man. It's okay. I'm hurting too.
Maybe not quite coming as true on the day of.
But final thoughts from you as well. I mean, even though these teams that you didn't pick, is that kind of what you're carrying into tomorrow? A bit of a surprise with who is going to be joining us into that elimination bracket round 2?
It's interesting because now we move on to a more challenging lobby. Something that doesn't get brought up is the fact that there is a little bit more of a freedom when you come into elimination round 1. Yeah. When you are challenged by things like contests, that no longer exists, as you get a little bit more of your own choice. Now, hopefully, with the tempo and success behind 10 of these teams, they will once again reintroduce themselves to the higher heights, even if they're going to have to fight twice as hard for it.
Grace, well, looking to tomorrow, I want to get your thoughts. He's right. He brings up a good point. How does the game change as you now, in your next elimination bracket, are not going up against elimination bracket teams? You're going up against winners, finals teams that have just not maybe had a great day or a great series, and now they're playing again to get back to where they feel they should have been. How does that change?
I think from a pro player perspective is that they are definitely having more freedom in a sense of okay, we get to brief a little bit, but they are still, like I said, the whole tournament, you're kind of going through phases of making your macro, fitting every group. Now you're in lowers, now you got to make it up, or now you're in the uppers, now we're fighting new teams, and you're almost remaking your macro this whole time, during this whole tournament. And you have to adapt. Adapt is the strongest thing that you can do, and you're still non-stop adapting. I think people will have a hard time because you have the teams that came in early into winners bracket feel really strong. They're like, yeah, we are the best of the best. We're here to. Whereas you have the other one where, it was a little bit close. We gotta step up a little bit, and the pacing will be very different from just with that mentality of we just barely made it in, and then the mentality of also once again which map it starts on. I think people's momentum will be defined by the first 2 games. Wow. And if you're having a rough game, the first 2 games, it starts to get real sweaty actually.
So what you're saying is be on time.
Yeah.
For when we start. All right, sounds easy. Let's hit tomorrow's schedule so you guys know when that is, because we do have a lot of action tomorrow. This was a pretty light day. We started at 4 p.m. Well, we're starting at 12 p.m. BST tomorrow, because we don't only have the winners bracket, but then we have the elimination round 2. The winners bracket will send our top 10 winning teams to Championship Sunday. They will wait and watch round 2 while the bottom 10 teams will compete against the 10 teams you just saw tonight who have won and made it to another day. That will send our final 10 teams home, and it will set us up for an epic, historic Match Point Finals Sunday to decide who is the champion of the ALGS in year 3. It all begins tomorrow at 12 p.m. And one of the best things that I've heard in terms of news is that there are tickets available. That's right. Open your phones or go to that website by typing it into a browser and join us by grabbing some tickets here at the Resorts World Arena in Birmingham. It is a fantastic environment. And trust me, if you have the opportunity to join us, whether it's your day off or maybe you've just got a little bit more time on the weekend, we certainly encourage you to do so. Ladies and gentlemen, we had to send 10 teams home tonight. Not fun. Obviously, an entire year of work, it has ended here. They will be watching, whether in the stands, back home, or maybe taking some flights comfortably to be with their family and talk about what maybe needs to change. But for 10 teams, that story continues. And that continues against some big teams as well. I'm talking TSMs, Dark Zeros, Optics, Black Hands, all around the globe. The best of the best are watching and waiting, but not waiting for much longer, because tomorrow at 12, that's when they go. I hope you join us there. My name's Rain Day. Thanks to everyone on the desk and the production. We will see you for the weekend, because the championship, my friends, is just getting started.
Trying to think of ways to keep you out today. You've been running your mouth all up in my head. I've been trying to think of ways to keep you out today. You've been running your mouth. Trying to think of ways to keep you out today.
Oh my God, Luda's gone down as well. He's a one-man army. Can he get into a position to close this out as the solo? I don't think he can, but for Onyx, what a moment this is. Final game of the day.
Coming.
Over X down as well. Oh my God, go next.
You don't know how much you're